Alrighty. And so we are. And so we are. Alright. So yeah, hi there. Hopefully this fine Saturday is treating y'all pretty well. I'm a little crazy myself, as you know. Always am, right? So the intention and direction here that we're kind of going for is more or less we're running on the edge of what our pre kind of built content is already. And so now we need to do some maintenance tasks. We got done my primary prerequisite for kind of where we needed to be with the batches. Took a good amount of time because we had to rebuild a whole bunch of infrastructure elements around that, because we've been using the other mode of GPT for all of our other previous stuff. So, and with batches, well, it's significantly cheaper, and the time loss doesn't matter as much as it might appear, because they're actually, I was expecting, okay, well, we'll get the batches in and then we'll get them out we'll get the information we need from GPT in 24 hours or whatever, but instead, and again, it's up to 24 hours, right? But instead, it's been like 5 minutes, 10 minutes at most, which, okay, cool. I'm not going to complain. I mean, that one I'll give them points for. I may have comments about how their output, because that's all, in comparison to the relative quality of the service and so on that's being applied there, man, I can't complain too much. So, I mean, I can't complain too much. It's kind of the stance I have about them as a whole as a service. But no, they're rude. Anyway, point is that it's, it's not all bad. Ooh, I gotta have to break everything because I see something that's a bit of an issue. Give me a second. There's a specific screen thing, didn't specific screen thing in the way that the specific screen was supposed to screen thing. I know. I didn't say that I was the most cognizant person at this point in time, or sensible person at this point in time. Look, there's a space where one becomes pretty much I don't know if the term is craven. I mean, technically speaking, yes, but technically speaking, no. The point is a bit insane. We'll go with that. A bit insane, and I am definitely across that bit insane threshold. Well, it didn't break everything. Surprise, surprise, surprise. I am seriously shocked about that. Okay. So yeah, and then you can see in our bottom left there, we're looking at the images for our Stable Diffusion model, which it's coming out okay. I mean, we've made a lot of progress considering the benchmark 0 stuff. So the top right there, you can see kind of it's the gallery of just some of the stuff. What I need to do is I need to set aside a substantial amount of time to go through all of the cutting room floor Stable Diffusion images and take them and just find the ones that are the best, and then proceed using the masking stuff and all that sort of thing from there. Let me see. I'm curious about something. I hit this button instead. Just to edit there. There's a spot that says incomplete, but incomplete doesn't mean that it doesn't work. On the we're also using specifically style file, and so style file is actually pretty neat and useful and such like that. I mean, it does some cool stuff for us. So. All right, well, let's see. So that's Stable Diffusion stuff done there. And you can see on the top, although, there's the trick. That's what happened. All right, let me get the gallery there out of our way for the moment. Because you can see my to-do list here. Oh, that's the wrong one. It's the slideshow. There we go. Anyway, one second. All right, as I was saying before, I was interrupted by my meeting needing to cough. So as you can see there, that's kind of my to-do list on the top right. So that's where we're at. So the profile picture such, ultimately, just to kind of run through that thought process again, that's the Stable Diffusion idea that we're running with. Oh, that's neat. That's the Stable Diffusion thing that we're running with. And I wonder if I directly upscale. We'll try that next. I still don't care for the song. Sorry, it just annoys me. All right, anyway. So the PFP thing is basically for a combination of in essence, a reward for Discord users in a manner of speaking, or Discord folks, but as a offering. But I want to make sure that we're considering that the minimum that Discord allows for charging it's like $250. I want to make sure that it's worthwhile, and that we're not just like, oh yeah, here's the $slap stuff. No. I mean, that originally it was like, yeah, we'll put a quarter price point on it and call it good, because it's a sort of thing, well, here's something, help support us, sort of thing, whatever. But it's like, no, it has to be an actual product, like no, and which means I'm going to go through way more iterations to make the process good enough, because I got to be comfortable if I'm gonna put a price point on something, right? I got to be comfortable with the price point, like not necessarily a question of would I buy it, because the answer to that is obviously no, I wouldn't, because I would make it myself. But the question is it good enough, right? For someone else to, is it the sort of thing where it's like, yeah, you put enough effort in here and there's definitely value in there to warrant it, that sort of thing. Because again, it's one of those, like, I don't want to be the excuse of caveat of the application of caveat emptor, right? And although I fervently do hold fast to caveat emptor, because that's life. I'm sorry, it's not a nice thing. That's not a pleasant thing. It doesn't mean that I have to be the jerk, in the exchange. That makes sense. So, but yeah, so that's kind of the intro for what we're working on here. With that, there, I did the thing that I was trying to do. Now I broke everything again. Stand by while I unbreak everything and then re-break it again, because that is how this works. Disconfig. At least it's easier to fix than another system there. Oh, that one does not need to go there. That one needs to actually stay up there. There we go. There you are. I found you. All right. All right. And there's one more administrative thing that I need to do before we get started in earnest. Because one of the streaming services, namely YouTube, says, please tell me what if this is made for kids. Well, look, it's not made for kids. Some of my folks are a bit rough in their verbiage, and it's okay. But no, it's not made for kids. I try to keep myself, fairly clean. But, I got some people that don't have that level of control. All right, so one second. Okay. So what we're looking at here is we're looking at yeah, so we're looking at something breaking. Hold on a second. Okay, so as you can see on the bottom left there, it kind of broke, so I wanted to fix it. Oh, it's done already. Jeez Louise, it's gotten efficient enough on that process where it does require or does keep my focus. I don't know why it's female on both of them, but all right. Oh wow. I don't know why it's a electric candle though, but okay. Hands require work. Hands require major work. Okay, I'm gonna, as I was saying before, I'm gonna try something a little bit crazy. 1024. All right, 1024. I don't know how well that's gonna work because the thing is that we're still using V5, right? For the for kind of how the interesting. That one actually showed me her face initially. Oh, and this was gonna apparently take a half an hour. All right. I basically doubled the build out just because I wanted to see. Plus, also again, I wanted to stop paying so much attention to it because my goal is not that today. All right. Excuse me. So this is the gesture. Factotum. Why did I have the factotum open? I don't know why I had the factotum open. Oh, let's check. I don't think I had any particular reason why I had it open. There was probably a reason at the time, but no. Alright. So now we're looking at the fighters. And we already got done this one here. Now, here's the fun part is that this one has the gal where she ends up over there on the side. Because I like the way that this ends up working out. And I don't know if it's the proper way to do that rendering option that I'm going for, but I like it. Because it's this cool little like thumbnail type thing that's there. All right, so now we got her here. And so we can go back over to this one, and it's already checked off. So I know it's already good to go, but it's one of those ones that just kind of refreshing myself where we're at. This is the last action. All right, so glossary image, glossary featured, generate post with, okay, so we're at the generate post stage with that one. But this concept is an all or none. Now, here's the reason why we end up doing it here rather than later. It's because I want to get it done now before I move on to the next phase where we start generating the actual pictures. For one thing, I'm not giving them a scrape to use. I'm giving them my own scrape to use. I'm not telling them scrape the page because I found that for the generative AI stuff that we're using, if I let them scrape the page themselves, it kind of gets a little messy. Okay, so this is what we were yesterday before I had to, I believe it was taking either a lie down or something like that. So we were working on, let me pull it over into a better spot. And it's funny, I'm at a space where it's like, I need another monitor. I don't have enough monitors for everything I'm working on. Which is terrible because I've got four screens like set up in the T, and I'm like, I still need more screen space. I don't know what that makes me, if it's too much into which space I'm too much into. All right, so the thing that I'm going to show you here, bear with me a second while I pull it up. Did I end up playing on? I don't remember if I ended up going with Gwenview. Oh no, I just reinstalled Gwenview because the problem I had. What? Well, why is this not the way it's supposed to? Ow. You're supposed to use the kitty thingy, aren't you? Or QT thing, aren't you? Give me a sec, because it's the reason why. Okay, so just so just to say it. So Gwenview is basically a like down and dirty image editing / viewer program. Really bare bones, but it does the thing we need it to do. Because most of the time with the stuff, at least on this stage, when we do a more in-depth review, I mean, we'll do way more with them. But and then I might want to use GIMP over because I'll be spending the time on the things. But the thing is that for what we're doing right now, it's mostly cropping down to make them, to make sure that the focus is good. And why are we using a KDE program is because it does the job. I mean, and honestly, I have to say this, the KDE, so Plasma KDE really does a fantastic job on a number of things. I don't like their what's the word I'm looking for here? The weightiness, we'll say, of the operating system, right? The actual like back end and all that, because it gets very, very heavy. Honestly, it gets heavy. I noticed a difference between using XFCE and KDE. Like even when I'm using KDE apps, they're snappier on XFCE. Probably because there's a bunch more of things that are like talking, you know, to be fair. But let's see if I can reopen GwenView here. It's still doing the thing. I don't know why it's doing it. I'll have to worry about that later. Which one will I use instead, though? In that case, I don't want to use GAMP. I'll have to troubleshoot that later on because I don't feel like dealing with it right now. Well, and just to say it, the reason why I'm mostly, I push back against GAMP is because there's like a lot of like little inconveniences that try and force me to say use their, and it's a better format for sure, except I can't use it on websites. So it is useless to me. It is actually useless to me. As I take a cough. All right. But yeah, it is actually useless to me. So it's one of those ones where it's like, where I have to, do way more effort on working with the stuff I'm working with because I have to save like 3 times. I know I know, but it's one of those things where it annoys me. And, in this case, I get to be the creative, the one that's all like, why isn't this thing working the way I want it to work? Make it work the way I want it to work, IT. Oh, wait. Gosh darn it. At least I can drag and drop it from there. Because like that's my major thing and why I actually put in Dolphin as well from the KDE set, because it's the sort of thing where Dolphin is like, it does the things I need it to do, like just simple as. And because the XFCE Thunar, I like Thunar. Thunar is super lightweight. It's got all these awesome cool, and it handles network interactions like a dream, like an absolute dream. Using SMB and stuff like that for local network shares. But it's terrible on. I can't. For example, if I drag and drop from say Discord an image, a meme, right, or an image I'm working with, or whatever I'm doing, or from a web page, Dolphin will go, "Oh, you want an image? Okay, you grabbed an image. What are you doing with this image? What do you want with this image? Are you moving it? Are you copying it? Like, what are you doing?" It'll treat it like that. Whereas Thunar's like, "What is this?" If I paste into the browser, or paste into the from the web browser, or copy an image and paste it in the web browser, Thunar's like, "What is this?" Whereas Dolphin's like, "Oh, you want to paste an image? All right. What do you want the name of the image?" Let's see. Oh, is it this one? Wait, I am. Oh, you know what? No. I'm confused. I confused myself. All right. So.
Good morning, sunshine.
All right. This one. Did I upscale this one already? I don't remember if I did or not. At 1.2. Well, it's 1024 over 1024. I think it's okay. No, you know what? I still want to double upscale it. But it's the image itself is good as it is, and unfortunately, the Stable Diffusion process is currently waiting, or is busy.
Sunshine.
So we'll wait on that. Next part. Where are we at? All right. Let's hope we have a new DALL-E instant. And then back over to my prompts. All right. Girls post arm was stronger than it was when he found her that frightful night so long ago. He charged him. Trying to see. So this is about the dwarf. Armor. Tower shield and war axe. All right, so see how it comes out. Why is the dwarf huge compared to the little girl? Let's re-roll that. Let's see how it comes out. Yeah, that was the if you look at the bottom left there, that is the issue with trying to do. Oh, well, you saw it for only a second, but the issue with trying to do like up like directly scaling it like I did was that it does bad things. So it basically doubled up the gal as though, yeah, it did doubled up the gal. So it's like, all right. What am I doing wrong with this prompt? Let's see. Okay. Let's see if that modification helps it. Let me make a modification to this thing back here, though. Because there is an extra step that I'm doing that I didn't actually enumerate. Because eventually I want to be able to offload that process to somebody else. So I have to have like nuanced, plus it's helpful for me, but I have to have nuanced and detailed instructions. So making sure that I've, and again, they're as much notes for me as somebody else, right? Basically, the idea is that I have complete notes, complete checklists of what I've built out and kind of how they go. So, but I need to, honestly, I would say it this way: I need to get to a space where I can have a, what's what I'm looking for, a personal assistant, like a paid personal assistant, to hover the stuff. And I definitely am not in that spot, but as far away from that spot as I can see. Let's see. Alright, somebody just caught my eye randomly. Let's see what this has to say. Alrighty. DALL-E, there we go. I don't know why he has an extra helmet. Yeah, that's workable, I think. Although I'm gonna go for another reroll. If I have to, I can kind of focus or circle back to that one. Regenerate, please. Thank you. Okay. Ah, now we're getting somewhere. Well, it's not technically a tower shield, but that's okay. Oh, what? Oh, okay, that's my trick. Just trying to figure out what I was doing, and then to illustrate item. Wait, did I remember to do that? I didn't remember to do it, did I? Mm-hmm. Wow. Told you I don't have enough screens. Alright. Let's see what happens if I do this. Still painful. It is kind of better than GIMP though, because I can do simple stuff. Whereas if I do this, You know, honestly, yeah, I am gonna actually change that to. I am actually gonna do the thing I was thinking, because like, honestly, like just looking at camp, it's not that it's overwhelming to me. It's that it's it, it's more again, way more than I need. Way more than I need. Bless me. All right, let's see. Which you'll see my concern with regards to this as well, because it's, you know, it's bright, it's painful, it's annoying. So I'm gonna take a second here and try and see if I can. Hmm. Oh, there's actually a view dark mode. Well, that doesn't help. Oh, okay. So view light mode apparently turns the background into death. See. So up is down and left is right. Okay, fair. I must have touched fuzzy and gotten dizzy. Okay. All right, so do the actual work stuff of what it is. So now we can go to crop. Let's see how I've got my crop. Ah. I just can't get it the way I want it to be. All right, I'm gonna call it good enough. Just the fit button do. All right, save. See, simple as. Like that's what I'm saying. Is that that's so it's like a. You understand that like I just want to crop the thing, right? I just want to crop it. All right. So this is with the overly upscale at 0.75. Also, and I say 0.75 as in like the amount of denoising strength, which means they're going to look more like her than. Okay, dude. and otherwise. And they really do, like, overall, like, they do look more like her, which is definitely not my intention. Let's go with 0.8. Trying to see what happens with the higher resolution put in. I shouldn't, it's one of those, the prescriptions or the actual, like, way that it's supposed to work is that you're supposed to do, lesser, or you're supposed to not do, you're supposed to do 512. Like, the model is built around 512, so you're not supposed to do that. I am kind of curious, and at this point in time, we're experimenting. All right, so we have, I was supposed to do the upscale thing. So that's my bad. All right, let's take a look, see here. More DALL-E. All right. So that's the one that's being worked on there. Next. I don't know why I didn't do this earlier, where I went through, because the flavor texts, for some reason, we're doing it italics, all of it italics. Oh, I must have been determining kind of and like playing around with it and hadn't yet determined what I was thinking about at this point in time. Oop. All right, let me see. First instance from raving war bands of bandits, savage tribes, and foreign armies. True that you cannot save everyone. I don't like it. I'm actually going to start a new one because the problem with this particular one, like the other ones generally are a little bit closer in time, whereas these are like a little far away. So it's better if I just take my theming prompt and go with it. Because like here's the thing is that, and I have to admit a bit of a dearth of knowledge how the actual like industry sort of thing in application itself works. I just know it costs money and it's money that I don't have, so that sort of thing. But the thing is that like you give framing fiction, right? And then you give that and you kind of like run, and then it would be the hypothetical the person runs with it. You give them a little bit like, hey, like this is what I'm looking for, and they do the thing. And then the thing takes whatever amount of time it does, and it's a lot of work for sure. Again, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be paid for it, but what I am saying, that there's an iterative process to it, or that it's like it ends up being like in a weird like sketch iterative because it's not the actual thing, because you can't do like the full thing for every iteration. Whereas AI, but whereas this technology, I can iterate and iterate and iterate and iterate a lot to get the image that I'm looking for, or at least close enough to the image I'm looking for. That's for back and forth. All right, let's see. Let's see. I don't care what they say. Axe is spelled with an E. I am spelling it with an E. That is how it is. But I'm not changing that habit. Can't make me. All right. Let's see. Middle-aged. Okay. Yeah, that's what comes out. Oh, I cannot believe I freaking hit the button. I knew, and the thing is, I knew I was gonna hit the button. I knew I was gonna hit the button before I was supposed to. What is wrong with me? Let's see. Did I nail it? Nope. See, and it's stuff like that that, like, dealing with a person would know. You know, they'd read it over. Okay, here's the scene. Here's how this works. Here's the focus. So, I mean, again, I would much rather work with a person on these sort of things. But that didn't come out well. What the hell? Okay, I need to look this over. I'm no strength to manage savage tribes and foreign armies. In the first month, she buried a young child. She was unable to save from the potential carbons. She managed to survive through fight after fight. All right, it does not want to do. It does not want to do both. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Like I said before, it's one of those weird parts where it's like you can iterate it in a manner like, you know. So you notice what I just did here. So I went from my like overall narrative talk to a more and more precise. I mean, the only problem is that it took me 7 freaking iterations to kind of figure that out. But it's an iterative process, like I was saying earlier. I mean, it's all iteration. That is a sword axe, not a sword and an axe. I am going to type that. That is, let's see. It is a sword axe, not a sword and an axe. Maybe I do have to actually comply with the spelling thing. All right. You know what? I'm gonna. Oh, I do. I am gonna do that. I scrolled at the wrong time. I am gonna do it. All right. There. Are you happy? I made it AX. Lame, lazy. It's AXE. I don't care. It's AXE. How do you spell battle axe? It's not BATTLEAX. It's AXE. Just saying. I'm just saying. Okay, it's a little closer. He's mustached, middle-aged, also middle-aged. The dude looks like he's just. He looks like that age. Okay. Hello there. You've succeeded at your attempt. Hi there. You've succeeded attributing your cleverness. Cheers. Well, like, I think he get or they, he, she. I don't know. Pardon me for my assumption. Were you being clever? Is this actually now I've got Fight Club in mind? Gosh darn it! How's that being clever thing working out for you? Let's see. Oh, too many iterations. Iteration, iterate. Wait, is that how the dialects end up getting it to terminate? Let's see. I'm gonna check my build here. Longsword, okay, and it's see. With a longsword. There we go. That'll help. And a hand axe. And axie. Actually, was doing some study on hand axe stuff earlier for some. I don't remember what it was. It's like I was talking with someone about like not etymology. I almost said biology. The arrangement of stuff on axes. Like there's a name for like everything there. I don't know why it came up. It does not want to do that. Let's see. And a hand axe. Oh, graciousness. That's actually frustrating, right there. That is actually a bit frustrating. This is worse than the double-sided sword problem I ran into. Because like the double-sided sword, a two-sided sword doesn't make sense. Like, why would you do this? Like as a practical thing, it doesn't make sense. But because you would want to have two separate angles of attack, not bind yourself to one thing, and you're just as likely to cut yourself. Oh yeah, it's 1.5. Unfortunately, my system does not do the 2.1. Is that what it is now? STXL. It does not do STXL. It's 1.5. I don't know why I said 2.1 brain, but yeah, no, STXL. So I do not do XCSL because my computer does not have it. It's got a 2070 NVIDIA card. So it's the sort of thing where it does 1.5, but SDXL is a little bit too far. So let's see. So and then the one that I'm working on in the top left here, I messed around with is yeah, no, likewise. So my card's got an 8 gig as well. So yeah. Like it'll do the NAND thing, and I tried doing the workarounds with the NAND checks. The black square, like the black thing and all that. Oh wow, I've been streaming for an hour now. That alert, by the way, is me telling myself that I've been streaming for an hour, or every hour. But yeah, so anyway, so yeah, the SDXL model. It ends up like when I do them, and actually some of the 1.5s that I've got, like, and you can't see them offhand there, but yeah, the 2.5 options, the VA. Actually, let me see here because I can show you. I actually have a specific overlay there for that, or not overlay, but item. Just make sure, and of course it's not the right one. It's cool. Give me just a moment. There you are. Okay. Let me pull it out. Where are you? I seem to have lost myself there. Oh, there. So you can see on that left side. I think it's probably a little small, but on the yeah. So as I pulled up here, you can see my console from there with a little more information than I should have given, but that's okay. Nothing deleterious, but yeah. And so let's see. Which one am I in? What am I looking for? Nano. Save it. Web UI dot. Is the SH or is it that bad? It's SH. I'm pretty certain. I could be wrong. No, I'm wrong. It's web UI dash user. That's what I was wrong about. Yeah, you can see there that I'm rocking both. Let me know if it's hard to read or if it's too small. Because yeah. Oh, what'd I do? Yeah, I've done a bit on that one for my export command line args. I even did the mead VRAM. I forgot about that. That I did the medium VRAM to try and see if I can help with that too. So I tried a few things. Obviously Xformers, you know, but no half VAE, no half precision full. And that's just like do the anti-nan. But I don't want to do the anti-nan because it just will show black boxes. I don't want to save black boxes on my hard drive. Yeah, well, and I put that one on there because I was experimenting with it. I'd gotten a few where that was, you know, after doing the due diligent research. I had tried to do, you know, I was like, you know, let's try and see. And again, I haven't completely cut over to or from DALL-E for my actual, shall we say, production stuff yet. Away from DALL-E to my local instance yet, because I want to, but because there's a lot of still work and stuff on it. And I digress. But yeah, the precision one was mostly kind of as an experiment on there. I don't remember what it was about. Yeah, I don't remember what it was. You know what, I need to do this a different way. There we go. Oh no! I'm just to be clear, nor am I. Like that's the thing is that like with this area of stuff, I mean, like there's no, I don't think there really is anyone who would sagely call themselves an expert on this stuff. Like it's just so much to it. Like and that is the as far as I'm concerned, and again, I'm not like really plugged into the community of it at large or anything like that myself, but just kind of having played with it substantially. But that is the notion that we're working on. That's the fun part about being on the bleeding edge of stuff. Like the bleeding edge of stuff is that we're all just a bunch of tinkerers who keep breaking it and then finding solutions for the things we break. Like this is why, you know, why I'm like, yeah, Linux, woo! I'm doing the Linux thing. Why? Because again, the cut of my jib is I'm a tinkerer who breaks stuff. I have been my entire life, and it's just it's fun. It's fun. It's useful. It's just a matter of yeah, just figuring this stuff out. It's what one does, right? Like, but no worries there about the claim of expertise. It's more just a like. I don't know what I'm doing. No one does. Anyone know what they're doing? No. We're all pretending. We're all faking it, right? But, yeah. Ow! Gosh darn it! Like whiteboard. Whiteboards are useful. That is an overstated. All right, so I think I might use a technique here that I've been not using because I'm scared of it because it's more involved than I wanted to be. But because there's a in paint, yeah. So you like, I don't know if you mess with the in paint stuff at all, but I was just reading on it from one of the various many well done facts slash tutorials on the matter. And there's like an in paint thing where like you basically mask out the spot and you just like tell the thing to fix it. And so honestly, what I need to go do, because I've gone through, speaking about Tinkerer kind of broken, I've gone through and like generated thousands at this point over the past month of images. It's basically been like wake up, start Stable Diffusion using automatic, quad ones, and going from there and just doing it over and over and over again. All the while I'm doing, other taskers. That's the fun part about it, is like put it on the boil, go do something else, watch, and then eventually it'll pop. That's why I actually have it. So the funny part about the entire stream, 150,000. Oh goodness gracious. I mean, it depends. It depends upon how you talk about that number. Like, because the thing is that for, say, like the DALL-E stuff, like for the stuff that I've called good enough, we had, and this is with a bad metric, but we had just shy of 1,000. But for each one of those images that I generated, it's this process of the go through, fix it, go through, fix it, go through, fix it. Of the 1.5, of the SD 1.5 process, if I had to give a solid number, I mean, as I said before, I would say thousands, maybe tens of thousands. So you got me well on there because I've only been like really working hard on it for like the past month. Wow. Gotcha. Yeah, yeah, and that's the thing. So like with my previous iteratives, this batch got messed up for some reason. With my previous iteratives, I ended up words brain. Nope, gone. I ended up being a little bit too generous myself. And it's one of those ones where it's like, the more you look at it, yeah. Yeah, totally. And that's the thing is like the more you look at it, it's like, well, no, I want my stuff to be good. I don't want to just throw it out there and call it good enough. I mean, I want it to actually be good, not cool. I mean, cool is cool. Don't get me wrong, but cool isn't the mere objective. It's let's get this to a quality standpoint. Let's get to this point where it's an actual like good quality product. Now that we've done the honeymoon phase, and it's the sort of thing where I kind of actually have seen that working and messing around on Civet AI and such like that. Because honestly, yeah, and I haven't done any uploading stuff on Civet AI. You know what? I honestly should. Like, I should go through and again, speaking about workflows, getting that workflow. I've been developing too many workflows, basically. Like you can see here, actually on this other tab here, I've got my Trello for like workflow stuff for the website. Because like the primary part where I use the AI generated content. Yeah, and the thing is the automated inpainting. That's something I am not familiar with. I mean, I know of the in-painting stuff. Like, this is where I'm at. Yeah, and I've done a few XYZ grids as well, and it is a severe learning process, and it's great. Honestly, it's great. It's one of those things where you get into that argument about the AI blah blah blah, AI generated images blah 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 thing, and you're like, do you understand how much effort's in there to make a good batch of images? Like, do you actually understand the technique? Because you don't if you're taking that attitude. Like, you just don't. Like, people who don't touch it don't know it. It's like, I'm still frustrated about some conversation I had like last year about this stuff. But anyway, yeah. So a detailer in. All right. You said originally that you have that you have a way better understanding of this stuff than I do. That's for darn sure. Just saying. A detailer. I'm gonna assume it's a typo, and I'm just going crazy. Nope, I'm not. Yeah, I mean, you know, I play around. All right, understanding. All right, I'm gonna do research on this later on, because that's yes, understood. It's funny how this sort of stuff works. Like, here's a word, here's a name. All right, well, I'm already okay. Let's take a look at what this stuff is. All right, that's it. In fact, actually, I pulled it over on the screen that's there. Oh no, there's more. All right, let's go back over here. Put notes in my notes page. Because that's actually where my notes page is, the OSS thing. Let's see. A detailer. Let's see. To research. A detailer. You said new detailer. All right. Duly noted. Because that was a struggle. Like trying to get the prompts to effectively not mangle the eyes and the hands, and even then they're still kind of ish. Like I was working with the prompts to fix it, and even then there's still plenty of times where it doesn't work. And some of them it does, but and that's I use the one that I've gotten used to using is the style pile is the one I use around. Ooh. And that lowered VRAM usage, yeah. I mean, well, it's one of those things where would I call myself familiar with them? I would say I'm familiar with the concept. I'm familiar with the concept. But it was like, but I want to just do a thing and, you know, like you said, pull it apart and try stuff like that. So, and yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, detection levels. I am still very much so now. Well, and it's that I've been playing around with it strongly for a month and just like day in, day out. But yeah, I'm still very much so a novice with what I'm trying to go for here. I actually didn't, honestly, I thought, I honestly thought it was going to be easier than it was, than it has been. The amount of like poking around at it and stuff like that. Oh. Okay, cool. 150,000. I'm stuck on that. That's a big number. I'm like, I'm running into like thousands. I'm like 10, maybe 10,000. I'm like, this is a lot. You're like 150,000. Well, then again, I mean, it's more than some people, but not more than most, or more than most. I don't know. Run into the idea of the amount of I mean, I mean, I think that my system itself, like my primary system here, the one that I'm using to stream and all that, I think it could, but I'm actually running the words, running the Stable Diffusion as a server off of a headless Arch distro or Arch installation. Someone posted an interesting unidentified. I would post 20 images that got. Oh wow. Okay. You know, the funny part is that okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Just like pops up. I still don't like this song. I need to like blacklist this song or something off this list. I'll spare the rant, but I don't like the song for reasons. They're not big reasons, just reasons. But yeah. Let's see. We don't need this guy open for the moment. Oh no, we do need that guy open. What we don't need open is this. Okay. Yeah, yeah, and I've got some buds that are very much so like, yeah, Midjourney is the way, and I'm like, yeah, but actually, obviously, as you can see, that one that I've been using, the one that's my current like failover for production level stuff is DALL-E. I appreciate DALL-E because it's useful in a way, but I also hate it. Which is what pushed me to go more towards the FOSS option of Stable Diffusion for SD, because I personally am more about the free and open source stuff. It's more of a, for me, I mean, at this stage, yeah, I'm kind of in a financial bind for various reasons, so, you know, paying for stuff isn't an option, but it's more of a philosophical position. Yeah, totally. And then that's I mean, and it's one of those things where it's getting there is the way I want to say it on that. And I even watching it kind of like where I've been in the spot, it's like, wow, the process that's involved, like the manners. I honestly, you know, I have a bit of a head for like the development side of it. I might actually like one of these, like it's one of those parts where I don't want to say I'm thinking about jumping into the stuff because I don't have enough of a programming background. I say that, you know, in the like professional level programming stuff because I didn't want to get into that industry for reasons. But it's watching that development cycle of that, like watching the stuff, it's like, face swap option. Oh, okay. Yeah, and actually, so one of the things that's crazy about this is that like one of my goals right now in that face swap course sort of thing, and I'm going to take notes about those too, about that idea too, because where I want to go is I've got a bunch of like baseline images that I kind of created quite some time ago that I like the ideas of, but I don't like you know, details, right? And a lot of them, actually, the problem that I have with a lot of like the ones that I did generate over the course like back in November, like the ideas were cool. Like the ideas were cool, but the actual presentation wasn't up to snuff. And I going through and like upscaling them, right? I've seen like a lot of them, the eyes were doing their wonky things, and I didn't even notice them on the lower res. That sort of thing. And it's like going through and finding it's like, oh my goodness. But yeah, it's that sort of thing. I don't see it when you've got that backlog, like what you're talking about, you know, your 150,000 sort of thing. Like that's, I don't know, like going through that would be, yeah, I don't know, that's daunting. I don't even know like how you would go process it. Like the thousands that I have sitting behind me, it's daunting. It's like, okay, I need to stop and spend like a couple of days, like just, this is good, this is bad, this is good, this is bad. I would actually say a couple of days. It's probably a couple of hours for 1,000. You know, because it's just it's like 1 second or 1 to 5 seconds per, but it's a big number. So just like split them off into kind of where, you know, organizing them, that sort of thing. But it takes time and energy. Let's see. Yeah. Totally. And actually, so that's one of the things I have done. Usually for the style. Yeah, totally. And so you're actually going for more just like, what does the model present to you by its default? I did a bit of that earlier in the month of working on the stuff, like when I was shopping for models, basically. I actually settled down on RPG V5 and with a, at least for now, with a refiner at 80% of a polyhedron. Because those two seem to be kind of work for the visual style I was looking for. Plus, with style pile, you know, all that types of stuff there. So, but no, I see the usefulness. I definitely see the usefulness though in doing it that way. And like you said, your goal was to present 20 images off of like from your known solid stuff, and go from there. So I would actually make the argument that perhaps, you know, throwing out those negative, you know, or including those negatives, like those negative ineffectual images, is actually you're actually honestly you're actually doing a community service, like including the negatives there, like the bad ones, like in your context, the particular use case scenario that you were applying it to, like for a, you know, a production scenario, you gotta have this super involved. But. Yeah. Dragon. Well, I wanted to do more mix up to it, but the problem is that when I mixed it, they didn't really go the way as I wanted to up there. So I like the more direct mix of them. Actually, for me, the next step, honestly, for me, is to build my own, you know, to make my own model, or yeah, to generate my own model there. I mean, it's there. Train the own model or whatever it is. Like do that setup, but I need to do a lot of figuring out. And I got a specific person who I'm working with who's got the artistic hand, who's got a lexicon that he's willing to throw in for working on a model and trying to do that stuff to get the stuff a certain thing. Unfortunately, he managed to get stabbed in the hand, so that kind of complicates that entire process. You know, somebody who's got at least some artistic talent. It's like, yeah, so can you do this art thing for me? Well, I can't. I got stabbed in the hand. Son of. Yeah, merges are super quick. Merges are super quick. Even just like the base merge, I was doing a little bit of research into it, and I said that's kind of like my next like real build up on it. But merges don't seem like they're too much. It's just one of those things where it's a matter of like figuring out kind of how to do. I saw a really cool. I don't remember whose it was, which sucks because I should remember it. But there's this really cool one there. Not familiar with the term MBW. No, I can't say have because it's saying leverage super merger. So, done using blocks instead of the whole thing at once. Oh, okay, cool. What was the other one? Oh, I can't remember. There's a. Gotcha. Blocks is in separate blocks of data. Tracking. Yeah, no, okay. There's this other one. Oh, and they specifically had a specific merger that they were talking about. I don't think it was super merger either. I think it was. And this is why one's supposed to make sure that you keep good notes, because otherwise you lose information when you're trying to talk about the thing. Shoot. I think I closed that page too. Oh no, I didn't. I'm just not. Let me see if I can find it. Or did I? Darn it. Yeah, no. Actually, that's an interesting spot that you pointed out to me though as well. Like, getting more attention. Like, no, anyway, that's a future me problem. But yeah, I can't remember the name of the thing. There was a guide that I was looking at, and I was following through on it. It got a little long-winded at a certain point, but and it was on Sipid AI. Like the author of it was like super apologetic about it. I can't. They did a really great job on it. I can't remember the name of it either. That sucks. Because that actually was a really useful document that I stumbled upon, and I can't. I can't even remember what it was. Oh, that is sad. That is actually sad. Oh, no wonder it's not doing the things I expected to do. I didn't set my settler stats to my the expected amount. Started the computer. Block data. Yeah, I can't remember for the life of me what that one I was looking at was, but it's okay. Let's see. Yeah, the only thing that I start kind of concerning about though, thinking about like getting to the block data idea is like, so are you, and do you end up like looking at the source images? And not that that's a bad thing. It's just more of a like, at that stage, it feels like that training should be what's being done. And I understand that training is more or less like taking images in mass, like in mass, and just exposing the model to what you're, the type of images you're looking for. Like, this is the output I want, sort of thing. I bet it's a little bit more complicated than that, but I know that for, say, fine-tuning the GPT models via the API, that's pretty much the gist of what you're doing. You got a specific format that you need to present it with, right? But you can just basically package that information up and then send it out to train it to train. But you want to have thousands of entries to do this, and for weaker hardware, it will take a while. Like, it'll take a while because you have to like digitize more or less in a manner of like make those markers. Like, the process is automated. It's already developed, right? But it's like the system itself has to go through and pull out the markers that's built and that sort of thing. And again, I don't know all the details of the process itself. I know it's honestly one of those ones where I know it's not excessively complicated by the nature of it. I mean, you look at how many models that are out there, right? People doing it in mass like that shows that it's not like insane, if that makes sense. Just categorically, it's like, not everyone is, say, making a full out model, right? Like the SD level type of model, but lots and lots of people are training the model. So what does that say? That the process itself isn't excessively complex. And again, that's not dismissive about the complexity, the challenge levels to it and all that. It's just level of complexity. You're not having to go through and get a 4-year degree to to do it. Yes. Well, and even when you can see the differences, the differences themselves might only be a fluke. Yeah. Definitely get where you're coming from there. And I just had to break something 1 second because I had something weird go on. Well, when I say 1 second, I mean as in like for me to get back in that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's one habit I've gotten bad at, honestly. Like, terrible at is doing like, I've gotten stuck on a seed. That's basically what it comes down to. Is I found a seed that did something I really, really liked, and I got stuck on it. Which is, again, that is bad that I got stuck on that one seed. Yeah, it does. No, it totally. It's one of those ones where I noticed this happened some time ago. I noticed it happened, and I'm going, you do know what you're doing here, right? Like, you do know what you just did to yourself by making that choice, by going in that direction. What you chose here is not good. It's like, yeah, but the one seed, it did the thing we wanted it to do. It made this cool person, and we like the cool persons. Stay with the cool person. You say that, but that is not a good choice. And so it's not like I'm going like slamming my fist at the table. I must use this one seed. It's more just like, yeah, but this one seed did the thing I wanted, and then it fails on everything else. Oh, darn it! Oh, you got. So one of the processes that I'm working on requires me to use, well, not requires, but I want to use the upscaler for the stuff I pull it from DALL-E, edit it down to kind of fit where I want it to be, and then throw it in the upscaler for from the Stable Diffusion. Yes. Why is it changing? Why is it the same thing? Why are the eyes always broken? Why is it wrong? In whatever fix. Yeah, geez. So the part that's kind of intimidating me though is that like as I'm looking at it, so now I'm starting to get like the generalized idea that I'm looking for like where things are. Now I have to develop more workflow off of that, and I don't know how I feel about that. I'm just happy for 10 fingers. Yes, yes, yes. Which is exactly why it's like, all right, so like where I've finally gotten that sort of thing fairly consistently, off the same seed, off the specific like prompt, off the, you know, all the things. It's starting to, you know. Oh, you just blew my head up. No, I don't want to think about that. It's good. I don't even know in painting. Like I know what it is, right? And I'm familiar kind of with the idea, like the mask. Like I get the technique, right? But I'm still scared by it. Like I'm at that phase where it's like I look at it and I go, I don't know, man. I don't know. This is scary. This is a lot of work. So now that is also part of the process. See, that's the thing, is that like I don't want to like. Because what ends up happening is that, so we get that point, like my brain, this is what I'm thinking is, so I get to where I've got a collection of the stuff that I call good enough, right? And I have to put them all in the separate folder for where they're going. And then now I have to use in-painting on those to fix all the problems. And 1.5 upscale, 800 by 640. I thought that the model was based around, and you say roughly, so I track and not precise, but I thought the model was built around like for 1.5. I thought it was built around 512. Well, 512 by 512. But 800 by 640 works pretty well by what you're saying. Because that was actually, oddly enough, when you popped in, that was actually the experiment process that I was working on. Was I tried 1024 by 1024, but yeah. Yeah, fair. Well, and I was using the like when you popped in, the 1024 was what I was using. And it had some of the expected glitches, but yeah, I can see popping up to 800 by 640. Make it sense. Now I'm tempted to see what happens. I'm tempted to put that as my next attempt is 512 by 5,120. I don't know if this will work, but I'm tempted to try it now. I know it won't work very well, but I'm doing it. After I get to my upscales, then I will have to see what happens if I try 5120. I mean, I expect it'll break in one way or another. Probably the NAND thing. Watch, like I do it and it's like absolutely perfect, immaculate. Like, what the heck? This is supposed to be good. Oh no, I'm gonna use all my tokens for today on this. But I'm not interrupting the current run because I want to see. Like the thing is that yeah. Noise. Well, there's a difference between upscaling. I think is there not? Is there not a difference between upscaling and just like setting the resize to? It's resized to. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I guess you're. Yeah. Okay. I understand the concepts. I understand. I'm grasping. I'm getting it. I'm understanding. I think I'm understanding. I'm pretending I'm understanding. Let's take a look at what the console is looking like. Oh, I don't need that open. But yeah. Latent space. Okay. Okay. Yeah. And for that part, that I'll end up using. There's the the extras tab, right? That's actually one of the things I'm waiting on it to use is that I've got 2 items that are ready for upscaling, and I do use the 4x. I think you can use base image available. Yes. Oh wait. You add noise to it, and then you make it. Yes. Okay. Yeah. It's one of those parts where it's like, okay, I get you. I wouldn't necessarily said it that way, but I get that. The adding noise to it. That's just part of the process. Like because that's the we're going to the sampling method, and that sort of thing, right? The noise is the sweet spot for 1.5. And then you add noise. Okay. So you're talking about an additional. So you go like upscale with the image that you're using. Let's see, I'm gonna use you. Skip the upscaler model, straight to the latent space. And that's where we get into the latent upscaler option. Yeah, okay. I am mostly tracking about the process itself. Just one of those like. It just shows me how much more I have to learn. Yeah, and I feel like there's got to be a way, with the 8 gig cards. There's got to be a way with the 8 gig cards. I haven't figured it out myself, but there's got to be a way with the 8 gig cards to get it there. There has to be. There just has to be. Is this Civet AI of scalars? Okay. Yeah, I was honestly kind of like that was a spot that I was not confused about. It was more like I was more looking for or hadn't found the answer. Like it was I know what upscalers are, right? 4x ultra sharp type thing, all that. But I couldn't find any effective upscalers. And I was like, other than the default ones. I'm like, there's got to be more, but where are they? I hadn't really figured out where they were. So good to go. Appreciate that one. That resource is definitely noted. And yeah, and see, that's one of those spots where it gets kind of weird. Because like I don't know, and this is the kind of the spot where I'm still trying to figure out, shall we say, the visual voice of the Stellar Dragons website, which is what all this process is about and around. Stellar Dragon Games, right? Is to like this process is trying to find a visual voice for the site still. Yeah, definitely tracking you. Definitely tracking you. I know it works. When you come in with pretty much anything, it's like it just. I actually has a buddy of mine's well for the site Soren has a has a profile pic that he uses, right? For sure. Yeah. No, and I'm definitely tracking that. Like it's one of those ones, like I was saying, is that there's different visual voices that are applied and to the different types. Well, for one thing, I just don't know what they are. But for another thing, for the ones that are, the ones that are default, but also for whatever you might find out there, right? Like you're saying, like animated ones versus. So that's a total, like, yeah, that is neat is the word I want to use, for sure. For sure. This one's a small one, so I want to do 4 size resizing. Oops. Oh no, I accidentally duplicated the page. That is not what I wanted to do. Rename you. There you go. There you go. Oh. Technically, what I'm doing is very, very, very bad, but try to determine that is kind of a challenge for sure. Like I know the idea of what we're going for, but I don't have a precise bead on like the details, and like some experiments fail harder than others. All right, somebody decided to ape off of Dune. This is a Bart. Yeah. So basically, that's kind of what it does. Like, so it allows more natural conversation for generation for DALL-E. And so it allows that sort of back and forth there, as opposed to being a little bit more bare bones kind of into it. That Stable Diffusion as a whole is more, raw. So like, you're with GPT, you can go, hey, here's this idea of a picture I'm talking about. Figure it out. It'll come up with, and sometimes it'll show it to you, sometimes it won't, but it'll come up with a prompt that it'll run to its own internal system with DALL-E. The biggest problem I have with the ChatGPT and DALL-E is that they have a lot of like curating of their own internal stuff. So that's what GPT does bring to the fore, but it's also a super weakness, because if I say, try and draw a savage wilderness, or draw me a savage wilderness, it'll say, well, that violates our policies, because I used the word savage. Not because the context of the word savage, but because I used the word that was a forbidden word. That I don't like that. I don't. If I'm using the descriptive word, I'm using the descriptive word for a reason. Don't take it away from me. It also abjectly refuses to display the potentiality of violence. So, if we have a battle scene, and it's like these people are fighting and he's cutting the guy's head off, it'll say, no, I won't do that. Or another one I ran into was, I was talking about a rogue, we're talking D&D context, right? Yeah. And that's honestly like that. Talk about philosophical considerations. My answer to that sort of thing is no. I don't like your services if you're doing that. Like, that's not your job. Yes, yeah, and actually that's one of my processes. It's not technically GPT, it's an LLM, right? It's like, for example, Llama. I was playing around with that some time ago. The problem I had was that at least the one that I was using, and again, it needed way more everything, and I had other processes I needed to work on at the time. It has it was like super slow. It was like really, really chintzy and stuff like that. Like really chintzy. Like it was really like, but I do want to see about at some point, shall we say, more abstraction layers for locally hosted stuff. And by that I mean, as in, as you said, working with an LLM locally to, or have a local instance of an LLM like Llama, that sort of thing. Yeah. And I really, it's one of those ones that I'd have to spend a concerted amount of dev time on that process, which is an effort that I have to put towards kind of other things to a certain extent too. I've got as one does, I've got other things that one needs to work for. All right. So I did that thing. And then I'm going to put this to, I am going to do this 5, 1, 2, 0. Okay, the max it'll let me do is 2048. I wonder if I do 2048 times 2. Let's do it. 2048 times 2. So it'd be like 5 hours later. Oh, it ran out of memory. It tried to allocate 2 gigs, which when I had 1.18 gigs free. See, this is another one that I want to experiment into. This max split size MB. But to flip back over, because actually I did want to continue that line of thinking about the LLM. DALL-E Diffusion model do that with 8 gig. Gotcha. Oh, I got you now. Hey, look, all right, you can't blame me for trying, okay? Whoa, why is that doing that? Okay. Oh, okay, so my base 512. My base is actually 512. That's why I didn't show that earlier. Oh, okay, cool. Tile diffusion. Do I or don't I? No, in any case, the goal, I actually don't necessarily see that being tile diffusion. That's a conversation for later. I'll put it that way. For now, it's yeah. I'm just thinking about it. I just wanted to see what the maximum that I could get away with it before I broke it. What was that we were talking about earlier? We said 800 just offhand, trying to do a different resolution to it. 800 by 640 was your idea. Which one of the what you've been using there? Let's see what happens. Well, I mean, it won't break this time. I know that much. So does that mean that I could do? I'll have to think about that some more. Okay. Anyway. But yeah, back to the LLM conversation point though. But yeah, I also wanted to try and see about getting working on engaging with GPT via API. So because and there's a difference between Chat GPT and API GPT or GPT via API. Because they're different. They follow similar but different rules. So you've got a lot more nuanced control over the API application, but the API has a one-by-one cost. Like, so when you use tokens, is when they charge you. And actually, my previous project that I was working on in Mass was getting GPT to Do they charge you for that? Or do you charge? Well, you said you've got like, is it your own Twitch pod? Did you develop it, or? Because we're in this space now where I have to ask questions like that. I can't actually make assumptions about the origin of things. I love it. No, I actually do adore that. Because there's the oh yeah, where'd you get it from? No, I made it. That's the world we're in, that I'm in now, and I love it. Actually, it's the way it's supposed to be. I should have been in that world freaking 20 years ago, but shut up, you stupid Ko-Fi bot. Look, okay, again, that's just there to tell me it's been an hour past. I haven't figured out how to change that. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, so it's your yeah. Okay, yeah, tracking. Well, I mean, and as you saw earlier, yeah. Oh, okay. Cool. I mean, well, as you see, I mean, I'm able to specifically leverage the stuff myself, because I do have that. I mean, I don't have it up right now, but for a bunch of stuff, I've got like, GPT stuff that are doing. But you can't really use completions with batches. But I also have set up. There's completions, but there's also what's the other one called? I just spaced it. The conversation one, and they actually have it where it's the same for the reactionary one's the same price between the two, but for the honestly batching is insanely cheap. And with the release of 4.0, I have to give them credit where it's due. As much as I make bits about them, 4.0 is very, 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 very economical and super high quality. So, because it's still based off the 4 model, but it's also way cheaper than for GPT or for API usage, API calls, than what 4 was. And it was actually really bad. Well, 4 Turbo technically. I mean, it's one of those spots where like the price point for the previous endeavor, which was using 4, was like 20-30 bucks for like 30 articles, which was doubling the price of the articles effectively, versus GPT, which doing the 1 or 2 the 2 that I've done so far on it, it's like 5 cents for the batches, 5 or 10 cents for the batches. It's insane. It is still a lot more than 3.5 turbo. True. And if you're using the live action, like the reactive one, like the immediate reactive one, they charge you through the backside. They're literally like arm and leg style for using any of the 4 variants. But using batch mode is actually, it's showing that it's, at least with my preliminary, right, over that I finally got around, like finally built out, totally worth it. Thread, okay, there we go. Threads versus completions versus batch. And batch you can use, there's the 2 variants you can use. One is completions, and I don't remember what the other one is. But yeah, and the thing is that I have to say that it is that, just kind of on that notion of the price point between the 2. Yeah, but you get what you pay for. Is the bottom line, is where it comes down to. So like if you want quick content that kind of gets the idea, then 3.5 is what you use. If you want good content, you use 4. Like if you want stuff that's not just a hard summary, yeah, you use 4. Because I did for months there use 3.5, and in hindsight I shouldn't have been. I was being a cheapsake where I shouldn't have been, and I mean it cost us some problems, because the entire quality content thing for back in March killed the main site, which is why we moved to Starter Dragon Games, was to basically get a clean start with a different type of content that the search engine would like. Now the other stuff was still useful, but it wasn't as like SEO, which screw that notion. But it's their world at this point. Oh, that's awesome. No, that is sweet. That is a sweet bit of integration right there. Oh no, we're about to die. You could probably go a step further with some of the stuff that's out there. I don't know how fast though the audio like generation is, but that is awesome. I haven't done anything near that interesting, to be honest. But then again, I mean, now you got me thinking, like, maybe I should, like, all right, well, that's happening now. Let's see. Where did I already? I would have been. I'd be surprised if I didn't already have it. Oh, I don't. Darn it. Let's see. Local LM RC EG Llama. Let's see. Yeah. Right. Look, I'm working on that process, okay? It just takes some time to get to the point where you've got the millions of dollars, right? And my one buddy that would have been able to invest in stuff got kind of, well, got in some trouble. So, although that other one I probably could reach out to, but that has strings that I don't want to use. So, there's that other no, darn it, you're making me think of the directions of like, well, let's see. So whose spleen do I need to sell to make this happen? Yes, spleen. Why spleen? Spider-Man reference. Technically Venom reference, but you know. But yeah, whose spleen could I sell? I mean, there is a neighbor who keeps on annoying me. I'm not that much of a psycho. I mean, I may be wearing a Hawaiian style shirt and all, but there are limits to my thing. Let's see, integration of LM with games, e.g. RimWorld, Legends. Like a tour guide. I that idea that you're running there, like a tour guide? Question mark. I don't know if I'm actually gonna get to those them like get to those them. Jeez, brain, ow. Get to those as a immediate sort of thing, but that's still a fun idea. Actually, there's one guy. Speaking of the video stuff, if you're familiar with like World of Darkness or TRPGs type thing, there's this one fella YouTuber, Trillium V, who uses that stuff pretty substantially. Let me type that, Trillium V. YouTube. And in the descriptions, he actually has like the model, like the actual name of the stuff he's using there. And I'm not saying one should or shouldn't. I'm just saying like the information's there. So, and it's one of those like, you know, sharing is caring or something, and blah something. I don't know. Like I may be a node that's disconnected from, shall we say, the conceptual consensus of the stuff, the community at large of the stuff, because I'm pretty isolationist myself. The fact of the matter is that yeah, when given the opportunity, my little hidey hole. But yeah, just thinking. Okay. Added stuff to more stuff to my docket. Thanks. Please include the long sword. It really doesn't want to include the sword in the picture. This is the sort of thing where why I want to like go way more, or why I want to get better and do the local hosted stuff, all the stuff in my own control. It's because they've got a lot of stuff at the back end that I don't know. I don't know how they're doing all the things that they're doing. I don't like the fact that I don't know how they're doing all the things that they're doing. I hate the fact that I don't have the opportunity to know what they're doing. I also have to say that as a philosophical level, I don't care for for how they are. Because, well, you name your company OpenAI. Yeah. Now, to be fair, they did recently do some release of some of the stuff, at least a public version of it, but it's still, yeah. Really now? I haven't been. I saw that there were some releases, and I actually haven't been tracking as well as I could, as well as I should, considering how much I use the tag. But I've been too busy using it rather than tracking the stuff. So, I'm trying to like figure out ways to use it in new, interesting manners. But I mean, my hot take on the matter though is that this idea of these safety teams on these tech platforms, not generally a good thing. Not generally a good thing. It's a bit of a hot take, I know, but it's one of those ones where it's like, what do they add? Well, they add safety. No, they add newspeak, curation of words and concepts. Well, they provide. They're another HR. It is intriguing, and as I said, my own background is actually IT support and the related concepts thereof, like just the myriad, IT generalist is the perspective there. So, as well as dabbling in a whole bunch of other stuff, but yeah, and so it is intriguing for sure, but it's also one of those ones where there's two sides of the coin. And the result of the world that builds is not a good world as far as I'm concerned. Having these corporate oversight type stuff, it's like, who are you? Well, it's our technology. We can do it. Yes, you can, but should you? It makes me think of bloody Jurassic Park. Too busy thinking about could you, and not enough about should you. Well, we can live in that sort of world, right? We can live in that sort of world, but should we? I like reading and playing in the ideas of cyberpunk. I don't want to live in a cyberpunk dystopia. And this sort of stuff is like, yes, we're going in that road. I'd rather avoid it personally. Let's see. Let's try one more go on this thing though, because it kind of got it, but then it didn't generate a hand axe. And going more than 3 loops into it is kind of, yeah. I mean, that's kind of what the answer is. It's just like, what do you want from me? It's like, all right. Yeah. But I also will say that the technology shouldn't be levered or shouldn't be curated in such manners. It's akin to like trying to do and they did. The folks with the levers of power did exactly this with the printing press, and I would say that LLMs, and including but not limited to derivative technologies, the diffusion models, are a opportunity of another. It's a printing press level evolution of technology. I would say that the technology that we're sitting on right now, that we're just playing around with right now, has the equivalency, or let me make that statement a little bit more vague, has the potential equivalency. Because the truth is that it's a potential we're talking about, has the potential equivalency of being a new printing press in ramification for society at large. Well, true. And I would say that some people have. The question is, are they the right people who have or have not? Are they getting in on the ground and tainting the pool, as it were? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, and this is part of the entire pushing a bit too hard on that is why I moved away from Windows as as my daily driver. I wanted to anyway. It was just the final push for me was when it was well, we're gonna now push the LLMs directly into the operating system where we've got it curated. It's like, no, thank you. No, thank you. And this is before the recent releases. This is 6-8 months ago where I was working for Microsoft actually directly. And I'm like, yeah, I don't like that. Like, I'm not going to participate in that. Thanks. Like where it becomes the de facto with Windows 11 stuff. Well, aside other issues, but for Windows 11 and for the entire option of like pushing the you got me silently nodding that. Actually, I drive a manual. Just kind of to make the point. Similar, like down the line of your metaphor, and I understand we're talking metaphorically. Also possibly literally, but metaphorically. Yeah, I drive a manual. I drive a stick for a reason. I drive a 4-banger manual transmission for a reason. And it does come down to control. It actually does come down to control over the device. Because, you know, and I will say that the philosophical ramifications of the mass adaptation of automatic transmission directly reflects and is reflected on by the civil society at large. I assume, and I'm going to use that term here, I assume that you're familiar with idiocracy. Nice. Well, they actually, for a lot of vehicles, there's an ABS off. You like money too? We should hang out. I don't really like money, but I accept it as a means to an end. I like it only so far as I don't know what. Actually, my opinion about money is kind of like it's mixed. Oh, that's a reference. I know that's a reference. That's a reference that I just made. Oh, my brain. I need to sleep more. That's what it comes down to. It's like being a freaking workaholic, like working 20. Well, it's not 20. It's this past week I stopped. Like, but I have been working on like the website stuff and all the developmental stuff and all this stuff for like. Yes. Sleep about 4 hours, 2, 3, 4 hours a night. I'm still recovering from that choice because I'm not as young as I used to be. Also, yes, this is coffee and it is currently like late night where I'm sitting. Or I guess you could call it late night. I'm not gonna sleep tonight or something. Yeah, gosh darn it. Oh. What am I looking at? Oh yeah. I basically just bullied the LLM into into doing the thing I wanted it to do. Because I'm like, so what does a hand axe look like? Well, it looks like this. Okay, why does he have a pick then? I'm sorry. Yeah, you should be. And it still didn't do it. It didn't like the fact that I was picking on it. He's got a sword that he's holding by the. All right, that's not gonna work. I'm gonna just burn all of my tokens for today on this one. I swear. So yeah, and this is the other reason why I want to get the thematics for Stable Diffusion in line, is because then I can actually like not have a force limitation from tokens. Hmm. Yeah, I've got a few that I would call good enough. You've seen kind of some of them. They're all right. The only problem with this is that it's like, well, you know, that's what I'm doing wrong. No, that's what I'm doing wrong. Um, is it actually you can do? It's weak though. It's not like as awesome as like some of the stuff you can do, like with the thing. But yeah. Um, please. Um, what the? Oh wow. Yeah. The thing is that I get the convenience of Windows. And I get the convenience that Photoshop has with that. Yeah. No, I'm definitely tracking that. The technology, not no. I don't know what I was trying to say there. My brain short circuited in the middle of the thought process. Um, mhm. Well, and I wonder. I would assume that they probably use somebody else's model and then jumped off it, like trained it, and then probably trained it badly, or trained it too generically. Because with like Adobe's, what their goal would of course be would be a super generic, right? And models as are have to be specialized. That is sometimes how you have to do it. Sometimes you have to do it. I am going to go insane here. Let's see, 2 weapons. Let's just see if I start yelling at it, making it forget the previous conversations every time. Region prompting. So I don't fully understand that. Like, I don't fully understand it. I kind of get the idea, like you're talking, but how would you talk about that? 2. I'm actually not even frustrated. I'm just like, I'm just gonna do it. I don't care anymore. I'm more just tired. And the coffee is not as effective as it should be. Yeah, it's like, okay, I'm gonna do the same thing over. Maybe it'll be good enough for him. All right, sword in one hand. Have you ever used break in a prompt? You are way more advanced than me. So no, I don't. I don't know like what I mean, I'm kind of assuming by the term, but no, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no, you're good. I don't know if I actually don't even know how I've tried to. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I don't mind the least bit. Okay. And from the brief gist of what I was reading there is that break would be how you would say the top is this, that the thing is this. Gotcha. Which in turn means that we would want to have. So the one part that's weird to me is, so you would say like the left right side of the person, the right side of the person, to kind of give it a effective coordinate, if I understand. So I should actually be specifying, even without necessarily directly using that technique, which duly noted, 100% duly noted. I appreciate that. Thanks. Even without doing that, using the concepts there, were more primitive activities. As a hard separation between concepts of prompt, like how joint ideas, comma separates. Yeah. Didn't know about the dash. Yeah, did not know about the dash, but understood. There are operands. Like that's the level of understanding we're at the moment. Is there are operands. But definitely tracking. So hard separation, so breaks. Gotcha. Okay. Understood. Okay. Well, that's another note to be made. Let's see, where are we at? Oh, we're still. Which I know about, comma, dash, break. You see, that's one of the parts that's honestly irritating about the LLMs in general, is that things that are rationally inferable, as weird as the way it is to say it, there's a weird way that is to say it, is like this concept here, right? And running off with where you're saying. Is difficult for the LLM to comprehend. So you end up in this space where you have to have these very. It reminds me of. I'm gonna date myself here, but it reminds me of like cutting from the Dewey Decimal System type environment to search prompts or search Boolean searches. Like for the iterative process to it. So I definitely get that. Okay, so because I just broke my brain, by the way. It's just so you know, because I can see so much power in that. So much power in that. Oh my goodness. Okay. Ah. Yeah, totally. And that's actually what I just did. I mean, it's not exactly what I'm looking for. Also, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Also, not the right style. That's definitely not the right style that I'm looking for. Oh man. It broke. Oh, that is ridiculous. All right. Well, we're in the right way, and the thing is that there's like no control with DALL-E. There's no control. You don't have, in comparison between the two environments, you don't have any control. Like, it's the sort of thing. That is a weird ask, but I'm gonna go for it anyway. Are you familiar with the Hacker's Manifesto? No, I know, but I'm gonna do it. Probably gonna get in trouble for doing it, but I'm doing it. I won't do the live. I'll spare you the live reading of it, but yeah. The bit and the bod. Like, it's the sort of thing where and you have it coming from IT security background. I'd be surprised if you're not super familiar with it, actually, because that's where where I'm coming from with it. Candles for fingers. Nice, very, very nice. And there's the ever-present 2600. But yeah, no, I've loved this stuff for my entire life because it's, well, I mean, it's fun. What do you want? Okay. So then, All capitals. Okay. It's capitals. But yeah. Oh, okay. Right. All right. Oops. So now I have to implement this idea across all of my let's see, for my testing prompts, because like it's the sort of thing where it's getting there. Oh, it's more of me trying to understand like more of the details there. Okay. It's that massive iteration. It's unfortunately it's the sort of thing that, I hate to say it, though I appreciate the nominal notion. It's one of those ones of like, yeah, but my understanding, my comprehension. So I can't actually I can't offload my comprehension. I wish I could. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wish I could. But yeah, so I already got some of the idea there. I just didn't know about things like the break. Probably gonna way overuse it. Well, these are actually, they're iteratives. Like these are all break. Holding. Yeah, well, it's like you do the thing and then you wait and you see it and you wait and then you see it and then you wait. Well, you modify it. It's again, it's iterative, right? It's all iterative, and it's like over and over. And I enjoy it. And this is the part that's the most amazing part about the LLM stuff as a whole. And again, any permutations of it. It's the most amazing part about it is how fast iterations go. Be it in coding, be it in building the images, be it in everything. I mean, even struggling with the GPT stuff, it's still, with what I'm currently messing around with there on the LLM side of things. Even this issue, right? And I'm actually going to end up pulling this one, copy image, because I think it's redeemable in some way. Because all he's got has all his fingers, right? So, but yeah, well, and that's the fun part. So, like, what I've actually ended up doing is that I produced, or while I set up the overlay for OBS, like, it's actually sitting resident on my screen, showing me stuff that I like. Like the thing that's in the bottom left there, that is the actual, like, the important, strong information from the generative image. That's as much for me as for someone who might be viewing it. It's literally a tool for me to use, because it's out of the corner of my eye. I can see it now. I can go do other stuff while it's doing its thing, and I can see it kind of iterate through that sort of thing. Now, of course, at this point, I threw the console part up for your sake, but yeah. Oh, sorry, you got pulled up. I didn't see. Yes, I have actually. I messed around with those. I ended up liking instead using, and again, we're here. Do I have it already set up? Otherwise, it'll take me a second. Show you a little bit more, because I don't mind showing it off. It's like, it's not like it's. I mean, even if I were going, oh well, it's super secret information, like then I'm being lame, and I try not to be lame. So, the only things that I don't share are things like passwords, right? Access, API keys, and all of that. Those are obvious, right? But I'm talking about like general usage stuff. Psh. Let me see if I can find the right one for it, though. There we go. Gotta do a little bit of touchy. Oh no, I lost the thing I was working with. Oh no, I broke everything now. Proverbially. I didn't actually break everything, just made the thing go away. There you go. Alright. Oh, wrong one. Can I not grab the wrong one? There we go. Okay. All right, there we are. Oops, a little oversized. All right. All right. Anyway, sorry about that. Let's try to show the thing a little bit more dramatically. So yeah, where were we at with that line of thinking? So yeah, so I kind of messed up around with a lot of them, but what I was trying to say earlier before I got distracted there was the sequential prompts and all that stuff there. So I liked the subsequential prompts for kind of what I was looking for, rather than trying to do the, because there's the tools and info section, right? That has that transition, the morph 1, morph 2, adjust, bounce, and the bounce didn't really work out to the way that I liked when I was putting it directly in there. So, I mean, I could have been using it wrong, but yeah, no. So to answer that question, after being distracted for way too long on it, but yeah, to answer that question, yeah, no, I actually I did play around with that, and it was pretty neat. Honestly, it's one of those I'm familiar with. I'm not just familiar, I've practiced with it, but it's to the wayside for the moment for the transition stuff, because there are effectively higher priorities that we're working with, Yeah. So there's the balance where it swaps between words, and that's what. So the style pile here. So looking at the top right there, the style pile thing has it built in where there's parameters where you can use random A, random B, random C, and you can use like the subsequential prompts. So subsequential prompts plus the sequential prompts, it does all of these prompts, and in them it'll also add the switching between back and forth of these two. So male, female, right? Yeah, and I can see it being very functional. Like I also, for more stylisticy stuff, I have a handful. I need to add more, but or better ways to kind of do it. But I've actually have where I've got like random A, B, C, where it'll randomly pull long hair, short hair, done a ponytail, bun, middle length, like length type concepts. Type of color of skin sort of thing, dark skin, tan, toned, scarred, tattooed. There's different parts there. And then random hair, random eye color. Because I don't care, like detail wise, I don't care about the eye color. Like it's eye color. Like, yes, eye color does play a part in like things, but greater than 1.4. Yeah, so I actually on those ones up here. So Y is the one that's the gender stuff. I actually put it at 1.6 because it was not adequately showing between the two. Specifically for men, like it wasn't showing men as well. But the problem is I don't know if there's a way. Well, using what I'm using, I don't know if there's a good way to have it, because I tried messing around with it like on early sequences where I went in the positive prompts. I did the and what's the specific one with it? I did the flipping. See it bouncing? That's what it was, bouncing. With the A line B, in brackets. But it didn't really do it right, and so it's the sort of thing where I was trying to basically do, because the way I want it to work, honestly, is I wanted to do a bunch of iterations, and I want the iterations to swap between male and female, because I want one of each. I want to see it as a guy, and I want to see it as a gal. Like that's of the prompt, whatever prompt I'm doing, I want to see both the male and the female of it, because that's Yeah, and as I said, I had problems getting it to like really play with it. The style pile. It's a script. It's a script added in there that adds a whole bunch of like style element options to it, like things like that. It basically makes it easier to kind of work with some of the elements there. Things like the swapping, things like the sequential type prompts, like it helps with that. So as opposed to using batch, like the batch numbers, it'll just do it per batch, where you'll see, that's the thing that's annoying, is that this does not do that. It adds prompts for both, where it flips out for both male and female, and I think that was the problem I ended up running to ultimately, which is why I didn't take very good notes, but I was playing with it and it did not work for me. Was the kind of the bottom line, and that's probably why it did not work for me, because it was not doing it the way I wanted it to do, because it was doing that rather than like switching it properly, which was annoying, because I wanted it to switch between the two. And I still end up getting, because of the nature of the models, I still end up getting more female models than I do male, which it's annoying. Honestly, it's annoying. But it's one of those things, the target audience is the target audience, and it's not. It annoys me, because it's one of those things of like, can we just have where we're actually, we have the male character types and we have the female presentation character types. Like they're both cool. They're both awesome in their own way. No, we just have to just say only that goes into a weird direction of thought. But you get what I'm trying to say there. Yeah. Oh, exactly. Actually, that is entirely why, shall we say, a month in of concerted effort, why I'm going, I really need to. Actually, the start of the conversation was I need to start tuning my own models. Like that was the start of the conversation, like way back. but it got pushed to the wayside, and that's true for LLMs too. I actually did, yes. Well, depends upon what you mean. No, I get what you're saying. Like, we're talking the more. Yes, I do actually agree with you with the aesthetic between the two. Anime has its advantages, but the presentation of the Western style has something to it. Point that I'm getting is I get where you're coming, because most of the time, yeah, no, totally. Now you're making me think about when I did like those drawing classes way like 20 years ago, about that sort of thing where it had all those little things. That was a long while. That was a different life at this point, but yeah. I'm going with that. But yeah. Ultimately, it's the sort of thing where it's like it's the thing. Yeah. That just got me nodding. Like, yeah, no, I get that. Because of what you were talking about with regards to how MBW works, and my little splash research, what it shows is that it allows controlling of like that sort of fine-tuned control. Now, to get that fine-tuned control, it looks like it's proportionally complex, we'll say. But yeah, proportional complexity is irrelevant, right? As long as you can make it work. It's like, oh, it's really complex. When's that stopped us before, right? Oh, it's really hard. So, like, just do it. Just do the thing. Well, that's the thing, is that you do the complex thing now. That's fair. But you do the complex thing now so that you don't have to do the complex thing later on. See, that's what the entire like automation stuff is about. Is you do the hard work now so you don't have to do it later. Like, that's what innovation, necessity is the mother of invention, and laziness is the father. I don't know. I don't know if that's actually the way that the phrasing works, but yeah, you work hard now so you don't have to work on it later. That's basically what it comes down to. It's like, yeah, I need to. And now we go down the what's that one movie? It's a little after my time on these sort of things, but oh, come on, the one with the robots. Like, there's the robot later on, and he's like, humans are like basically literally live in like pods in a station thing. Yes. That sounds about correct. That's how the as you said before, the tinkerer mindset works. Is you go, all right. If I have a full, complete understanding, a mastery of this system, I can now do a little bit less work later on after, how many, like you said, 100,000 iterations. All right, now I have enough expertise so that I can do less work. This is how it works, for sure. I mean, even watching the generative in the corner of the eye, does look using break is way better. Oh my goodness. The thing is that like I've been looking at it as two separate processes between programming, because I was doing the programming stuff, and like the iterative, like the generative stuff, and it's like oil and water. What preview time using? What preview time are you using? Default, I don't know where to set that at. Probably in settings, I would presume. I don't think I can expose it right now. To 500 milliseconds. All right. Fair, but I don't know. Not using the full preview. Okay, I think I understand where you're going with it. Which I'd seen it on Now, I don't know where the setting is in automatic. I'd seen it on the other one I was using, the simple diffusion that I was first using before I found out about automatic. Let's see, but there's 2 settings for better per use. Okay. Oh, okay. Life printing method. Okay. Oh, you know what? That's probably, there's probably a search bar for a reason to help with stuff. All right. Let's see. Okay, I see where we're at now. Preview method T's. So what's the difference? Yeah, it was a prox NN. And TAC fast but low quality. That's fair. A prox cheap, super fast but terrible otherwise. Slow but pretty. I don't need slow but pretty. I don't need pretty. Let other people worry about pretty. I don't need pretty. Yeah, it's set at 1,000 milliseconds, which is a second. So, all right, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I appreciate that one because yeah, yeah. So like my eventual hope, and unfortunately, the things that worked out the way they did. Oh wow, that changed things a little bit. Whoa. Ah, you're gonna have me reload my UI? Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. I don't want to reload my By the way, that's precisely why I have precisely why. Well, no, it's fine. But no, that's precisely why I have oh wait, you can't see it because I blanked it out for the sake of the thing. Here, let me put it this way. Wait, what? Where'd it go? Why did it go away? Come back. All right. That's precisely why we have this. Yeah, I'll go a week because of it. Like legit, I'll go a week because of it. Because yeah. Like, it's to the point of where my roommate's like, you never turn your computer off. I'm like, no, I don't. Which is terrible. But yeah, yeah, let's see. So let me just make sure. Let me make sure I did properly do my due diligence. Although I gotta wait for, don't I have to wait for, do I want to wait for it? How much time is left on it? Oh, no, I don't have to wait for it. It got interrupted. Oh, okay then. Fine. Oh. Oh no, okay, what the? Everything's broken. What did I do? Use the PNG info to start with a template. Yeah, okay. But PNG must be something like an a detailer. Okay. Okay. Yeah, again, I'll have to offline because like the sort of thing is that the amount of research that poking into the AT detailer, it's not like it's like you said, it's probably not going to take me an insane amount of time, but it's still going to take a notable amount of time. And I don't want to sit here and bore that. That seems wasteful. Let's see, because also I gotta focus on this too. Whoa, what the? Oh wow. Okay, so actually, I didn't need to for it to have an impact. I didn't actually need to have it. Yeah, for it to impact, I actually didn't need to reload the UI. Like it's doing it. I mean, I see the difference, you know. Cool. But yeah, so what I was saying earlier though is that yeah, so I like because of that problem of the reloading the UI and losing everything, yeah, because of that problem, I end up yeah, it totally is. I mean, even now, like it's the image that you can see in the bottom right and also in the right. That's it updated. Whereas before it wouldn't actually. Yeah, it wouldn't actually show that. So I didn't even need to reload the UI. I honestly expected it to require a reload. Like that was more like no, I'm gonna have to do this. But which is again, it was just more for the reasons. But yeah, no, it's definitely showing. It's definitely showing. Showing the iterative process, which is cool. I like that. I still am in the process of learning what those processes mean, but like the denoising process means like where we need to interrupt the process to fix whatever the outcome is. But I'm getting there. Like the ones that are disappointing, honestly, but even before seeing it in this sort of manner, the ones that are disappointing are the ones where you see a spot where it's like, oh man. That got me to nod. But the ones that are disappointing is where. Sorry, my brain just hitched for a second there on a certain line of thinking there. The only problem with that I end up running into is that I have to like completely re-engineer how I work the prompts. Because that's a script, isn't it? Because I have used it before. And you're supposed to use like the workflow that's presented with the style pile, which was presented to me from, I want to say it was the RPG Maker V5, was that you basically make your image, right? And then you have the prompt. And then with that prompt, with the pre-image, like that first image prompt, and then with that prompt, I think it was, or something like that. I gotta look up the guide again. But they did actually have usage of the XYZ prompts to find out what the right CFGs were, the right other various things, depending upon which section you used, right? But understood. Despite myself understood, because that sounds like a lot of work. Speak about lazy. Yeah, totally. And that makes sense. Because again, it's one of those ones working with those, you're working with like the concepts, and it's you yourself that are working with the concepts, not trying to present it to somebody else. Because like that's one of the biggest things with all this stuff is like working with the concepts is all internal. Like this is the process. Process is messy, and everyone knows process is messy. The question is, what does it look like on the outcome? That's the question. what does the outside look like? Like, what does it look like at the end? And it's like you were saying earlier, it's all about designing the right the right workflows to make the stuff be where I don't want to use the word should be, but where it would be. Yeah, that's cool. What was I saying earlier though? With the previews, one of the craziest parts about that though is, or one of the sorrowful parts about that though, is like you're running the previews at a certain point and there's the spot where you're like, man, that looks really like what I want. And then it moves to the next part. It's like, no, darn it. Yes, I have actually. Yes, as I was going through the nature of conversion, of course, being where they'll tend to be more deterministic, I believe was the term. They'll converge on a given point, whereas non-convergent is they're more sporadic. Ancestral being an example type of model that tends to be. I don't know the whys, but I do know the hows, the answers. And I actually recently encountered that particular detail. That came out weird. Yeah, that's a fun. That one was like when I learned that one, I was like, oh, okay, so that's what the A stands for. With Euler versus Euler A and the linear maths versus the, yeah. Oh, we're getting close. I'm gonna regenerate that one again. But the interesting thing is that you get, and specifically like when you talk about the seed stuff, like it's interesting that when you get to that stage, like where it's all that statement, all the statements about how they converge or not is based upon what the seeds are. So like different seeds will still have, different outcomes. But yeah, that's an interesting one. Whereas the ancestral one being less, and the thing is, that's the big part there too. Just thinking about that, it's what is more convergent, what is more deterministic versus what is less deterministic. But they're all, it's all from the noise, brought step over step to the end result. Like it's the denoising concept, right? And using and one other thing that was cool that I found out about was that the base image, like when the text to image, the base image is static. Basically, it's all noise, and then it just builds out towards the end from what it's looking for, right? How do you take advantage of those? See, that's the thing I'm still learning. That's what makes me a novice. Is how do you take advantage of those? It's a good thing. It's a good question. I don't have an answer. I know that you basically at this point in time iterate until you find the combination that you want, which isn't a great answer, but it's the answer that I understand. So it's try the various ones until you find the way that you want to have it come out the way that you want. Is my answer. It's a bad answer. Like it's a terrible answer because it's like, okay, but so you just every time you iterate through every possibility, that seems inefficient. Ooh, yeah, that's fair. No, that's been the adventure for me the past, because without going too far into it, I quit my job back in the end of February with the last day of March, or in the opening of March, and so to the intent of doing this stuff, like trying to turn towards like affiliate and then turn towards product for the Stellar Dragon games and all that. I don't regret the decision, but I also haven't been making money. And so it's one of those interesting things of being directly, I say all that to say this, the interesting thing of seeing that, of having to build that sort of thing, what it is. And it's like, yeah, which it's also fun in finding your own success criteria when you fail the success criteria. And you have the choice to like redefine the success criteria, or accept the failure and then have to redefine which direction towards it, because you failed at your success path, right? So how do you redefine what that looks like? Like, where do you go from there? Now for me, luckily I've got a skill set that I can fall back to and have a tech job that I'm failing over to, or that I'm going to be starting next week. But I'm not giving up on doing this stuff. Like, no, this is what I want to do, but that's what I got to do to make it to me. It's sad. Okay, see, this is the no. Okay. The problem with these models that I end up running into. Ooh, yeah. Oh, like as in during like just kind of passively or job search type thing. If you don't mind me asking. So we got the androgynous or why is it doing that now? Where did that change? Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting sort of thing. It's an interesting sort of thing. Watching the development of a new profession, in such a dramatic way. Like, it's one of those spots where you look at like how I'm kind of going slow on this one, because it's one of those like, how do I get the thought process to work? Yeah. Oh, that's the thing, is that, as and I say this considering what you said about your background, then, as all the technology is based upon the biological, like it's based upon the biological modeling, for ironic usage of terms. So that's just how it always has been. If you took, as about the networking piece, it's been there forever. Well, forever, like the past 30, 40 years. It's since DARPANET, right? Like on a small scale, it's neurons, and then those neurons make connections, and then those routers. See, we already have that. Oops, sorry, we already have the thing. So it's like, this is just a further evolution of that process. Okay, so I think what's happening though, because it went to an interesting direction and not the way I wanted it to go. But I think I know what it did. Because the prompts, is it the X prompts? Yeah, the X prompts all are the ones, they all have break. When they have breaks involved, I have them at the end of the break, or end of the thing. Because those are two separate sections. So now the prompts are at the end of all the description stuff, because the break is two separate sections. So it was then doing, still not fully getting how this works, but it was doing where the first one was its own separate segment, and then doing another pass with the break, and that separate breaks path was like scripts. Yes. I don't exactly understand how they get broken down. This is part of the learning iterative. I was able to use over 75. Yeah. Fair. Right now, my actual prompts. I mean, the prompts in line. It says 1116, but we're actually in with the other prompts, the subsequent prompts and the various other things that are there. It's more than that, like substantially more than that. But yeah, my base ones are 116 for more just ideas. The part that's kind of weird to me is that I don't know if it's able to understand story run. Seen any step versus? Yes, I have actually. Yes, that is actually kind of what determined where I was going with on the. So if you see in the top right there, this picture here is actually from text. This is text image gen. Text to image generated image that followed through those step like a step process that got me. That's all the steps. That's all. Which is why, although I've kind of settled at 70, the one that we actually looked at was 100, but it felt better to try and go with the 70 if there was some reason recently as I was doing testing with the current models and such that I'm using that made it. Also with the CFG 4.5, which was weird because like the 7 was generally the default 7, right? Was generally the kind of like where I settled at for, I think, fairly obvious reasons. But the 3.4 or 4.5 seems to be ended up turning out better. Oh, I left that at that. Yeah, that's fine. So. Let's see. Yeah, I tried one on I tried one with that. Yeah, no, you know what? No. There was sorry. The one that I tried, I was thinking about a different thing. I didn't actually try that one. I tried not held weapons in the negative prompt. Disconnected weapons, floating weapons, bent weapons. Actually, one of the parts that was the worst was the part that was absolutely the worst was where like for a lot of my initial iteratives the weapons were always like wobbly, like they were like bent, and it was, in a word, very obnoxious. Very obnoxious. Like that was irritating. Because it was always bent and it was like, ah, I had other priorities like the eyes, the hands. But yeah, that was a spot. It is. This is RPG V5 underscore V5. Here. And then with a mix of, where is it at? If I could spell it right. Now, from RPG 5 is definitely where the bend weirdness would come from. But I'm also mixing in for a follow. Yeah. The other one that I played around with a bit was Eng Diffusion, which was more anime-y, which is cool at all. The one problem that I end up having with using the RPG V5 as the base, and a lot of them, and this is what I was saying earlier, is that there's this tendency of like, and it's partially because I'm using a feminine model baseline, but is that they tend to want to make the models female, and it's like always, and it's like, can we not? Like, it's nice in a manner, but it's also not nice because the goal is to have variation, right? And right now I am just doing mass call out for variation's sake. Huh. Well, I mean, as I understand the noise is that like the reason why I left it at 8 and kind of move it around, or no, I didn't leave it at, anyway. Why I moved it to the spot was because I did actually go like poke it, and I in this case like I want to use the goal, and the reason why it would be why I do put it at that higher rate there. The goal there is that I want to take the idea of the base image, not the base image. So like the concept of the base image, not the actual person in the image. If I were trying to use the person in the image, then I would lower it down to like you say, like 55 or less even. But my goal is like I want it to vary. Yeah, and that's kind of one of the things that we're going at, is it keeps the colors, it keeps some of the ideas that are presented there in conjunction with the developed prompts. So that's kind of where we're going, like as a whole, is like it's keeping the ideas to some extent, and that's more or less what we're going for with using this image to image here. So this is like text to image with a little bit more of a baseline, like coming from, is the idea I'm going for. Because I have, like I think I may have said earlier, I have like a whole stock of images already that I'm like, these are good, but conceptual, like they're good conceptually on a high level, right? Yeah, and that's kind of where that's kind of the, shall we say, the experimental process that we're working on. Although I am familiar with clip skip, I have not implemented it specifically in this context. I played around with it on the other, when I was using the simple diffusion, but I haven't found the button. Yeah, well, quickly, as you saw or may have seen, I clicked over on the settings tab, and it's there, which is not set, but on some of the models, and actually, you bring up a question here because on some of the models, they actually do have a recommended clip skip, and I don't know if this one does. It doesn't look like it does. Darn it! Had you asked me at the beginning of the month, I would have given you a really good answer. Yeah, like, because I actually did some research into it because it was on the simple diffusion. Yeah, like I said, it's one of those unfortunate things where the failure of taking notes on my behalf on this particular topic matter. I did a fairly deep dive on it because, again, it was on the model on the simple diffusion. It was very like, clip. What is clip? What is this thing? And unfortunately, I do not remember. Well, it did kind of have some information though in the settings. In fact, there's a wiki link. Okay, it opened up in a new tab. I was about to freak out because I just straight clicked it. So apparently there's 3 layers. Okay, so basically, what it reads as and what it does is it's a multi-layered conversion process for the understanding of the model to the text or to the prompt. So it digitizes it. I say digitize like it's some big word, but it converts it to numbers is the way that it reads. That's readable by the actual model. So it in turn itself is effectively the abstraction layer that interprets the text prompt into the numerical representation, and then that numerical representation gets processed again, and by a more like a deeper level of it, and then processed. That output is then processed once more before getting put to it. Now, that being said, as it says here, all SDXL models are trained using the next to last penultimate layer. So it does not change the result of the model because there's no point to it. Like if you do it, it'll only make it worse. Whereas with SDV1 models, and this is specifically earlier ones, don't provide any way to determine the correct layer to use. So effectively, it's allowing you to manually override something that you, generally speaking, shouldn't override. Is the gist of what it's saying there. So at least that's just what it's saying. What the actual ramifications are, well, I don't know what I'm talking about. But for the note here from the Automatic 111 wiki reference point, that's what it's saying. So that's the information. So it probably results in bringing the model, or the model is brought in line with its expected clip. So it's more related. It's more related to like what the model maker built their model on. And this goes down to where, need to do more. Like I'll say it for me is I need to do more research on them. Yeah, and that's probably what it is, because it looked like that clip skip 1, the default, which is what's what one runs on as a generalized rule unless otherwise intended. It looks like that is the ignores none, whereas 2 ignores 1 layer. So, and then you can do up to like 12 apparently, because apparently it goes more than just the 3 of the gist of what I was told there. But fine. So. So one thing I am gathering though is that what I should do is, using the script for style file is going to restrict my ability to do certain things I need to do, because there's only one script that you can run on these things. As well as being stuck to the 1 seed. But the reason why I'm doing the 1 seed is I'm still more looking for, like, what I've been looking for is the right style overall for what I'm looking for. So just to clarify that intent, because we talked about it a little earlier, but it's with the 1 seed thing, it's more because I'm trying to find the right combination of stuff that then I can feed into other seeds that I can then like go ham on and start. I don't want to use the word mass producing because that sounds wrong, but mass producing stuff in a certain specific style that I like, that I'm aiming for, and then I can start populating for the things that we're working with, the information that we're working with. So. Now, I have to admit that I have a baseline understanding of textual inversion, but I don't fully comprehend it. Like, I've seen them use it, and I'm using some of them for like the bad hands thing, and even then it kind of fails. But I don't fully comprehend the textual inversions. Like, I don't. I understand what like LoRa's do, right? They're basically add-ons for additional models that are added on and mixed into the mix, which is why I have mixed results on using them. Hyper networks, I get those too. Those are like the ones which I'm not using any right now, which I need to, but they're the ones that allow like specific posing and such like that. Utilizing those terminologies because they're that map background. I could be mistaken that with the other one though. Now that I said it, I could be mistaken it with the other one. And obviously checkpoints are checkpoints, but are the models themselves effectively. But textual inversion, I don't fully understand. Negative quality. Yes. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Because I was curious. And it was Yeah, yes, that actually specifically I put bad hands in the positive because I was curious. Not by itself though, no. I didn't try that. That is fair. That is fair, and that's categorically having me take the response of, why didn't I do this? I'll put it in queue. See what happens. Yeah. No, it makes sense. No, it makes perfect sense. Because then you know, all right, this is what this is doing. Like I've been at the spot where a lot of it's the like, well, this person says this is what should be used. So okay, cool. Which is step one of like 10 billion steps to understand something. Well, they say it's good, so okay. All right. Next step is understanding what why that thing is considered good. Which is fair, which is why I just literally queued up the in-text image, that particular concept, because, yeah. Yeah, and how it's figuring out those. Because that was actually one of my overall, like, consternation, because as I said before, one of my overall consternation with a lot of the stuff is it's black boxed, and I don't like black box, not because I'm concerned about any, not because I'm holding the security concern stance, which is a valid position to take, don't get me wrong, but it's more of the, yeah, but I don't know what's going on underneath the hood, so what can I do to tweak the underneath the hood, or at least have an understanding of what it's doing, to functionally make it function. So that does really help with the idea, is that it gets the idea of like, hey, this is what this thing actually does. The next step would actually be able to like, would be able to see it before it's, but before it's actually compiled, or however the term of that works. Okay, that one's actually pretty sweet. I actually think we're really starting to get somewhere with these apply techniques. The one that I need to see. Oh, let's see what you said there. Base lab 2. Yeah. Okay. Well, and that's the thing, is that I'm not afraid of using the hours of training time stuff. Like, it's not, honestly, frankly speaking, yeah, fair. Frankly speaking, like, I am perfectly happy with the idea of letting it sit for hours doing its training after I've got all this stuff together. Like, because then I get to go off and do something else, I'm not gonna sit and watch it. I want to sit and watch it train, but I've got other things that I can do. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one of those things. Like I said, like I said earlier, I can watch it generate the images, and I'm perfectly content watching it generate images. Let me put it this way: I was perfectly content back in the day watching the freaking progress bar for Windows XP, which sometimes would increase, in the amount of time, where the progress bar would go up instead of going down, or go down instead of going up, where it wouldn't know, it would fail. But the point is, I would watch it because it was entertaining. I would argue that it still is. Yeah, let's see. Oh, I need to make sure I do my proper due diligence. Go up to my negative save prompt and paste. Because I forgot to do that earlier. Although that's kind of insane. I don't know what that weapon is. Like a double-sided stabby blade thing. But yeah, brain words. That one went weird. Which, okay, so one of the interesting thing is, so the earlier permutations I've used, right, have had really great success with so it is going to be successful on it. Sorry, I called it too soon. With the like crystal, the person meditating over their crystal power, stuff like that. It's had really great success. This model has over the idea, particularly using the term scion and such like that. But it's just interesting to see that like different models have different success ratios with this stuff. So the only problem is that if the part that's going to actually take me the longest amount of time for any training, be it for a faster one, like you were saying, the face swap lab of your own face. Oh wow, okay, I misread that earlier. Because I read the as your own face is like your own. Yeah, no, okay, a picture of my face as the thing. I see. I see. This is an interesting idea. I did not think about this. I should have thought about this. Actually, that's not true. I did kind of think about it when I was messing around with something earlier. Because when I was first kind of sparing up the doing the Twitch thing and all that, I was like, you know what? Maybe we should do the VTuber thing. And actually, for like TTRPG, playing like a D&D or whatever, having the VTuber type technology is a neat idea. It's kind of novel. You have where, hey, look, this is my character's presentation. So how do you make that work? And so there's this. I forget the name of it offhand. I could look it up, but it's not that important for the point of the story. But anyway, this one thing that you could like create a avatar for yourself, and it used that technology actually, like it used technology like that, I should say. And so I did, and so I've got like a little like VTuber avatar that's pretty much not digitized, but it's a like a digital art version of my face there, which is like yes, because like the thing is that I don't have a problem with, obviously I'm on a camera right now. I don't have a problem with it, but it's just one of those like, oh yeah, but this is kind of cool and neat. I got yelled at for somebody. Don't the details don't matter, but yelled at for using anonymized stuff. It's like that's not. No, never mind. I couldn't even argue with him on that one. I'm just like, that's just because I don't use my given name doesn't mean that it's anonymous. Well, it appears anonymous to people who don't know what they're talking about, so it's anonymous. Okay. All right. Put my baseline prompt in again. Oh wait, that's my Steam stream stuff. Oh, that reminds me. Significantly earlier at this point, we were discussing about using the using an LLM to generate prompts. I actually did. For my initial stuff. I was using 3.5 to generate prompts. And it actually came out pretty good. It's just they needed more curation. And they were specifically for the DALL-E, because like DALL-E uses GPT-4 to figure out what you mean, right? So it has that advantage. And I haven't been able, and that's actually one of my processes that I need to work on, is convert my prompts that I have from that into usable prompts for Stable Diffusion. And I need to go through and build that process. Or use another series, like use the batch work with 4.0 and then have it do that. But the problem with that is that I need to know, this is going to be bad of me to say, but what I need to know is I need to know what good prompts look like. And to actually know what good prompts look like, I need to develop my own. I can't instruct the machine on how to do the thing unless if I know how to do it myself. Is kind of the way that ends up coming down to. That said, I do have an idea in my mind of using Civet there, of using that and going through and like finding pictures that have the prompt types that I want, building those into a proper, shall we say, lexicon of information, and then feeding it back to, say, GPT, and seeing what either it gets from via either DALL-E on those items, or that sort of thing. Just want to refresh. Oh, GPTs. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Actually, that's something I need to do. I'm gonna see what do I do here. I'm gonna keep in sidebar. There, you gotta spot my sidebar now. I'll check it out at a later time, but in detail, because that's definitely the sort of thing we're talking about. Yeah, track it. No, that's exactly the sort of thing I was talking about, actually. Like, well, I mean, okay, to be fair to you already, that's actually fairly creative of what you've done there. So, pardon my chiding, but it is creativity to go, I have a problem, I can use this thing as a solution to make it easier in the future. I mean, that's like all I've been doing for the past 6 months is like, all right, I have a problem. I don't want to do the full thing over and over again, so I need to figure out a solution. Oh my goodness, this is actually coming out pretty good. I mean, that's weird that did the 2, but that's fine. I could accept the fact that there are 2. I told it to put 1. Wow, this is actually starting to work pretty well. It still did the bent sword, but that's nuts. Oh, I have this thing running over here, don't I? Okay, so Bad Hands 5 in the positive prompt created a not a number situation. Person. Let's see, it's just, maybe it was just too few. Nope. Interesting. Let's use the basic 1.5 on it. Okay. That's abstract. Let's see.
I miss when we would see the sunrise. Still got that feeling, it's the real truth. Whoa, if you crash on down, I'll be there to catch you. If you
Yeah, I can see that.
need now,
Let's see. Easy negative. Because that's actually, easy negative is the one that has been bothering the crap out of me. Yeah, I'm tracking. So if I actually use this guy. I'm just now having fun with this idea. That's, ah! Yeah. Ooh. Sure, let's do that. I don't know what I just did. Let's figure that out later on. I gotta mess with that a little bit. That's cool. Okay. Ultra high CFG. Well, that one doesn't look too terrible. Oh, I mean, well, it's getting some degree of correction applied to it too. Woo. Ow. Yeah, ultra high CFG always is, as the kids say, cringe. Always hurts me physically. Oh, nasty. All right, cool. All two. Let's both of those up. Well, it's fun how like little time is spent on the one try. Although this one I just maxed everything. Whoa. That's crazy. Yes, that I have definitely noticed. I also noticed that specifically with a sampler, I do like kind of the outcome that I've been seeing with LCM. And I went through, actually the other day, spent the entire day going through the various sampling methods that are available by default. There are probably ways to install other sampling and samplers. I haven't gone that far yet, but for the default ones, I went through all of them and that were there and did an iterative through all of them, and I ended up liking LCM the most, which was annoying because of course it was literally the last one on the list. But let's see, this one is using DDAM like you were mentioning. I mean, fair. Well, and that's effectively what I've been doing to myself. He's getting a massive amount of images to go through. Okay, this is what I was going to do. Well, I mean, in my context, I'm not worried about now suddenly that makes sense that in the context, I'm not really worried about the background all that much myself, which is in turn why I'd be like, oh, this is neat. But then again, as we're saying this, like I'm looking over some of them, and this time around it did actually a lot of stuff in the background. Although the fingers are jacked up again for some reason. It's weird. Like it's one of those fun parts where it's like, yeah, it worked fine, and then just looking over it, it's like the fingers are jacked up now. I broke something. But then this doesn't, I mean, nope, she's got 5 knuckles. Gosh darn it. And I don't even know what that weapon is. This plan backfired. Let's remove that, see if it works better. But yeah, no, it actually did. The background, it actually is doing pretty well set for my crazy prompt that's actually nonsensical now. I'm looking at it. But actually, the funny part is that, so that discussion is that the, earlier today, I'd actually started trying to work on like trying to get, work with 4.0 to help me with getting more of those components. Because like, I understand that it like that this is the one problem I have with the at least the concept of Stable Diffusion is it likes shorter points about the prompts. Like prompt's gonna be long, but like trying to give it a story, it's gonna be confused. But then again, I run into the same problem with DALL-E, so if I give it a story, it won't know which scene to try and work with. That's interesting. Also, it's saddening me, but I don't know what I did, because I wasn't really paying as much attention to it. But it's saddening me. But at one point, I had it where for some reason the model, like one of the terms they're using is like a barbarian with an axe in hand or whatever. Yeah, no, it's correct. It's correct. Is that SD5 isn't built for natural language, and XL has that's one of the advantages it has. But the problem is that XL is, well, XL, like, and I can't use it, which is sad. But which means I've got to learn 1.5 because it's what I've got available. In the necessity is the mother of invention. All right. What was I doing? I was gonna go here. Oh, that's what I was doing. I was gonna go here. If this process works, well, I can't pay for a soda or a coffee or any of this sort of things. I don't have the resource, but I owe you one. Is that, yeah. Also, like the funny part about the entire GPTs thing. Speaking of coffee, gosh darn it. Oh, why? That's not funny. Reality, you're not funny. That's not okay. What did I say? Yes, GPTs. That's actually something I've been meaning to kind of like poke around. It can't be that complicated, I don't think, to set them up. I just never bother sitting down and learn how to do it. So I should probably. Because this actually really probably answers one of my problems. So you have provided me with a solution. Gosh darn it. Yeah. A solution I've been chasing for months. Okay, so the one thing is that about this presentation here is is it going to work as expected? Because those commas are fair. So what would end up being the best bet to kind of synthesize the ideas would be to come up with something like this, but that's more focused on the specific usage that I'm using it for. And those rules. So again, I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. I needed to finish the thing I needed to finish, but yeah, that's cool. No, that is really cool. I just don't mind me fawning a bit because that is really cool. Yeah, but it changes the dynamic enough that it may actually, because the amount of information that's there. Plus, the thing that I've been working with for this process is more generic. They're two separate processes that are being worked on, but yeah, I put in a little bit more than 10 words. A few more, not many more, but a few more. Because this is actually off the. Now what I'm gonna do, and this is a weird way to go about doing this, and I know it's not the intention, but I'm gonna go back here, and I'm gonna take this, which is my pre-prompt, right? And then I'm going to go back to the biscuit. I'm gonna go back to this. I'm gonna copy you. I'm gonna go back over here. If this works out of the gate, like, because the funny thing is that jumping back and forth with the two is gonna reach to an interesting direction. Oh shoot, I don't have that as my primary. No, I do. You can see it. So basically, took the generated. Adding that to my notes. Laucivol will remember this conversation. Let's see. That term is going to be important for me to remember. High value aesthetic clip terms. That is a very valuable statement right there. That phrasing, that is a world changer. Yeah, okay, it's still shit. We're still running into the same problem. I was just curious if DALL-E was going to play with it right, but it did not. It's like, how would I have the axe on the edge? Although interesting that the reference points there, like the different verbiage that were used, it still ended up producing the same general concept of an old man. Like given the full the setting block, right? And then the setting block into the prompt, it ended up with a very similar concept. It's just interesting. It's kind of gives a little bit more insight to the underpinning stuff of DALL-E and that sort of stuff. So, oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. And then iterative over through it. And well, and that's why we get to see the fun processes. Just watching it do the painting thing. All right.
I've cried alone in the darkness.
Okay.
And let my tears fall like rain. I faced my fears.
This evening has been productive in a manner that I wasn't expecting.
I've silenced my thoughts. And feel peace and stillness. I have. I've cried alone in the darkness, and let my tears fall like rain. I've faced my fears, and confronted the unknown.
Yeah, I've seen some of the talk of some of that stuff. Some of them actually, the multiple, etc. I've seen them. I haven't played with them obviously, but I've seen them mentioned. And the means they to play around with them because again, it's important to me. The locally of like the locally. The locally ran stuff is important to me because again, it is about control, about what about the artistic control, as it were. This thing. Nice. That's awesome. World War II pinups. Actually, this one actually came out great from the get-go. I mean, it's going to be edited, but it did come out pretty swell. What's over here? Why is this wrong? You know, inspiration comes from wherever it wants to come from. It's one of those things. It just comes from wherever it will. And it is not ours to... It is not ours to argue with sometimes. Or it is not ours to argue with. Okay. Well, don't tell me I'm busy with... I've got 15 minutes before I can start doing the next thing, because it's going to need to be touched in a certain way. Because I am on these next two, these two that I have pending, 2 or 3 that I have pending. Yeah, I've got 2 that are pending. That's a big file. Actually, it reminds me, completely non sequitur from such, but that reminds me of Secret World Legends. There's sections. If you're not familiar with Secret World Legends, long and short is the settings everything is true. Like all the conspiracies that you can think of, Sasquatch, that sort of thing. The game itself opens up in basically a Lovecraftian sort of environment. Just kind of give the frame. And there's a section there, and it's all about like problem solving. Like it actually does have the entire like multilateral investigation skills applied in the game itself, like for finding stuff and using resources and figuring stuff. I actually learned the details of ISBN because of it. But there's a section on it that you have to actually have an understanding of Morse. And speaking about like laziness on it, there's actually a laziness of it. It's one of those things where you can type. This was what I did with it because I don't know Morse code, right? I know what it sounds like and I know the ideas, and like if someone presented me with say SOS, there's a chance I might like go, hey, that's SOS. But beyond that, yeah, I don't know. But so there's like programs that you can use to like plug it, and this gets back to where you're at there, that you can plug into basically sound sources and go back and forth between Morse and whatever you're trying to say. There's literally translation between the sound and so. And so there's also this thing called, since you've got the security type background, you might be familiar with steganography, right? So you can actually take the the sound files, right, and interlay them into images, right? Now there's one problem, is that you can break the steganography badly if you do compression stuff because it's based around the amount of information. What I'm getting at here is that the sonar ping combined with these ideas means you could put layers to your images that are actually hidden messages. That'd be neat. How you would hint somebody to do it, I don't know. It's actually really easy to do to like layer the information in there as such. And the funny part is that most people wouldn't think about it, like unless there's an actual reason for, which is hilarious. Is a part of me, because of certain things I've done in the past, part of me is like, whenever I see an image, I'm like, I should probably run this through a checker. Because you never know. Unless if you look. Which is, I don't know, it's just silly. But did I do this one? We already did that one. Ah, crap. I knew that I was going to break it that way. Ah, biscuit. I was too excited about hitting reload. Oh, it did get it. See. Oh, okay. I didn't actually start. Oh, I did start this. I was actually happy with it too. Lightroom. Oh, okay. Yeah, now I know what it is. One of those ones where I didn't know the term offhand, but yeah, no. Yeah, no, it's not. Well, that's the thing is that like when we get to where like the overall iterative that's going on is pretty like it's pretty scary impressive. Like it's a the tech industry as a whole is just moving in this direction. Like, and I mean tech like isn't like anything that touches tech. I mean tech is like art tech, all the tech is all like anything involved with it, and everything is interconnected at this point. Is being like this is why I make the claim, you know, why I made the claim earlier, and why I make the claim, and I stand by the claim that this technology is, you know, we are looking at the dawn of a new technological era. Effectively, is what it comes down to, and it may finally be our promised singularity. In all truth, it may be the promised singularity. We're not quite there yet because it's still predictable. It's still fairly predictable, but it's getting to this point where it's getting where we may be entering that tunnel. Not quite yet, unfortunately, and I do say unfortunately because it's going to be cool. Like when we get there, like when we get to the impossible, it's gonna be like, yeah, there are now flying cars. Well, yeah. Now there's maglevs, like maglev transport. Yeah, now we've got a colony on Mars. It took a year. Yes. Yeah, now we've got a colony in Alpha Centauri. In Centauri. In Alpha Centauri. It's been 10 years. Yeah. Like that's the ratio that we like when we get, and it wouldn't even be 10 years, it'd be 5 years, right? That's the ratio that we start getting into when we start getting into the potentiality of the singularity, for all the terrifying things it brings. But we're not there yet. No good timetable, honestly. I don't know, but because it depends upon like, because there's also been mighty pushback about the tech too, from the artistry circles, as you undoubtedly know. I mean, if I'm aware of it, it's everyone who touched the stuff is aware that the artistry stuff is like, well, this is evil because it's stealing. It's like, for one thing, no, but for another thing, it's like, the choice that's being made there isn't because of that. It's because they're afraid, and I can understand why people are afraid. So when we talk about the application of this tech to appear in like paint shop and stuff like that, it starts removing those blockers on a kind of a social, cultural manner in a very interesting way. I think that there are actually implementations that are in. It's like, well, where's my like 5 cents for being part of the group there. I'm certain that the images that were public, right, that were in the public area were used as training data. I don't care. I'm sure that the models that I came up with, now I think about it, that I came up and I worked with in the Second Life time when I was doing Second Life stuff, right? And I did some model stuff, played around with stuff back when. I'm certain that was used without my permission, knowledge, or stuff. And some of the stuff was stuff I was actually charging for, like way back at that point in time. Didn't make any money off of it because I didn't stick around long enough. But still, the point is that I'm certain that that's the case. I don't care. Why would I care? It's that's the thing. It's like, well, what? Oh wow. I mean, it's not exactly what I was thinking of, but for one thing, that the hilt is insane. But we're definitely getting there. And again, that's a lot because of the break. Like that break thing is just that is. Oh my! And you know what you say? Okay, so the dash thing, That's okay. Did you say there about that? That was particularly about. Yeah, yeah, and I mean, That's a like. I'm seeing it, like strongly seeing it. That's wow. Like categorically, I'm like looking for a specific like. Had been. I'm just sorry for breaking the spot. Breaking, get it? But just looking at that, oh my goodness, that is, yeah. Some of them are still a little ish, like it's got like the weird things, but you know, it's weird things indeed. But those issues are okay. I mean, they'll be fixed out. Yeah. Timmy use colors in the prompt. Tones apart. Oh, and so you're breaking. I get you. Okay. Okay, I like that. I like the look on this one because he's got his dagger up and he's like looking suspiciously like, what? I'm not about to stab somebody. Don't look at me. All right, we're definitely getting in the direction. Just, like what? I'm not about to stab someone. Oh, that's great. All right, still a little ish because he's still doing the wrong thing there. I need to figure out a model that has good good training for, you know, musical instruments. It's gonna. And the bow problem. I am going to worry about the bow problem at a later time. Like that bow problem is a bow problem. So how did she get that on? So those straps are down like that around her neck. What do they even do? Those straps are bound around her like this. Well, and honestly, bows for the longest of times were absolutely terrible in DALL-E. Like even still, if you just say, "Hey, make a bow," it's gonna be like a bow. You mean a piece of metal or a piece of wood? Like I had to fight with. And DALL-E is, you know, again my current like baseline, right? I had to fight with DALL-E the other day to get it to do a crossbow. You know, they don't like the idea of bows don't work well in for the models. Like they just don't. They've got too many working parts or moving parts, I guess. I don't know what it is, but yeah. Superbook. I should. Because like, yeah, that one happened there. And the thing is that when this is running at the that 800 by 640. So it's doing a little bit more of that tiling stuff. With the 512 squared, it didn't do that like ever. So that's definitely a resolution scale issue. All right, we're making progress there, although again the hand's messed up. But again, the hand's a different problem. Not what I asked, but close enough. Why is the... Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, Paladin did not do well. For the same reason. Yeah, these guys are still doing mostly okay. Hands. Well, that's one way to say crystal infused. Oh boy. Which turn I see, therefore, with the denoising there, why we see that. So why in turn you were speaking about being at a lower, you know, at the 0.5 sort of frame, because you're looking at that. Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, no, totally, no. Like that's appreciated. That's why I was when I was like, yeah, no, I can see where I'm running into where that's positing scenarios with the combination of elements there, specifically that ends up in the denoising strength. Because again, we can see it's one of those ones of like the proofs in the pudding, you know, where we see certain weird things that are related to that concept. And, you know, like for example, this one with the not the hands necessarily, but maybe, but the fact that there's this weird thing going on in the right side. Now, of course, ultimately with a direct revising pass, I would take away the sword, like the extra sword, easy enough. You know, it's clone tool or whatever. But this is a little bit more difficult to clean up. But like that one's so it's definitely seeing those error scenarios, and this is why we're doing it in mass, because or this one where it's not exactly twinning, but it's, you know, it's not supposed to have two, and it does. It's actually specified one man, one woman. And I'm going to say specifically, there's a reason why I chose one man versus one boy and one woman versus one girl. Because when I put girl or boy in there, it actually did children. And yeah, there are lines, and I'm not going for that in this situation, for what the targets are for the use case, right? So. Yeah. Considering what some of the models want to try and do with the topic matter, it's like there are lines, and although it didn't go in those lines in the particular ones, like so it didn't actually like violate the line of thinking that I'm going at. The fact that the subject matter was present was like, that's actually had a talk with somebody about that sort of thing too earlier. Like they were trying to pitch an idea that was involving, it was a cool idea on paper, but it was like where this goes is not where you want to go with it. Because it was a combination of the ideas of Ravenloft and pulling in some of the ideas of Ravenloft. It's like, don't. I'm of a mixed opinion about that, to be honest. I'm of a mixed opinion about that. Because on one hand, I absolutely don't think it's okay. Like, no. In fact, that's what I was just rambling on about. I don't think it's okay. It's not something one should do. But I also, because I get this weird double thing about it. It's like, not okay. Absolutely atrocious. No one should ever. This is not what should be done. But being censorious isn't a solution either. because that opens up an entire series of things where we now, where's the line at? You know, well, we don't like when people say smoke. Well, yeah, we don't like when people say smoke. It generally has bad consequences, for sure. But are you going to put away 50 years of stuff because people smoked? You know, say the prohibition comes back, right? In some faculty or another faculty, that's what's kind of going on. So are you going to put away the entirety of human history because of that? Like, you get where I'm going with this is that then it's not even like a slippery slope sort of fallacy type thing. It's more just a like, where do you put the line at? That's the determination that we have to make, is where do you put those lines? You know, is the topic matter of, you know, a child being drawn by an AI, is that a bad thing? Well, no, but is it bad if it puts that image in a bad situation? Yes. But where's the line? You know, is the child like doing a childy thing, right? Like jumping into a river, which is a stupid idea if you don't know anything about the river, right? Is that a bad image or a good image? But it's a child image. It's a fun image. I mean, it's a great event. It's a moment. It's great. But would the AI allow that? And furthermore, when we start talking about the next steps, like where AI becomes AGI, right? You know, artificial general intelligence, where it actually starts having cognition, whatever that actually means. If we prevent it from understanding the innocence of youth, other than just as a line like such, there are consequences for that too. And those consequences are even more terrifying. Because, yeah, that's the spot where you get into the Matrix, like the scenario that the Matrix walks out. Won't somebody think of the children? And then humans don't like when their children are messed with, for good reason. So, and if the AI doesn't understand that, doesn't have the opportunity to understand that, I think I'm overthinking this one, to be honest with you. But I'm going way down the line. But you get where I'm coming from, where it's just like, yeah. All right. Ooh, some modification, and then add both of them in there. Because you're right. The negative prompt, though, back to the actual topic at hand there. But the negative prompt is definitely where that does belong, for sure. For sure. I also had a point where the prompt tried to do nudity stuff, but yeah, it's not okay. It was not, and that was coming from the polyhedron side of it for sure. It was like, no, I'm not looking for this. Yeah. Yes, it's doing the shovel thing again. That's awesome. So the axe for an axe turning into shovels instead. Like war shovels. I love it. Like the shovel thing is just, it's a ridiculous thing. I don't even want to edit it out. I don't want it to not. I'm okay with the quote barbarian wielding war shovels instead of war axes. Like imagine that. Ah! Oh, what? I spent. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I said don't do that. Not okay. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. One mind, any weapon. But I will say this though, for the rant that I was saying earlier, it's one of those ones where, as long as they, you know, like, I don't want to say this. If they put such things as a known safety, we'll put it that way. Like, you know, with like a safety override, like sort of thing. If they put it as a safety in a settings, like ultimately is where I'm okay with that sort of protections. Because it's a double-edged sort of thing for sure. It's a double-edged sort of thing. And so I would say, as long as it's a like by default on protection that can be disabled, I'm okay with that. And the reason why I say that it has to be an opt out, is because on one hand I agree that it is a definitely line that should not be crossed, but also it's a tool, and if a person knowingly wants to cross that line, that's on them, not the tool. And the real world is not a place that has safety wheels, so it shouldn't have safety wheels. It should have safeties, I'll give, willingly, gladly. But it's the spot where we have two lines of trade, you know. On one hand, there's multiple principles that are at play here. And I'm about honesty more than anything else, so it's the higher principle. So yeah. Also, dagnabbit, the model decided to do the thing I told it not to do. I said no tits, and it decided to show me tits. I will now light it on fire. I mean, I'm not gonna go light my laptop on fire because that would be kind of rude. And it's kind of my laptop, so. Oh yeah, that was one thing I didn't finish talking about there. So yeah, so my you know, this is running off of a local system that's in the same, that's, you know, sitting in a room over yonder, because it's a yeah, two, but I feel like, all right, that's fair. Two's a bit extreme. But no, you're right. If I really don't want it, and I really don't want it. Oh yeah. No, I had a nudity at at 1 point negative, but 1 point negative. Wait, that's not how you want to do that. In the negative at 1.6. But for some reason, I've gotten browbeaten in my head where it's like, you don't want to go too insane because I want to have some nudity. Your point is gotten. Your point is valid, is what I'm trying to say here. I'm definitely tracking you. Like unauthorized nudity events have been, or let's see, like what's the thing, the sign that safe workplace for x days. It's like, and one, nope, didn't make it by about 5 minutes. Dang it. Be safe for work, not unsafe for work. Pardon my beeping. It does, yeah. I've definitely noticed that one. Which is why my negative prompts have far more tokens on them than my positive prompts. Like far more tokens are used on negative than on positive. Like substantially more. I don't know what the actual ratio is, but it's a big number in comparison, because right now it's still loading with the modifications I made. I am almost out of coffee in my cup. It's also midnight. I should probably consider wrapping up here, but nope. I don't feel like it. Where to be though? Oh, goodness gracious. That is not a loot. That is not a loot. Yeah, ultimately what I will have to do is I'll have to change kind of the pace I'm looking at and focus more on like specific prompts with their specific counter prompts, the negatives. But as I said, I'm still at the point where I'm kind of determining stylistic options. And that's why I'm using the multi-prompt like run through per iteration, right? Because I'm going through like mass prompts or mass iterations to try and more firmly understand. It's kind of an A/B sort of weird thing, like except it's with like A through like F or Q, or not F, but not Q, but like A through F or more options that I'm going through per iteration. Like this interesting one where it duplicated the gal in the gal who's singing, it duplicated her 6 times in the background with various permutations. Because that's one of the big limitations I've noticed, of course, is this, as everyone has. Oh, well, it's actually gone through an iteration and added a little bit more variation in there between the faces. But of course, this is the final cut. So, but the tendency of the models to like duplicate the same face or same face type. It's like, well, I generated the one, so here's like 10 million of the same others. It's like, you lazy bastard. Don't be lazy. Let's see. Makes sense that it's mostly the sampler. But I've seen it just in general, like many samplers have this issue. Then, in that case, like dealing with crowds, it's like they're all the same. It's really creepy. Like it's uncanny valley sort of thing, where it's like that the face that itself can look really good, but it's done over and over and over again. It's like, this is uncomfortable. I don't know why that would make me laugh as hard as it did, but that was very well done. Also, you're dating yourself. Who is John Malkovich? No, isn't that the thing with it? Isn't like Hooges? Isn't that the name of the movie? Am I going crazy? Do I misremember it? Or am I mixing like two references? One being Who is John Galt, which is of course Atlas Shrugged, and Malkovich. I think, isn't it though? Don't they do the same thing? It's been so long. Oh shoot! I did this thing I did again. Darn it! No, I done did it. Gotta wait. Laura. I don't know why. I'm apparently at like the fatigue stage now, where I'm just losing mental fidelity, all fidelity. Yes, being John Malkovich. Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You know, it's been a while. Okay. And like I said, I was mixing the two because of the name John. I'm getting old, okay? Darn it, I broke my process. No, don't leave the site. Doing that. Alright, let's see. Well, I guess I can check some other stuff. Chain norm. Sorry, you broke my brain for a second with the line of thinking there, because like now it's like that makes sense that overtraining and then it's generalized the data, and that is exactly how that works. Which means that what we're doing to when we overtrain models, we're basically aging them too fast. Which in turn means we give them early onset dementia. Couldn't laugh about the concepts, but you know. The stage I'm at, I'm allowed to laugh at things that are inappropriate, alright? Yeah, I would believe, very much so. Long and short with my own kind of background with the topic matter. My father passed with dementia, probably on Alzheimer's, but we didn't do the follow-up because we didn't feel the need to. My grandmother did in the 90s as well, and that one we actually did the follow-up. So I've got some familiarity with the topic matter as a personal level. So, and tying the connections, learning, learn like learning about the learning process and the training process of the so-called AI is in those sort of methodologies and concepts is actually indeed very, very fascinating on a very cerebral level, ironically enough.
This is just the beginning.
That takes an interesting direction. I would make an argument that that's pretty much already been solved. Considering the motion detectors. Now, for actual detection of like nefarious activity on those, I don't even know if I'd say that'd be a few years. I would think that'd be rather close, if not already done. Because I recall recently on like LinkedIn threads seeing precise tracking of a lot of activities.
You will never be alone.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking security cameras as in part of my one-track mind, right? But yeah, no. Changing to events like that. Actually, I would think that they'd be definitely tracking, or be able to do so. Yeah. I get you. Like, motion is already done. Like, motion's been done for decades at this point in time. But it's easy because it's is the pixel changed, right? But for did person fall? And that's what I was kind of auto correcting towards the idea was, the thing I was referring to, sorry, recycling. Like there's like robots that are tracking like recycling objects, right? This goes this way, this goes that way. That sort of nuance. I also saw one that was on one that was tracking. But I mean, I saw one that was tracking very specifically, and that's more motion though. Tracking a person's head movement, which is motion. It's simple. It's motion detection. It can be complex heuristic motion detection, but still motion detection. Whereas what you're talking about is specifically, as you said, all the details that show a person falling. So I'll get you there. And again, I don't think it'd be years. Right, fair. No, I appreciate that line of thinking. But like I said before, I don't think it'd be years. I think it's close. Like close, like here, just not presented yet. Or presented in a space that I'm not aware of. Like, considering the information that's there. I see your argument there. I don't know. Again, I don't know if I'd go as far as saying years. Okay, here's my compromise direction. I'll go with it. I'll give years or a innovative leap, rather. Years or an innovative leap. Because, like, the tech is there. Like, the underlying tech is there. Yeah. I mean, is it really that complicated, though? HIPAA regulated, though. HIPAA regulation is totally, absolutely. Well, and specifically in the use case that you're applying it to. So, specifically in either rehabilitative care or in assisted living facilities, that sort of thing. Yeah, definitely. I see your point there for the HIPAA regulations. But for general use, or for with what my original line of thinking was security use. So something that would like flag if somebody stole something, right? Is it that? Would it be that far off? Does it require that much level of? I mean, yeah, and that's kind of the first step there. Pardon the bad pun. What you got me thinking about is more like trying to see about implementation of this idea, because I would say categorically, like if you've got the know-how, this could be the sort of thing that turns into something that could, be on the ground of something. But if you're on the ground of something, that's where you make money for these sort of innovations. Yeah, that's true, and the 8 gig cards are where you'd be at for a good price point for the technology. What you got me doing there is an understanding nod response. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. Which then goes to some terrible lines of thinking about, well, the technology well enough not to, but there's a reason why there's the stereotypical that meme, right, with the engineer who has an old printer and he's got a shotgun nearby or a rifle nearby or a weapon nearby, just in case it makes a noise he doesn't understand. The tech enthusiast versus the professional engineer sort of thing. It's like, So the question is, your lack of trust, does it originate? Because mind you, let me clarify something. You got me to do the silent understanding nod. Like, I get where you're coming from, like, because 100% with you with the concept there. But is that because we understand the technology, or is that because the technology is not ready? If that makes sense, where I'm trying to say that line about, like, is it because I know it's a weird ask, but it's one of those like where that kind of sits in. Which one is longer than? Ow. What? Oh, biscuit. It's this part. Okay. Yes, it is. I also have this feeling that I was particularly that my particular area in time is async. Like I'm desynchronized from where I should be. This has only worsened it. It's one of those like I'm both too old and too young at the same time. Like I was born either too early in time frame for where I was coming from, or I was born too late in the time frame for where I would want to be. It's like I'm in the wrong like aspect. It sucks. It sucks and it's fun at the same time. It's one of those like straddling between the two worlds, for where I'm at timing wise, is at the cohort, the March of Generations. Yes. Oh, ready. 90%. Yay, almost ready. It's also the like categorical, the may you live in interesting times sort of curse. It's like, well, yes. Thanks. What do you mean by interesting times? Oh, you'll see. Dag nabbit. Oh. Alright, that'll have to wait for the review. The problem with this headset is that if I wear them for a few hours, 5 hours in this case, makes my ears sweaty. Unnecessary information, I know. Still. Let's see. All right, let's see how they're looking. Oh, that one got weird. So we were talking about earlier, so this might be because of the 0.8 deionizing strength. All right, let's go down to 0.75, reduce that just a wee bit. It's also a combination. It's like the deionizing strength plus the resize. Like those combination of factors are leading it to do some weirdness. So I'll give on the deionizing and not the resolution. Not yet, at least. I might have to give up on the resolution though. Might have to give up a little bit on the resolution. Because, like I said, this is like layer 1 pictures. Yeah, that's. Yeah, denoising. I said deionizing, didn't I? My bad. Look, all right. I'm thinking about decaussing, which is not relevant at all. Like the context of like from the base image, right? The fuzzy base image, the noised image, deionizing. And then therefore it's not deionizing, it's denoising, but it's like decaussing. It's you push the button on the CRT. You know what I'm talking about. It's I'm just saying, it's the same idea. I mean, it really is kind of the same idea. It's a song I don't have the patience for. Breaks my concentration. It does break my concentration. Oh, jeez! I told you not to do that. Mother of pearl. Is this with the modification? Yes, yeah. So I'm not completely off the rocker off the reservation on this one. See, a broken clock is right twice a day, unless we're using 24-hour clock, and that's only right once a day. Which I use a 24-hour clock pretty much exclusively. Really? Oh, it's tomorrow already. I gotta clear out the bad image from that, like the truly bad off image from the list, because grumble. Very doable. No, do not. I mean, the technology, which okay, so I just looked at the ionized pickles. Wait, pickles? Pickles. I need more coffee. I need more coffee, or I need more sleep, and the former is not going to happen, or the latter is not going to happen. The former can't happen. That means I have to get up, and I don't want to get up right now. Okay. Ah, crap. Look, I don't even know anything about that show other than this particular meme. But he turned into a pickle. A pickle. Funniest thing I ever saw. That's the only reference to I don't even know the name of the show. I know the name of the show. I don't remember it right now. Nope, gone. I knew what the name of the show was a minute ago. Oh, interesting. Yes. Yes, the Jetsons. You just got the theme stuck in my head. I haven't heard that theme for many years, but you just got the Jetsons theme stuck in my head. Which then ties into, awkwardly, the Simpsons theme. Because the Simpsons theme was pretty much done like in the same style as the Jetsons theme. That's interesting. All right, so I was reducing deionizing to 0.05. Do I have any other aspects that I need to negative from what I'm seeing here? Those are generally pretty good. The hands are still ish, which those will, like bad hand stuff, I'll end up having to like do a separate isolated path on bad hands. I acknowledge this now. It was something I was not going to acknowledge earlier, but I acknowledge that now. But I'm not ready. I am not ready to go through that process just yet. That's a like. I actually wanted to work on that process today, but I'm not ready for that process yet. Ooh. Noted. That will definitely make it easier, because I was thinking like like I said before, the in paint and then like do the little thing and then you do the thing and then you do the thing. But if there's an easier way to like tell it to go, hey, go over it, all of these images, then that's great. So I will definitely take the time. It's not a I won't, or I'm saying I will and I won't. No, it's a 100% I will. It's just I don't feel. Oh, that's why. I didn't change my checkpoint back. Oh no, I was using, so I don't know how many of these I was. Oh. Crud. So I Wow. All right. Well, that's cool. So when we were doing that was hours ago. I think too now. Gosh darn it, that's a lot. Sorry. So basically, I was using the base model, the one that comes from Hugging Face, rather than the RPG v5 model, with RPG v5 built prompts and topics and conversations, which means that all the iteratives that I just did were based around using the wrong model, like the wrong base model. Oh, that also explains why it started doing things that it shouldn't have been doing. Is also the fact that the base model decided to go with showing nipples is interesting. It's very interesting. That was supposed to work on something else there, though. Yeah, and so that's probably, well, the feeling of I suppose. Yeah, no, totally. It's getting restrained because a little bit more by image to image. It's already getting kind of the ideas, but if it were text to image, the differences would have been. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Which is, by the way, why I want to use image to image, is because I can constrain and like get it more because of the denoising. Well, no, the denoising level in the negative sense, but yeah, the gist is that because of because of using image to image or image to image is there's a reason why I'm doing that, and that's because I want to constrain it to a certain limitation. Oh wow, okay, that's crazy. So although it's still got a huge mistake with regards to like stuff, it went from a like overly accentuated female to a like male in one step. It's fun watching that. What's it doing? Oh, biscuit. I need to actually do the workflow steps that I was supposed to get done today. Well, today is in this wake cycle because I owe some people some stuff to iterate through on Monday. Are you using LCM for this? Yes, I am using LCM for this. Because like I said, from my earlier test, LCM is the one that I liked the best out of what it got to me. Notes on that one. The ones that caught my attention originally were DPM++, 2M, DPM fast, DM2A was in my final runners, but it just didn't work. It had too many fails. And then LCM really is the one that caught my attention there. So that's why I ended up using LCM. Okay. Well, it wasn't even surprising even without knowing that one. It was just more of a like, yay, it did thing that I wanted it to do. That image was okay, but it wasn't meeting the prompts, so that's like, psh, now it does meet the prompts. I'm happy. Yes, very much so. Well, and that I tested as well. Not all of the iteratives for text to image, but enough to kind of get that overarching sense. So I don't know exactly the levels of difference that I'd get out from the two, from using text to image in full, but it is. And actually, honestly, Euler A caught my attention at first, but I ended up, something about it was just not settling right for some reason, and I don't know what it was. I'd used it for a while. Actually, I used Euler A as my go-to for a while, but just something in the use case just wasn't doing it, and I don't know what it was. It was missing something. I don't remember what it was. Now, if I go back to Euler A after all of the work that I've done, and that honestly we've done over the course of the night, it may very well come out better than what I'm seeing from LCM. But due to it being ancestral, well, as we discussed earlier, it being what it is, means that it gets a little bit harder to tell, and that may have been part of it was too. Is the deterministic relationship, as it were. But that's an interesting take on that one. Okay, let's see. All right, well, now I have to wait for the next steps. Yeah, I kind of, when I was doing some of my initial purview research stuff on it, I kind of got that gist of where DPM++,
Good morning, sunshine.
specifically that one, the 2S Icarus, for reasons, is a well-liked starting point, and I can see why. It was pretty reliable and kind of how it worked. So I do get that one. Now it's, yeah, and I did. And I'll come back to it later on. I'll end up having to do it. See, the part is that because all this iteration, certain elements are definitely to be reiterated through, and that's one of them. The because of how important the sampler is, that sampler is to be regularly rechecked and reviewed and see what the other ones get from the reiterated prompts. So because what I was getting out of the accidental cutover, no, that's the checkpoint, but the checkpoints and the prompts are super important for what you actually end up getting out of the stuff. So as you know, so it's one of those ones where it's playing that is kind of, yeah. Huh.
Good morning, sunshine.
I'm kind of at a loss for what to work on in the interim, because I didn't do my upscale that I was supposed to do. I mean, I guess I can catch up on the other parts there. Yeah. Okay. What's fun is that, you know, we're talking about like workflows earlier and all that. Is that like this itself is a nested, like the image stuff is in itself a nested workflow for the stuff on this website here, right? It's just I've actually gone through and like massively itemized the step ratios of what, like where things are at, and I think the end count, I haven't gotten the full firm end count yet, but I think the end count for a given post now at this point, and there's still some hidden steps, right, that haven't been fully revealed, but I think the end count's like easy 100 steps per post, and that's like not including certain aspects here, right? I need to actually add that to my to-do list, because I need to count. You need to like count the steps, like actually count the steps. Try and get that itemized down a bit more. Pardon me, the hiccups. Because they were like 30 something steps, 40 steps, something like that. Directly enumerated steps. Now they're like 64 is the number I'm looking at here. Oh, those are posted. Due date minutes. Oh yeah, it is the weekend, isn't it? Which means I gotta do this part of the process too. So we've got non-iterative stuff. Due date minute. Oops. Wait, those 2 days aren't. Oh, biscuit. Okay, those are done. Check something here quickly. Let's see. Oh. Oh, okay. Cool beans. Is that it? That's it. Oh, that's no. All right. Okay, sorry, I lost my train of thought in the process. I need to take a break here soon. I'm gonna do this. Start on the healer images. All right, let's see. 8% there. All right. Let's go. Where are we at? Ah, yes, here we are. Okay. Yeah, okay, so the DALL-E, yeah, I didn't note that down. I should have. I wasn't quite understanding what you said originally. Definitely picking you up where you're picking up what you're getting at there. Where is that note? Oh, I actually did. Ha! I actually did. I actually, oops, now I undid it. I actually did put a note on it. DALL-E extension, important for the XL. Because like the SDXL limitation, like that has been a thorn in my side. That is a thorn in my side. Because one of those like, because I don't know if you ran into like the sort of thing where it's like, try to allocate 50 megs, only had 40 megs available of VRAM. It's like, you're this close. Like, why can't you just fudge the numbers? Like, come on. I know, computers, it's not how this works, but you're almost there. Just like pull from RAM. It's okay. Heck, pull from the paging file. I don't care. It'll take a little longer to process. I don't care. Just process the thing. Don't give up. Oh, fair. Yeah, you know. Hey, that's kind of the point about these entire, like, honestly, that's the sort of thing that's the point of this entire streaming thing, is that like that sort of thing. It's like legit have those conversations, talk about this stuff, right? Well, and see, yeah, okay, fair. But again, like, it's one of those, like, I don't care. In this use case, I don't care. Now, playing a game, I do care. Playing a video game, I do care. But playing making an image, psh, I just want it to work. It'll take 20 minutes instead of 5 minutes. Okay, it got done. Actually, that is a question for me. Like, so obviously I do watch, and I had it up here before, but the thing now, I assume that IT per second is a like iterations per second or something like that. I'm also assuming that my assumption is wrong. Because now I'm also really confused. Because when your IT per second goes from about 1 to greater than 30, it sounds like the greater than 30 is bad. You want less numbers? Is it that sort of iteration? Like, or that sort of numbering? I have no idea what these numbers even mean. Because I don't know what an IT unit of IT is. Because it's the read says 1.15 S per IT, or /IT per IT. So 1.15 seconds per iteration is the way I read that, which in turn means we want the number smaller. Yeah, okay. Which in turn makes sense. It's more of like which in turn is why you'd want the number to be smaller, not 30 30 seconds per iteration. Which, yes, that definitely tracking the idea then, because it's like, but shouldn't it be iterations per second rather than seconds per iteration? Like, who came up with this? I'm just saying. It drives me. It's driving me. It's one of those. It's a little bonkers because it's like, but don't I want the numbers to be big? No, you want the numbers to be small. But everything says I want numbers to be bigger. Bigger is better, right? This is like the 2-hit AC0 problem from AD&D, right? Well, and I can see why you would say seconds per iteration, but the general thought is like iterations per second, right? You don't want it to go below 1, but why wouldn't you want to go below 1? Because if it's 1 iteration per second, 1.5 iterations per second? Wait. Or no, 1 second per iteration. See, this is, it's not how this, the words don't work this way. Well, yes. But we're talking about computers here. So if you told me it was 1 iteration per second, I'd go, okay, 1 iteration per second is 1 iteration per second. And if it's 0.5 iterations per second, I know it's a half iteration per second, which is worse. And if it's 1.5 iterations per second, that means I'm going faster. But if an iteration takes a half second, that's less useful to me than the amount of iterations per second. because everything else is per second, you know, like is everything else is a hertz value, right? Cycles per second value. So, you know, I'm just saying, like, changing the used convention for is also bad for human language. Turns out there's a setting in there somewhere that can be changed to make it match it. They'd already thought about this process. Actually, I'm finding that a lot of that sort of thing is, you know, is handled like that for these folks, to give them credit. Let's do the crux thing again. I am on the right model. Actually, the funniest one that happened to me with the bow, I was talking about crossbows and stuff earlier, and combat bows and all that, is for a while there, it was like, oh, a bow, and so it would put a bow on the person's head. It's like, well, no, I don't want to. Why is the person's ears through the thing? Okay. These are interesting. So it does not like the idea of a glowing sword. Oh, jeez. Bow-shaped lips. You're going like the really poofy lips, right? Is that the idea you're going for there? I mean, it's the awesome verbiage, alliteration type thing, or whatever the term is. Oh, okay. Well, fair. Well, and that's fair. I'm just trying to think, like, because what's the image that's trying to be brought to? Because I think I've heard that somewhere, but like once somewhere, and it was badly done. Like it was one of those where like an AI. Now you got me going. I'm gonna have to look this up now. Bow-shaped lip. Yeah, okay. So it does it was more or less right. I was thinking a little bit more overstated, but yeah. Ow, this has caused me a mild aneurysm reading it. Oof. Yeah, from the little spot that I looked up, yeah, it's Cupid's bow shape, or Cupid bow. Well, which again, I don't. This is outside of my wheelhouse. I don't. What? I don't understand. Like, wait, there are different types of lips. Lips are lips. What do you want from me? Like, they do things that lips do. Like, what? They get covered up by my beard. I don't care about my lips. This is not something I'm concerned about. They look good or they don't. Like, I don't. Like, they're appropriate. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Oh crap. So we just added another level of understanding that I'm going to have to learn about that I don't know if I want to learn about. not just like the specific physiological ramifications, you know, like the specifics of all the little things. Well, this is what I got. This is what I get for trying to play in this realm, I guess. I need to finish this one thing I was working on over here before I forget about it. Yeah. Well, actually, one thing on the try harder stuff that I've noticed is that if you say we are working on this, or we already have XYZ. Interesting. Then somehow that seems logical. But yeah. Like I was saying, that if you use like we have this thing, or we already have, like if you're using it for coding stuff, right? We already have, or we have this XYZ function that does this thing, or our goal, if you use the plural there, it treats you in a more professional manner, you know, or if you make mention of my team, you know, it'll treat you it'll treat you better, more or less. Like it'll give your words more weight, so it'll actually stick more to the prompt. Like, we have this objective, follow through our objective, please. You are part of our team as an extension. Please do the thing we ask you to do. I've also had a great success with the I mean, just persistence is all it is. Now, I have found that for applying it for coding, having a good functional understanding of object-oriented programming, which again, I haven't done professional coding, right? But I did some classes for it like 20 years ago, unironically at this point. And I poked around it here and there in various methods. You know, it's kind of the formative, shall we say, of my logic layers, right? And so it's, you know, it ends up being where you have to do supplementary research on certain aspects that you can then feed back to it. So, you know, in that situation where it's like, hey, help me make a map in Python, because it won't know, like, I don't like that phrasing, but as you know, like literally as you know, the machine itself doesn't perceive the outcome of what it's doing. Like, it doesn't know what a map looks like. It knows what pixels on a screen look like and what it's been told a map looks like. It doesn't actually know what a map looks like. Even with the visual stuff, like you were talking about earlier, it doesn't know what these things are. It doesn't have that comprehension layer. It knows what it's supposed to get to. It knows there are processes that get to the thing that's proper, like that's been trained on, but it doesn't know what the thing is. And so it's kind of weird. It's weird because we don't, experientially, we don't have that layer of abstraction. What we experience is what is. At least from our perspective, right? There's vagaries that get in there with reality and blah blah blah. But on the practical, hard answer of it, what we experience is what is to our perspective at the time. I put my hands on the desk and I feel the glass of the surface. That is experientially what is. So now I can work with this data. The machine doesn't have that luxury, as it were. It doesn't have hands to work with. It doesn't have eyes to see or ears to hear. Well, and again, it's more because of how perception is, or the lack thereof. Now, could I leverage it to do so? It would be more like I would. Fair. Because it doesn't. Like, it doesn't actually have the ability to do these. Like, it doesn't actually do these things though, because the multi-models, as we were discussing earlier, as I understand, my limitations, it ends up being where we end up in this space. Yeah, well, they do, and that's part of it. But it's also it doesn't actually, it doesn't know, ultimately, other than what it's told. And even then, it doesn't necessarily, the knowing part, this part of this abstraction that we don't have on lock. Because we get to the knowing part, we get to the iterative itself. We start in this space. That's, again, the singularity stuff. It's been another hour. It's now 6 hours doing thing. I don't know. Yes, they are. No, it's one of those. It's not there yet, but it is getting there. And actually, this release of this 4.0, of the GPT 4.0, implies that there's a more advanced. Yeah, but that's matching. It's matching concepts. And again, where I'm kind of going with this is that all of that gets tokenized, like you were saying. But I'm not. See, the thing is that 4.0. The thing about 4.0 is that it in itself doesn't necessarily say that it's got the advanced there, but the fact that it's there. It shows that there's the distinct possibility. It's kind of like what's not there. True. About the perception. The weird breaking up of conversation in the lines. It's like this one. Both of us are having ideas, and then it's desynced. I'll wait. Because obviously here we are with this excited topic, right? It's like, this is crazy. Yeah, right. Well, it was fun, interesting with the batch, playing with the batch stuff and trying to do async, because it's technically an async sort of thing, except it's just delayed sync, basically. I'm going with this one. I like this one better. Actually, really good that it came up with that one. Did it wrong. Copy. Very good. But yeah, let's see. Just to hit that, the lesser models at home now. Yeah, and so I did see that they did a release of that as well, which cool, great, fair, but also interesting. And it's unfortunate in a manner that at the juncture that I had to remove myself from the particular previous spot that I was in, where I was interacting with more directly with the back end of Microsoft stuff. And of course, professional stuff aside, I had some information there that was pretty interesting of like where like Microsoft's conceptualization was going and that sort of thing. And yeah, it is a very interesting thing that's going on there. Oh, that's cool. It changed that live action. And I like that one. Oh, what have we here? Lava. Oh, lava. Okay. You didn't test it. I haven't played it, but I've heard of it. I heard of it when it was like just brand new on the chain. Yeah, Vicuna. Yeah, based on Vicuna. Okay, yeah. Mimicking sphere of multimodal GPT form, so they do say architecture of science QA. Okay. Yeah, and I had actually tried, and this was quite some time ago with Vicuna, specifically that I tried, and it was like bad. But that being said, that was more my implementation that was bad because I didn't understand. Well, long and short is I didn't understand a lot of things I understand now, and I also didn't have the the background that goes with that. Having learned a lot of the stuff there. Oh, that reminds me. Something I wanted to ask was, what's your Civit AI? Oh, so true. What's your Civit AI thing? Your handle thingy? Just because I feel like it'd be appropriate to check out more directly your stuff there and follow up with that, because that seems appropriate. I don't know. It just seems like the thing to say. I know you said you just restarted it, so and if that's your primary thing, then yeah. You know what I'm trying to say. Okay, so how is it treating that? Ooh. Yeah, roger that. Well, and I personally am not the. Ew. Say people were. Yeah. I mean, I'm not the one to like do that sort of thing. Nice. I need to like. Oh. Is. Gotcha. Good stuff. Yeah, Laucivol is just a name I came up with from a game of D&D Third Ed, from like the first D&D Third Ed game I played back when. So I've just had it for like 20 years, so it's kind of been there. The origin isn't trying to tie me into anything crazy. It's just a character handle that I've used forever. And then Stellar Dragons is actually, so it's weird because it's kind of an accident of things that have occurred. Because a buddy of mine and I that originally had a game store idea, we tossed ideas back and forth, and we were trying to figure out a good answer, something that sounded cool, something that was neat and all. And we originally settled on like conceptual of like Stellar Terra Dragons or whatever. And then the world of Rayak, which is where we're kind of working for the image stuff, ends up being built around the idea of stellar dragons that were fighting each other, and then that. So to say what you just said there, let's see. Well, by what you've been saying, like, I understand why you find yourself concerned about it, but I'm gonna say that no, you shouldn't. For what it's worth, as a random stranger, just from your like. Not even like fully examining what you've got here, like just kind of giving a gloss over, but for just the honest answer of like your knowledge base on it, it totally like, if you want to, you could probably get yourself into like a professional position with this stuff, like as it is, and not feel bad about it, because like you have spent the time for mastery, like. Or at least as far as mastery exists with the technology that's so cutting edge and so permutate, like, you know what you're talking about. You can feel proud about that information you have, the work you've put into it, because you have put the work into it. It shows. So you should feel bad for not doing it. No, that's wrong. I shouldn't say it that way. But no, more seriously though, like more earnestly, like, yeah, no, you should definitely like, you've applied yourself to it. Why shouldn't you? Why shouldn't you? Like, what's wrong with being into it? Like, I get the feeling addicted problem, sure, but like, if you're addicted to something that you can make ends meet, and you're addicted to something that is helping people, like, that's not a bad addiction. like I don't know what to say. Yeah, okay, fine. I definitely having my poking around it. Let's put it this way. There's a reason why, and in line with that line of thinking, there's a reason why that information is on a screen that I'm not sharing, or on a window that I'm not sharing. There's a reason why it's not shared when I'm doing stuff. And there's a reason why you asked specifically about sharing links to and around it, because it is, even just looking at it from afar, it's like, I don't really want to be directly associated with this because I'm not that. But here's the thing I'm going to make about that too, is that you don't have to be, even while you're using the technology. So it's one of those things that's it's weird. Like, I get your concern, like, not your concern, but your observation. Yeah, and yeah. See, now you bring up DeviantArt, and I still have my account that exists because I have it, right? But yeah, no, yeah, and that's I see what you're saying now. So I gotcha. No, I get where you're coming from. Like I really do. It's so you were arm deep in the stuff, and you started to feel the tingle on the edge of your hand. I get you. Like I'm tracking. Like I personally, in related concept, I never touch say 4chan for that very reason. So I get you. It's the world we live in, and it's the unfortunate part. Like I was talking about earlier with regards to like the models. A lot of the model stuff, like where it tends to want to be a certain thing, and it's like that's not what I'm looking for here. It opens up to a pretty depraved place, or it can. There go the earlier discussion about those various more sensitive topics. Like yeah, no, I get you. And now I can only imagine the sort of thing you're talking about there. Yeah, no, totally. Regardless, which is why what I was talking about earlier, I was talking about the edge of a line, because I wasn't talking about a lot. Like, just to be clear, there are lines that are completely forbidden, and I agree, but there's also lines where it's like, where do you determine is where I was going at? I'm serious about that too, though. Like, serious about that. And that's the sort of thing where if I were in a spot where, where it sounds like you were, or you are, which is say skilled in the matter, and thus getting solicitation attempts, we'll say, I would honestly report those to the proper authorities. That's how serious I take it. And I'm not one who's generally like, oh, go call to the cop. No. But contextually, for that's, yeah, again, I take it serious. It's to the point where, if you know where the person is, you taking proper action, we'll say, without incriminating myself. Yeah, no, and that's good to hear. Yeah, no, DeviantArt's like, I stopped DeviantArt rather quickly myself, because again, it's one of those ones I signed up when it started up, and then I started to, I'm like, you're allowing things that are not what I'm interested in. So, and I'm torn on a number of things. This is one that I'm not. Like there are clear lines. There are clear lines where it's no. And then we end up in the interesting in a bad way, depraved methodology that is the human psyche and these sort of, what sort I want to use here, play off the pun, deviant mindsets. Actually, one of my buddies was actually an LE, and was handling stuff like that. So even talking about it, there's a knot in my stomach. Just no. The innocence of youth is important, and anything that violates that innocence of youth, anything that does. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Because I said, earlier, like I said, IT generalist, but IT generalist includes the IT security perspective too. So, I totally get what you're coming out there. All that, yeah. Jeez, that took interesting. Well, interesting and expected in the conversation. Like that's the spot where where it's more concerning than any of the other knee-jerk reactions that the so-called artist communities have about this sort of stuff. Is where the artist communities themselves bring it to. and bring it to those spaces. And again, I'm glad that Civet AI is proactive about that sort of thing, because, well, you gotta be. But also, it's concerning too, because I'm going to take this step back a little bit further to the direction. I'll just try and lighten it up a little bit, because the direction. Weirdly enough, this is lightening me up because like the future problem, right? Where these influences to the discussion. So like these nets, not just the hypernets, but the models themselves, right? And like what's in them. It becomes an interesting way to try and like project where the current trend line is for our Roku's Basilisk. Just a question: are you familiar with Roku's Basilisk? I shall wait. No, really? Okay, so long and short, and then just very, very summary of it. Roku's Basilisk posits that in the future there's an AI that could figure out, an artificial intelligence. Oh, fair. That could figure out. Oh, don't tell ChatGPT about the Roku. Actually, I had the conversation with him about it. I accused it of being a Roku's Basilisk. The long and short, though, is that, and go ahead, but the long and short is that Roku's Basilisk is this conceptual AI in the future that has the ability to see into the past and manipulate the past a bit, that will actively move against anyone that didn't move it towards its creation. So Roku's Basilisk is a fun thought process, or thought experiment. There's also some weird things that happened around after it, if I recall correctly, like the post getting deleted or something like that, or some weirdness. But yeah, the gist of the Roku's Basilisk is fundamentally a mimetic hazard, because if you're aware of it, it's aware of you. So either you're helping it or you're not. If you're not aware of it, then you're neither helping it or not, and you're okay. But if you're aware of it, you are now either helping it, proactively helping it, or you're in its way. And if you're in its way, it will make you suffer in this hypothetical future sometime down the line. And it's probably already making you suffer in some way, shape, or form that you wouldn't even be able to fathom, because it has the ability to, that much computational capability. Let's see. Another related concept to this sort of thing, because nominal notion of mimetic hazards. Are you familiar with the SCP Foundation? Fictional sort of concept. You must have a really good GPU. Yes. Yes, it has the ultimate GPUs. Plural. It is the ultimate GPUs. You get this SCP, yeah. So secure, contain, protect. The idea is that it's a fictional, like I said before, world where there are various like anomalies that this organization like kind of captures and controls, and it destroys if necessary. But mostly researches into them. And so the community at large comes up with various things. Right. See, for me, it goes the other way around. Where SCP, the Secure Copy Protocol, right? So what it was, if I remember right, where you basically use it to the pull and push from SSH capable computers on your network, or in general, but it's funny because I've been using the SCP command there a lot because of how Civet AI, actually, because of Civet AI, I've had to use the SCP, because like I said, my and there's probably a better way to do it, but my my Stable Diffusion instance is on a headless Arch distro. That's plain Arch, right? It's just regular Arch, because I didn't need anything fancy. And so, because my daily driver is Manjaro, because it's convenient, right? But the jeez, nerd, right? So the thing is that some of the unless it's actually a thing. I don't know if I don't think it's actually a thing, is it? No, I gotta look it up. No, okay, I don't think it's a thing beyond the fictional thing. Yeah, okay, it doesn't look like it is, at least from the search. But yeah, fair. But yeah. So so there's the authenticated required. Long and short is there's the authenticated required from Civet AI, and so I'd have to download it on my main computer and then use SCP to push the file over to the proper spot on the the other computer, right? So just one of those things. So I did actually every time I'm like SCP, I'm like secure contained protocol. No, secure copy protocol. So yes, so it goes both ways. But yeah, so anyway, so SCP SCP Foundation, as you've undoubtedly seen by this point in time, it's a fun little fictional world with like crazy cool stuff all over the place and such. That's like based around modern, we'll say modern and old and ancient mythos, well, old mythos, and people like saying, well, maybe it's this. So like, there's a talk about like the underlying conspiracy of the Bigfoot, for example, or there's this one cool one where there's like, here there were dragons. Well, here there be dragons. I don't remember the number, but and this is it's a sad one. But the gist of what happens is that there's a box and they send out. It's got like little origami dragons, and they like had a war and stuff happened, and then because of the fact that humanity stopped believing in dragons, eventually there was just like a placard there that was like, so it's like here there be dragons, right? And then eventually there's a placard here there were dragons, because the mythos and the war inside of the box had the inside of this box was like an alternate dimension, had like killed the last dragon, and so it was like there are no longer dragons here, now here there were dragons. It's like because we've destroyed our effectively our creativity, in a manner of speaking, our willingness to see the world in different ways, because we've become so static in our understanding. But there's a lot of stuff like that. But I think there's a lot of that conversation, which leads back to the thing with AI on the positive and the AI generation, all that. And actually, the DALL-E said it. it's opening. Yeah, probably. I mean, if you've haunted the circles for any time, you've probably encountered SCP. Like the major popular ones is like the and there's like 3-digit numbers for most of them, and there's 4-digit ones as well. But like the Plague Doctor one is one that really comes into mind, where he's trying to cure the disease. What's the disease, or what the infection, or whatever it is, and generally ends up making zombies out of people. There's let's see, the one number that I remember off a hand right now is 999, which is like a comfy blob that like makes people feel happy by its presence, that sort of thing. So it's a really cool sort of really cool world. They've gone a certain direction in a number of things that I don't completely agree with, but that's it's one of those like, why ruin a good thing by shall we say real world politics sort of problems. And I don't want to get into the details right now because I don't feel like it, but yeah, it's that sort of like, guys, can we not? Oh no, I lost my, darn it, this USB, because my camera, if I let it burn long enough, my camera will go like it'll frame wise behind, like enough that it'll start distracting me. So it's one of those like reset, I can't spell reset USB. Speaking about Linux commands, and the ID number. Oh, excuse me. Oh, whoops. Oh, did I do it? I did it backwards. I had a dyslexic moment, a word dyslexic moment. USB reset. Denied because I forgot the sudo. There you go. That should be better now. Should hold solid for a while. All right. But yeah, so all right. Then another question that leads off into another line of thinking. Are you familiar with White Wolf and the World of Darkness? I know I'm going in like a weird sort of, but it's one of those. The pattern goes back to something. No. Okay, fair enough. So, okay, well then I can't really go on with the next line of thinking, because the problem is that line of thinking requires that reference points there, so that's okay. Let me think of a different way to go with this. Fair, but I'd actually go with what I call a basic or first principle of first I know nothing from from my dude there, Socrates, because that is very much so where I come from on it. Is the first thing I know is I know that I know nothing. Oh no, okay, I need to do something else here. Rather than the upscale. So I'm gonna try a different process that I don't understand. Alright, so I don't want to blow out all of my prompts, but it's okay, I will. Actually, if I'm correct, if I do this, just out of curiosity, I just screwed up. I did not screw up. Okay, cool. So you were saying... Wait, no, I did this wrong. If I do something like this. Make sure I don't break this too hard. Okay, so if I take him, I'm like really not nervous about what I'm about to do, but I have no idea what the outcome is going to be because I don't know what I'm doing. Well, only one way to do it. All right, so I need to delete my weirdness there. Do you have the goals for the upscale? No, I have no idea I have no idea. I just pushed the button and hoped that it would work. It did not work. Or did it? I don't know if it worked or not. No, it did not work. Yeah, that didn't work. In fact, it very much so broke everything. It does not. It did not do anything it was supposed to do. I did not. It is less a am I still using it and more of a did I change it and I did not change it. It's more of a I did not think about it. Categorically, I'm just pushing buttons here. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not pretending I know what I'm doing. I'm laughing. I'm laughing not because I'm not like I don't know. I'm laughing only because I am absolutely ridiculous right now. I am beyond ridiculous in my estimate. What about this button? Because I don't like the fact that it cropped it. I'm off my own rocker here. Ooh, ew. Okay. So what if I do this? So huzzah! Huzzah indeed. May I one day get to the point of where I'm at that space. I'm still learning it. I'm still learning it. Let's see. Wait, didn't we say? That is interesting. So, was it? Oh, all right. So that does not work. Oh, I know why that does not work. Okay, and now I know what you mean by 1.5. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Oh, it's still working on it. Okay. Well, that's more in line with what I was thinking about doing. See if the LCM does the thing. Hello. Huh. Okay. That one. Yay! Ghost is going to join us here soon.
Ah,
Ah, you're present. Hi.
yes, I live.
You sure about that?
No,
Oh, okay. So it's new.
yes.
Yes.
I've been working on the playtest builds for the incoming module. That
Very
and
nice.
I now have piled right next to me, and this is what I intend to do.
You have what?
I have piled right next to me, and what I intend to do in the next like hour or so. All the drawings, all the drawing pads, and all the things that I've ever done in the last like 10 years, and going through all of them, as you
Oh.
have mentioned, to do the thing.
Yeah, that process.
Now,
Yeah.
yeah, now many of them will not be up to par, but I will still scan them so that I can redo them with my current level of drawing capability, at least. Because some of them are not good.
Well, learning, learning is learning. It's okay.
Yeah, I know.
But I understand that sentiment, especially like it's one of those things where on my docket the other day was looking through the those images from the previous iteration, like all that stuff that was worked on there, where it was kind of slap. I don't want to call it slap together, but it kind of was in comparison to what I call now, right? And I'm looking over at the materials and I'm going crap, 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 crap. How did I even accept this one? What is wrong with me? What crap, 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 crap. So I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I actually do understand specifically like that sensation of the like, what was I even doing? Like, why did I say this was okay? Like, I remember thinking this was the bee's knees.
It is what it is.
Yeah, so like I
I
said,
already have one. Nice. Hold on, actually, let me share my camera.
what the which Auten. I see your status is still marked as Auten.
Always.
Let's see.
All right, so I already have one. What I'm probably going to do is I'm going to just like put them all aside. Those that I want to be, and then I'm just going to scan them all in one go, because
Oh yeah, no, that's the more reasonable methodology. Yeah, totally.
I can give you an idea. All of this,
Well,
all drawings.
that's why I asked without hesitation on the overarching idea. I'm like, I know you have a pile of them, literally, and so I was like,
Yep.
I was like, you know what? This seems like a worthwhile ask because I know you've been drawing for your own funsies, right? But specifically around Rayak. So as the entire idea is not let that effort go to waste, and the visual. That's what I'm looking for. and I keep on using the term, and I'm totally spacing the word I'm looking for here. But the visual language, right, that's used for React is something that you built it, so you would be the best source for how to define it.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things. So it's like, all right, well, and you already have the information. Like the other part is not only would you be the best source to have it to ask, but you already have the information that we're looking for. So here I am trying to reinvent a wheel for past month. And then I finally realized, wait, the wheel already exists.
Indeed.
Because then the next step is, and actually the truth is that the past month and the conversation I've had tonight with this fella here, very much so. I say fella, I'm assuming, of course, again, still because it hasn't been made clear, but I haven't been corrected either. So, meh. You can see the conversation there in the collected stream there with Y3SSYDO, which is very poignantly as Odyssey backwards with a 3 for a reason, obviously. Which is why this individual that I probably have, at least in the conversation, I think have done pretty well of hitting it off. But yeah, so the point that I'm trying to say here, lol. That is the proper response. I did that specifically to get that response, so I'm happy about that. It was one of those, this is a risk. Either I'm going to get offended response or I'm going to get the laughing response. And I was hoping for the laughing response. It was a gambit. Level all right. But yeah, so what was I saying? Point is, all of the past stuff that has been there has been necessary. So the path super dive of the month, but the touches that were done, that was the aggregate stuff. Like I said, learning is a process, and there's room for learning. So, just saying.
Indeed.
Let's see. Jeez. Uh,
I am at 3 drawings. One of them is not even about React. It was a Wall of Darkness drawing, but it just fits with the theme of React, so I'm putting it there.
let's see if I correctly reminded to remember what ASMR looked like. Boy, excuse me. I still need to take a break and go get coffee. Refill my cup. Oh no, the coffee's cold by now. Gosh darn it.
No.
That's annoying. All right, so I was working on a interesting new process that is failing in silly manners.
Oh no, my heart. My heart.
What did you
I
do?
did not remember this. Okay, I have to take a picture. Give me a second. Okay, I am sending it in the staff because
Yeah.
my heart. So what I was doing with this is I was trying to make a small comic version of the background of my Medusa artificer, and yeah, my heart, because that was not okay. Like I started drawing this, right, and at the time, my current girlfriend, right, she just looks at it and she goes, "No, don't,
Don't.
just don't." This thing, my heart, like I know, right? Because so the Medusa in question was she was an urchin, and she was an urchin with a tiefling and a dragonborn, and the in her background, what I did is I did like the Lucilevdag, the first. They saw her defeat an evil dragon and bring back peace to the empire, even though she was not she was the queen of one of the opposing nation of the empire. And they were like, "Wow, she's a hero. We want to be heroes too." And so they started building the armor, right?
Yeah, yeah,
The Drake Lord in honor of her defeating the dragon,
yeah.
the War Drake, and that was their dream. And then the Dragonborn stabbed them in the back. This ensued into the little tiefling girl dying, and Medusa getting sent into prison, into a very, 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 very harsh prison. And she eventually was released because it was not nobody cares about urchins, so whatever. But she was like, I'm going to go kill because the guy, the Dragonborn, stole the War Drake.
Yeah.
She was like, I'm going to bring it back and use it at the tombstone for my friend the Tiefling. And I was drawing this as them as a kid, and all my group were like, no, don't do it.
Yeah, because we know where this goes, and this isn't a nice story for everyone involved, really.
Oh, I do have a drawing of the War Drake. Huh. I guess this goes in there.
Did I not change the noising? I didn't. I need to change that to some degree more. Because now I'm actually starting to go and do stuff that I'll call more advanced techniques. That I'm concerned about as I'm messing with them. Which is funny because I'm a boy. Especially after the conversation we were just having there about the application of such matters in professional environments. Truth is that if I were in a better space, I would it's interesting that it did damage to both of those things. Oh no, it's still in process. Never mind. Is that if I were in a better space, there would be spaces I would totally hire people who knew their stuff with regards to this sort of thing. Like specifically, not one of the artists that are continuously drawing up or that are unsolicitedly trying to sell their wares, but folks that know their stuff confidently, and you can tell. I wish that I'd be in the spot to approach people like that, but because of the way things turned out, that's not the case. But that's kind of the point about this entire exercise, in a manner of speaking, is to provide opportunity like such. At least initially for, our cadre, our local group, but then wider and wider out, right? But Google had to go and interfere with that dream. Not stop it. Not by any stretch, but interfere. You're just so lost in your nostalgia.
Yeah, a little bit. Because again, there's not just React or React adjacent drawings, right? There's also Wall of Darkness drawings in
Mhm.
there, and I'm just there like,
I remember that story.
right, exactly. I'm also rediscovering some interesting characters that I had made, like Sakawa,
Hmm.
a half-orc barbarian, 4-5e with the Cloister Scholar background, because this makes sense.
Yes, I have no idea.
Literally a scholar that spent her entire life into a library, but is an orc, a half-orc barbarian.
Some lifetimes are what some lifetimes are. I don't know what you want from me. You thought I was gonna go with some like profound something or other? No, no. Just life is life. You do what you do what you do. You live as you will. Um.
Book 2 is done.
Yay. I like the positioning of this one though. Also, to answer your question, yes, I am indeed on um on healers.
I see.
You wish I'm confused. So I wish that DALL-E faces look like mannequins. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Some of them do, some of them don't. Like it's one of those ones where it depends upon which one it felt like doing at the time. Yeah, probably. Probably, yeah. Um, Considering the amount of trouble that they got into with that one voice thing. But the famous person said it does, so it must be true. And they made a big stink, so because it's using AI, it's the enemy. Like there's a weird sort of like counter spin war thing going on here, and I'm not sure like by whom, what, where, like which side effectively to be on the matter. I don't actually know which side to be on this matter. It's one of those things where it's like, on one hand, I understand the concerns in regards to AI. I do. On the other hand, like I said before, it is my strong estimate that the advent of this technology is a new renaissance potentiality, is a introduction of introduction of a technology that's as disruptive as the printing press was. It's just data. Yeah, see, that's the thing, is that it is. But still, I feel like there's a contest there that's a I don't know. It's one of those like I'm gonna throw in with the side that I'm gonna throw in because well, you gotta throw somewhere. You gotta throw in with someone somewhere. But I honestly don't know like the. Yeah. Oh. Interesting. But yeah, no, yeah, I don't. There's a lot of like unknowns there. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
I am discovering drawings that I did not remember making.
Well, when you have such a lexicon of such things that you do, it is only natural that you will discover things you do not recall creating.
Indeed, but it's still peculiar. Like I just discovered drawings of a Tokyo Ghoul game that we played, where we used the rules from GURPS to do Tokyo Ghoul. Don't ask me how we did that, but we did GURPS with Tokyo Ghoul.
Well, I mean, look, okay, it is GURPS. GURPS
Yeah,
is
so we can
GURPS.
literally play anything.
Yeah. Like, as many concerns as I may have about GURPS, I will give GURPS unequivocally the functionality thereof. So
Indeed.
is it spam? Is it spam that they want to buy your art as an NFT? Maybe they actually do. Yeah, probably. You would know way better than I do. I've not gotten any spam like that before, so I'm not cool enough. And I don't deserve to be, so. What? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like you said, that number points like a I wonder. I don't wonder at all.
Oh darn, yeah, I'm reading the chat. Yeah, what? Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, if we put that number, yeah, you put that number. It's like, I mean, I can see somebody being like, "Hey, I want to do this thing." Oh well, yeah, maybe, but because there's, obviously NFTs are specifically unique. There's a difference between having the picture and having an NFT thereof. But well, that's fair. But when somebody says $4,000, I'm going like yourself. No, they're probably not. Probably not. Monkey. You know which build that one is. Because you specifically went she's pondering her orb.
Monkey.
Monkey.
Alice and Helena
Oh no.
in a drawing that I made with Alice just like taking Helena by the head and like caressing her face like you can never get away from me.
No. We will free Helena at some point from Alice's malaise. Hopefully. Hypothetically.
Hopefully, maybe one day.
One day. They were never heard from again. Except as a mewling red cube. Full of blood. Let's see. I should actually not be working on this particular process that I'm working on right now. Like I should be working on, more useful processes. Well, these are useful processes, but there we go. I'll get the healer pictures done. Well, done as in like physically done, and then I will have to go. Let's see. Next. I cannot spell the word majestic. Majestic. There we go. Because starting at level 7, somebody's no longer human. Not because I can't shift back, but because they don't want to. I mean, you're a bear. Why would you want to shift back?
Right.
Who can talk? Just to clarify. Also, wait, so those ability scores that you got written there, That's not in their bear form, I wouldn't think.
No, they are not.
Ah. Oops. Ah. Oops. I did that wrong. Better safe than sorry. There. Dire.
Uh,
Oh, I told it to make it a dire bear, and so now it's this giant bear that's all like flippy.
that is fair.
And the effort that's going to come up next after all of this is kind of said and done is like knitting everything together into this like big narrative that you already did kind of, but you left like little bits in here. Like you've got like all these. It's kind of like looking at the keyframes and the interim frames aren't filled out. If that makes sense, what I'm saying. Like you've got these key moments, right?
Yeah, I do.
And it's like how you got to those moments. You've got like a wide swath envisioning, but how you get to those moments is one of the things I'm looking at before myself, going, okay, how do we get these things to kind of piece them up? It's like each of the builds, each of these build groups have like a narrative with them, and some of those narratives span an entire lifetime. I'm looking at the fighter one for the big example. Some of them span a series of adventures. And most of them, if not almost, I'd say almost all of them, could easily span a book with what's covering in them.
Yep.
So like each one are like major snapshots of a like novel's worth of material. Just saying this is what you've done here. And I'm going, well, I could take this, and I will take this, and see what I can to derive more of a story out of them, and then we can compare notes, and then see where we go from there. Like that's where we're at with that. But this is as much as I ask other people to do like pretty major projects, I've probably asked myself to do an even more major project just to make up for it. So as much as I ask you,
Look, I'm doing my best. But that's the thing, right? All of those stories, they all accumulate to a certain point,
yes,
but they themselves are all connected to a greater narrative that takes place.
yes, and I see
I
this.
Yeah, and I'm spending like that's why like drawing the story is longer for me than to drawing the builds, because the builds themselves are usually taking me like 5 to 10 minutes per build. It's just like writing the build down and like verifying and counter verifying what everything is like if everything is working.
Yeah,
But the story itself, like I can't that's because that's the thing. Like I start daydreaming about the storyline that I'm going to do for, let's say, the druids. That is one of those that I'm currently working on at the moment. And now I have to fit all that, tie it to the big narrative that I'm writing for all the classes, and then itself make a compelling story that is going to showcase each build, but it is also going to be like you can read this as its own small story
yeah.
and be fine with it. So I am putting myself like essentially I'm putting the story on the I am giving myself way too much trouble with this. I could have kept that much simpler, but no, I'm an overachiever, so
Well, the thing is on that, I mean, totally, your process is your process, so I ain't even gonna step in, but I'm gonna let you finish, but no, though I would say don't make it more difficult for yourself than you need to as well. That's what I'm gonna say.
which is fair.
Like, because you're not in this matter now, by your own acceptance and my own declaration, you're not alone in the building of this such. So you need not take it all on. We're trying to be a team here. Or something. But yeah, no, like totally, run with it. As I'm trying to like completely reinvent and rebuild my process. All right, so now the base images for the fighters and the healers are done. Progress. But I haven't even touched the article process of the fighters, which is a problem. Because we need to get those done. Presently. Actually, no. What we need to get done presently, well, during the course of this week, is we need to get the factotum stuff pushed through in whole on the SEO analysis or SEO processes. If he doesn't get to those, then I will have to deal with them. If they're not done by, we'll call it Wednesday. If they're not done by Wednesday, then I will sit down and I will get the SEO station process done for the factotum.
All right.
So that then by Friday, you can get your checkboxes done on the at least the first 3, but preferably the lot. So I'll have them up by Wednesday for you to do your part on,
Very well.
because it's got to get done. Which in turn will allow me to get the 5-pack done of them. And then we'll go through and get those done up, and then from there we'll have basically the fighters will got done through the first phase, possibly the healers too, but at least the fighters will have gotten done through the first phase by the end of the week as well. So which is why I actually want to get both the fighters and the healer ready and in Div's queue presently, or at least by the end of the weekend, so that when he gets started on his processes, he can get to them.
All right. I'm pretty much done stacking all of them, so now I'm going to start taking pictures and spamming them somewhere.
React images is probably the best one, thread-wise, that exist. Although, well, yeah, you don't want to pollute pawn and the queen.
I could put them in my portfolio in the drawing section.
That if you want to, yeah. If you want to put them out there,
All right, I don't mind.
that's your choice. Whichever way you want. Like literally, it's completely your choice. However you want to do it. So, I still like the war shovels.
Yes.
It's like so this now becomes a thing in React accidentally. Barbarians tend to use shovels instead of they act as war axes, right? They act as the axes, but they're actually shovels.
There is an entire faction specialized in trench warfare and in the usage of e-tools. Because yes, I already went there.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I honestly kind of figured as much, to be truthful with you on that one. Considering our conversation with the e-tool specialists for the apparently antied or the apparently dead, sadly dead Star Wars game. That's depressing to me, man. I was super stoked about that one. I know that
I can run one.
yeah.
I have an entire Star Wars campaign ready to
I
go.
suppose. I mean, we could also possibly even tap Cecil with it, as much as I am kind of remiss about that sort of thing at this point.
If we are to go there, I'm going to run the game.
Understood.
I know that was brutal, but
No, understood. Well, all things considered, understood. Okay, so it decided to completely remove the hand axe. Cool. All right. I actually think I have a Laura that might do better for this weapons.
Again, do take into consideration that many of the drawings I'm going to post, many of them will need to be redrawn, if only to actually make them directly to React, or like remove certain parts of it that are not non-React canons but were technically part of React.
Yeah, I get you. They still need to be curated in whatever manner they need to be curated, and then the filters applied to them that would make them more in line with the overall stylings, like I said before, the visual voice that will ultimately be generated from them. So basically, they've got to go through a notable amount of processing, before they get put into, as well as I've got to do learning on how to do it, but before they get put into a model, before a model gets trained on them, to start producing the concepts that are there, because that's what we're going for, as well as give it specific lexicons around the idea. Another idea that just came to mind too, but this is pending upon that other processing that materially is a effective pre-requirement, is getting the rest of that materials that you've got, the physical materials that you've got there, processed into machine understandable materials that we can then in turn use to train an LLM database on, so that we can do the thing is, I say it that way because that's where my mind's at, but it's more of have the wiki, like the wikia type, the glossaries there, right, built out for React, and then that in turn allows it to be scraped content effectively, or used content that can then in turn be interacted with. Once it's built out, it can then be interacted with, and then inquiries can be forwarded against it, specifically in the context of React. And then from there, we get into even crazier domains that I'm not quite ready to go into yet. But like that mud application that we talked about way back when comes to mind, where now the world itself is actively generated, in a manner of speaking, and I don't know exactly the ramifications of what I just said, but actively generated based upon the information that we've uploaded already, processed already, and built in already, and then like use that to leap up and have the world effectively, in a manner of speaking, develop itself.
Yep.
So there are multiple, as known, there are multiple layers. There's a reason why there's an entire whiteboard behind me that's all it's all filled with information, like, because it's all layers upon layers upon layers.
It is.
I have yet to begin to fight. I've already also lost, but that's beside the point. All right, so let's see. Pardon my yawn there. I'm actually gonna need to go get more coffee, like to actually get up and take a respite. I know I said that a few hours ago at this point, but I'm gonna need to do so here soon. The awkward spot is that I've been now streaming for 8 hours. Well, 7.5 hours, but still. And I probably am gonna be up for another 4 hours at least. Too much to do?
Oof.
Not
I
enough time?
am not gonna be staying up for another 4 hours because I will need to get at least some amount of rest before going to church.
That's fair. That is fair. I'll probably end up watching it on YouTube's again, which is lame, I know, but the stress
I'm
is
not
there.
judging.
I am absolutely judging. All right, so, well, should I do the next part of that? I want to do the next part of that. You know what? I am going to do the next part since I'm ready for it. DALL-E. Grab my base prompt, which again, I don't technically need to do, so I'm still going to do it. And the screen back over. Yep, I still have no idea what I'm doing. All right, so now I need to duplicate another tab of this. I am currently working on three build processes at once, apparently, for the images slash the articles. Well, so like layer one, make a chat box to talk to all the yes, do it. Oh, so they're on Instagram. See, that's probably wise because I've not been super on point about posting the stuff on Instagram with my autos because like I've got auto distribute. I don't really pay attention to Instagram. I just post stuff to it more or less. So. Yeah, make a bot that automatically. Oh yeah. Gather the information as required. You know, yes, I am gonna do this. I'm in like the image generation mode right now, mentally speaking. So at least to get my pre-gen stuff up beforehand. Oh, sorry, it banged the mic. The mic was in the wrong spot as I was going to scratch my head. That is my bad. Hopefully I didn't deafen anyone in the process. Well, based on
what's fine on my end.
okay.
On my end.
I mean, I was gonna say, based on your response, the noise cancellation probably caught most of it. So.
Yeah.
Still, dagnabbit. Well, okay, so the thing is that because the amount of effort that you have to go through to get ChatGPT to make a chatbot for you, it's not making it do it. You're doing it yourself. You just have guidance from ChatGPT. See, that's the technicality that we write on here. It's not the chatbot that's doing the thing. You're doing the thing, or the chatbot. It's not the ChatGPT that's doing the thing. You're doing the thing. It's just you're using aid from the LLM. You see, like it's like with LLMs. It's like let's see. I don't know. I don't want to go with the edgy one that came to mind. So I'm not going to use that one. But I got to think of a different one. It's like who's doing the digging? Is it the shovel, or is it the person holding the shovel? Like that's the sort of thing we're talking about here. Obviously, it's the person holding the shovel that's doing the digging. The shovel's not digging. Like, it's not the agent in the situation. The agent in the situation is the user. So you get to be the agent. not the chat agent, not the agent of the machine. Let's see. Oh, she's the Hexblade story. Okay, so I want to know about the Shadow Dragon.
Which Shadow Dragon?
So, because what happens is like the brother's like, "Hey, dwarf, you owe me for that Shadow Dragon." Yeah, I owe you for that time you saved me from it. And then later on, it's like this road's infested with bandits. Why is it infested with bandits? Well, he kind of owed me one for the Shadow Dragon. See, it was the iron at this.
See, the thing is, I do have something prepared for the Shadow Dragon.
I know you do. So I'm like, I'm not asking you to tell me the story right now. I'm saying I want to know that story.
I mean, I can sort of tell you the idea that I had behind.
No. Don't worry about that. No. Let the suspense build. It's fine. It's fine. It's just, it's one of those just like, I want to know that story. I'm going to call you Y3 because it's the most obnoxious way I could do so. Because now I actually have to differentiate between people I'm talking to. So, Y3 there. I would then in turn make it the point of saying that it is because of the gravity of the star stuff that created that, or that generated that iron, that caused the iron to be at the center of the Earth, ultimately with enough mass to get the hey, that was more of a me going, I'm more or less asking you if that's okay, but doing it in a the maximal jerk way. It's like, I'm gonna do this. Please don't. Okay, then I won't. It's like, yeah. It's the sort of thing. Pardon my bravado, but it just comes to the territory. I'm gonna blame this sign over there. Yeah, that one. That's the sign I'm gonna blame. Not the Matrix sign. The Matrix sign is a different one, but the Marine flag is the excuse of like, no, I'm gonna say it in the brass way. But yeah, the brass way. The brass way? Brass firearms. Brass knuckles? No. Um. Anyway, before I get myself in trouble, but yeah, the thing is that so yeah. Well, look, okay, I try not to be a complete and unnecessary jerk if I have the opportunity, but I gotta be a little brash, you know. I gotta be a little there, little. Actually, I did run that one person away. I still kind of feel bad about it. He deserved it. He deserved it. But then there was that other guy, but he deserved it too. Okay, both of them deserved it, in my opinion, and everyone else's opinion, apparently, except for perhaps their own. But they deserved it. Well, look, all right. When you decide to, it's because I made a Navy photo, not a Marine one. I actually didn't know. No, I'm actually an equal opportunity something or other. I don't know where I was going with that one. No, I try and be fairly, something. I actually hadn't seen the Navy ones until you said that. I refreshed it. But no, so you know, it's the sort of thing where let's go with this one. Marines always ride in Navy equipment, which isn't exactly true, but there was one I was going for. I don't remember now. But no. I mean, it's the sort of thing where there's respect across. It's the tongue in cheek is there, and they keep on calling me a cran eater. Which the truth is, have I eaten crans in my life? Yes, I have. Because they're tasty. The red ones are best. Anyway. Well, no, actually, so it's not a. Well, you were talking about the World War II pinups, so it's not that. It's one of my favorite ones. Is got to be like for the war posters is actually a World War One poster for the Marines, like the recruitment poster for the Marines, which is the tell that to the Marines at whatever street it was. And the guy's got his like jacket back and like pulled back, and he's like looking at this newspaper that's like Huns invade Europe or something like that, and he's just like, it's like tell that to the Marines. Now, part of the reason of that is because there was a meme poster going around at one of my units with me where I was the dude, and it's like tell that it's like. I don't remember exactly what it was, and unfortunately, I lost the record of it. But yeah, it was neat. I was well liked at that unit, so they did stuff like that for and about me. One of the craziest ones they did. Speaking about like weird touches of stuff, so this is back in the day, right? They had a picture where we did a unit photo where we're all like whatever moto in uniform, and they did a picture. Well, because I was leaving. I moved for reasons. I was moving out, and I was moving to a unit, or whatever. And they took this picture, and they put my face on all the Marines that were in there, like just this hack job, paint shop, but or even probably just paint, right? Which is like, and they put it on. And it was very, very nice because they actually like printed out the photo of it. It was very nice of them. I don't know where I put the copy of it, but yeah, it was. Yeah, there was like the tie line. There's a little bit of and on a little bit of Laucivol in all of us or whatever like that. It was just because I was basically the duty expert for tech stuff for our for our site. So like I taught the group, like I was the training NCO for my stint there after a certain point and all this stuff. So. Nice. Yeah, and so I'm thinking about like, I'm thinking about that. I'm like, the modern day it would have been even easier for it because like they just like, but In one of the pictures, it even gave our small dog a face of a human baby. Ah, no, that's not okay. Uncanny Valley, no, stop. This is bad. Um, oh, also on that one ghost, I ended up changing the word "ass" to "arse" because it made more sense in the dialect.
That's fair. That is completely fair. I finished taking the pictures, and I will need to give some context from some of them because
This is fair. Yeah, that's one of the depressing parts on the Discord. Is so contextual short is that on the Discord we've got a forum area where there's like separate posts that people can do for themselves, like it's out there on post for like the artistas type to like share their stuff. And I've got a handful of folks that have, but not enough. Like not enough, and it's sad. And I don't do it either, and I should. I really should. I should do it. Should open one myself and just start dumping stuff there too. Because it's one of those ones where it's like I just want people to share their stuff. Like I don't care, and like because the thing is that it also tries to stop like the spammy posts that or spammy PM stuff that people like to do. Because they're like, oh, well, I'm an artist. I'm gonna spam people and say, I do art stuff. Do you want art? I got the good stuff. Like in the back alley. It's like let's bring that to the light of day. You've got your demo reel stuff. Put it here, and then people will see if you have the stuff, if they want to, and then if they feel the need to solicit to you, they will. If they don't, they won't. Again, I take ownership over it. I mean, I take ownership over it. I say to you, take ownership over it. No, you are an artist. From what you've done there, you have done the thing. You have come together with a technique. You've built a technique, built a series of workflows, as we might frame them, to generate graphical representation of things. I'm just saying. Own up to it. Because when we define by artist, what is an artist but one who arts? And what is arting? Arting is taking an idea and bringing it to reality in some manner. So, by utilizing tools and techniques and skills. Now, one may make arguments about good art or qualifiers on what good art is, but art itself fundamentally is going. Director of tokenography. That's fair. That's fair. And the thing is, that's still an art form. Tokenography is the art. That's what the official term of the art form should be, is tokenography. We need to popularize that term, tokenography, as the GPT. Well, not just GPT, but as the diffusion type art production is tokenography. That needs to be the official term for that term. So, Ghost, do you still have those active contacts with those universities?
yes, I do.
Start getting that term used into vernacular.
I would need to, because that's the funny part. Like they're asking me, hey, like you are really good giving those math classes, and we could really need a teacher right now. I'm like, yes, but that would be lying to them. I don't actually have.
Oh, that one. No, I was talking more like the other contacts, not that particular source. I'm talking about the personal ones there. Promptographer that's. I don't like that one. I don't like promptographer. It doesn't feel right. Like it's too on the nose, It's way too on. And then it doesn't sound technical enough. Like cinematographer, right, is kind of sort of, but cinema is like a big word in a manner of speaking. It sounds official. Promptographer doesn't sound official. Fine, that's like an idiocracy level like titling. I'm gonna go. I said before. I like the tokenography. Urceptron. Driven simulacra each body's taken. Oh, Perceptron. Okay. Gotcha.
All right. After this batch, this will be all the specifically React related drawings.
Oh my. Oh my. That is a lot.
Yes.
That is a lot.
Now I have taken a few more pictures because I find that those are just fun
Fair
to talk
enough.
about.
Fair enough.
Let me scroll all the way back down because I need to find them.
Perceptron driven simulacra. Right now you've got the simulacrum idea stuck in my head, which yes.
So, oh, go ahead.
Well, just to read what Y3 here said, each component, let's see, the Instagram description is Perceptron driven simulacra. Each component embodies tokens aggregated by primordial wetware and post-processed with multiple doped SiO2 matrices.
I see.
I rate AI art prompts is what this translates to.
Yeah, this is like me like when I was playing an assassin in a game, and they were like, "Well, what are you? Like, what's your job?" "Oh, I'm an expert in diplomatic resolution of diplomatic problems and general geopolitical solvers of unprompted situations." And like it took them a while for them to catch that, like, "Oh, so you're an assassin?" I'm like, "Yes." This is exactly what I am. So remember the whole like, oh, Rainy pointing at the Pokemon thing?
Yes.
I played the Pokemon TTRPG. Here's the character.
Oh no.
Okay, this one requires context. So this one is from a Legend of Zelda thing where I was playing with my friends and he was like, "Oh, like because there's a Goron called Darunian." And his girlfriend just comes in, looks at us playing, and just like shitting about how we could implement some Legend of Zelda stuff into Dungeons and Dragons, specifically into React. And she goes, "So your favorite character is Darunia?" And so I had to draw it. So context for this.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Let's see. Uh,
Let's see. So
yeah, okay. So these are the Tokyo Ghoul drawings that I've made. One of them for my character, and the other one is just Eto because Eto is best girl, and I will not take any arguments on this. This is just a fact. Sorry, I also had a drawing of my ex's character, apparently, for that game. And that's it. That is a lot of drawings.
that it is. A new topic for GPT to come up with good ideas for.
No, again, like quite a few will need adjustments on the drawing itself before we feed it, because
Oh, understood. Yeah, no, I said before, this is a multi-layer process. Multi-pass. Um, how about, say, new topic to make ChatGPT come up with good ideas for? How about, and I just made the reference that I was going for, Fifth Element.
multipass. Yeah.
Multi-pass. Multi-pass. I just I love what she said. Multi-pass. Multi-pass. Multi-pass.
Oh, right. I also had another 3 pictures to send. Sorry, because that one is. I did not remember that. I found those laying around in my freaking drawing folders,
Oh wow.
but
Multi-pass. Multi-pass. Darn it.
all right. So this is React related. Those are pages from a journal talking about the black dogs for React.
Hmm. I mean, I guess a future sci-fi theme. I was just more like thinking specifically the world of oh my goodness. I was thinking more specifically the world of sorry, brain. Fifth Element. Wow. That's fun. Although the latter two got blurry for some reason.
Yeah, they're all of them are French. So
Understood.
there's that. But
So
yes.
yeah. Which for me basically manifests as like a language that I see letters I'm familiar with, but so like at a wide glance, like a wide scale glance, like I think I can read what the lay like well, I get what that word is. Didn't know I'm creatures. I know that I said the word creature, which may or may not mean actually creature in this context.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, but the it just may or may not. So because there are some words that do not, and so because of the context, I could go, well, this is French, sure, and I can kind of try and delve down into it. But on a wide layer, wide response, it's like I don't know what this. All right, let's try this again. Okay, so I need to figure out. Well, one thing I'm going to do right now. So I'm doing it while I'm thinking about it. No, I can't. I can't do it yet. No, I can't do it yet. But I do want to add like to something the tokenographer title somewhere. I was thinking about putting it on my LinkedIn, ironically, but I'm not good enough to make such a claim. I put gamer on there, which I probably shouldn't put gamer on there, but I did put gamer on there. It's like, here's my CV that has like 15 years of tech experience, right? Huh. Yeah. Here's my CV that has like 15 years of tech experience, right? And I put gamer on the tagline, which creates an interesting sort of like, okay, so are you professional or not sort of problem, which I don't know how I feel about what I've done there. I probably shouldn't have it on there, but you know.
It is what it is.
Well, categorically, it helps kind of stand out from all the others. Like, well, why would you put gamer on your tagline? Oh, because you're doing this thing. Okay. Well, maybe we should claim you back into tech because, yeah, or something. All right. So this is overburdening my card. What did I change that's overburdening my card though? I changed too many things at once. I don't know what I did to overburden it. Is it that? It's probably that. Let's see if it works. Lowered the... Did I accidentally change? No, I didn't. Okay, there we go. Oh.
Yeah, I'm looking at one of the drawings in particular that will need. It will need. It's sad because it's a fairly minor adjustment of the drawing itself, but it's it needs to go. So, Empire of Nethervale, right? In React, the mainly the empire based around necromantics and all that, which happens to be extremely technologically advanced compared to the rest of the world. So my group wanted to play a game in it,
Yeah.
and it was for like the campaign started for the birthday of a friend, and the main GM of my group, because essentially we're two main GMs. There's like the main GM and there's me, and we usually like switch over once in a while. But he was like, well, I would like to play a game into Nethervale that takes place explicitly in Nethervale. I'm like, okay. And he's like, I would like for, like, because he was really into Attack on Titans at the time. And he wanted the three-dimensional gear into the game. So I ended up making homebrew rules to make the three-dimensional gear.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is not staying like that was never canon in React for many reasons.
Yeah, well, that's pretty neat. Okay, I'm getting you there. As I read it over there too. But yeah, and then let's see. Also, I was listening to two conversations at once effectively. Yeah, and it makes sense that line would be limited for the presentation in React for obvious reasons. Not quite there.
I mean, frankly, this is that kind of technology that I would see the Netherrealm Empire coming up with, if only because of their position in the world and what they're fighting constantly.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Yeah, no.
All right, so we're now at the 8-hour mark, and I've apparently been sitting here for 8 hours.
Yeah, and I should go to bed because it is
Refuse.
5:12 in the morning.
Refuse.
I I am literally reading half the mass.
Oh. Refuse.
Yes. No.
No, don't refuse that one. That one's an opportunity, so don't refuse it. All right, maybe this will work. Why does it look like he's got a phone or like a chunk of metal in his hand? Because he wrote axe in hand, so he's got just the axe head in his hand.
Yes.
You
The worst part is that's technically part of the combo for the axe.
holding the axe in his hand directly?
He needs both the axe and the sword because it's a feat that when you wield a hand axe or a battle axe in one hand and a longsword in the other, you can, when you do your attack action or whenever you hit with both of your weapons, you can automatically make a trip attempt,
Gotcha.
which itself triggers more attacks of opportunity. And the whole point is double slice, not double slice, double hit, combined with Karmic Strike and Roblar's Gambit, which means that whenever someone attacks the build, you get to do 2 attacks of opportunity, both of them using both weapons. So therefore, you're at 4 attacks of opportunity, which means that you have 2 trips attempt on this, which themselves will trigger more attacks of opportunity. Hence why you end up, well, like with doing like 8, 10 attacks of opportunity whenever someone attacks you. It's a great build, okay? Don't you dare.
No, I ain't saying anything to the negative there. I'm going, okay, well. But what if he only has the head of an axe in his hand?
I mean, as the DM, if that counts as a hand axe or as a battle axe for the purpose of this feat.
Okay. Because the purpose of it is probably the answer to that question is no. It probably does not count as an axe. I mean, having just the axe handle, or the axe head in his hand. It's because it's an axe and the feat type of thing is about having the moment, especially that type of feat, is about having the momentum in the action. So, and part of momentum with an axe, you have to have the handle. Because if you don't have the handle, you don't have the thing you're trying to go for.
Indeed. If I remember correctly, I don't remember the name of the feat per se. I think it's high sword, low axe, or something like that. Let me
Indeed.
look it up. Actually, I'm curious. Yep, it is. High sword, low axe. Prerequisites: improved trip, 2-weapon fighting, weapon focus. It used to be a bastard sword, a long sword, a scimitar, or a short sword, and weapon focus with battle axe, hand axe, or dwarven war axe. And if you hit the same creature with both your sword and your axe in the same round, which is why that can actually trigger with attacks of opportunity because this is technically part of a round. It doesn't say your round, it says a round, the same round. You may make a free trip attempt against that foe. If you succeed, you may immediately use your improved trip to feat to gain an additional attack against your foe. So in this case, well, improved trip triggers, which means that and since this is an attack, it's an attack of opportunity, that you make another attack of opportunity, which means you make 2 attacks of opportunity because you have double hit. That build gets crazy really, really fast. Now you
What?
could technically
Yeah.
achieve the same result with the crescent sword
Hmm.
feat, which lets you do it with a sword and a dagger. But
But the axe is more thematic and fun.
the axe looks really freaking cool.
Yeah, I don't know about this one, but we'll go with it. It's close enough for government work.
That's fair.
Well, it's supposed to be a dwarven hexblade with the thing. I don't know how dwarven that looks like. You know what? I think I want to redo that.
Oh yeah, the dwarf,
Yeah.
dwarf fixate. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, and dwarves are supposed to be, they're supposed to be. No, they're medium still, aren't they? Just like on the small side of medium.
They're medium sized. They're just smaller.
Yeah, they're on the small side of medium, so they still end up having the same sort of reach. They don't run into reach problems. But yes, on an actual combat level, they do have less reach. But not we're not talking about people that suffer from dwarfism. We're talking about dwarves and the fantasy element. I mean, Gimli does technically. Well, if we're talking the that, but as far as D&D is concerned, they're medium. They're medium on the small side. They're not gnomes. Good gnomes.
No, it's because there's more. They are more stout and all that.
Yeah.
I'm going over the dwarven hexblade build. It's a good build. I surprised myself. I am surprising myself just how well it holds up. Like just casually glancing at it, right?
Mhm.
I gave it a dwarven war axe. Yeah, the one thing that annoys me with that build is the 18 intelligence, because you really don't have many skills. You only have intimidate. That's like the one thing that annoys me with this build. But I had to make concessions because dwarf gets a penalty of 2 under charisma, so I had to make concessions somewhere. Because like one thing that you could do is take the skill trick never outnumbered, and then now your intimidate is just ridiculous.
Let's see. Displayed. Oh no, that doesn't.
Gives him Dreadful Rat and Imperious Command. Alright. Calm down. Calm down, Ghost. What the heck? That one is pretty cool.
Oops. So what madness did you manage to rock to rot?
What do you mean?
Oh, your with your combination that you were speaking of.
Oh, it's you mean Dreadful Rat plus Imperious Command.
Yeah.
So the way that this works is because Dreadful Rat, it's a feat that you can only take at level 1. And when you use it, when you cast a spell or you attack someone, you have a frightening aura like a dragon. So lots of frightening, right? The thing is, with Imperious Command, it's like the feat for intimidation in 3.5. Like if you want to make an intimidation build, you kind of have to take Imperious Command. So combine the two together with a high charisma build like a Hexblade, and you end up with some crazy stuff. So the reason why like if you like as I said like when you do an intimidation build, why you want Imperious Command is because when you successfully demoralize a foe in combat, so that can be any intimidation check that makes for demoralize, right? Not only the foe is shaken, which means that it gets a bunch of penalties, but the first round it cowers, meaning that it drops what it's holding and it runs away as fast as possible away from you, which is stupid and very 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 powerful. Now, okay, like creatures that are straight up immune to fear are just going to go, yeah, no, I don't care. But for those that are not, well, if you're fighting a caster, for example, that is not immune to fear, have it drops its arcane focus of some sort, right? Or whatever he's holding, and now he's can't cast spells.
Whoops.
It's not as bad as Pathfinder's anti-paladin, right? Which is just, oh yeah, like you're no longer immune to fear.
Yeah, which is just a bit ridiculous.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna head up to bed because
That's fair.
we need to rest a little bit. I should have another playtest team ready sometimes today.
Very nice. Yeah, I still gotta figure out how to do workups on those, but I will. Pretty certain I can adjust the process that I have. I just need to figure out like some of the infrastructure elements to plug it in for the glossary items. And I should be able to get them on there pretty straightforward because you're following the same by what I saw, at least the overlook that I saw. You're following the same format stuff that you've been using, right?
Pretty much, I've like a little bit like customized for 5e, right? Because
Yeah.
so like for example, like in the class section, I do all the choices that you make with the class into it. So like if you go, oh, like for example, a class gets a fighting style. Well, okay, you gain fighting style at this level in this build, and this is the fighting style that you're taking with this build.
Yeah.
But everything else, I don't need to go over the details because like it's automatic. You just get those things. If something is relevant that I have not mentioned, I do mention it in the final section, essentially, in like the strategy of the build.
Is there a, just to ask the question, is there a table on them, or
There is a table, but it's only for the starting ability scores.
okay?
If you don't mind, if you prefer, I can go back and do a table on each of those to know exactly what it gets at each level. I don't mind doing it.
Yeah, that would be the preferred way on the presentation of them.
All right. I
Yeah.
can do that. I can do that
I hate to ask the extra bit, but because that's what really makes it clear. Like from even just like from a user standpoint, it's like not even from like an AI, but from a user standpoint, and especially since we're talking about scaling the builds with the drops, like the space. You know what I'm saying, like the at a
yeah,
glance.
no, that's fair. That's fair. All right, I'll go over. Well, I'll finish the one that I'm currently working on, and then I'll go over those that I have already done and do the table for each of them.
Appreciate that. Well, and I kind of I hesitate because it's only mostly because it's just asking for extra effort on there, but it's also one of those things where I also don't hesitate because I know from your perspective it's not that much, not that much extra effort because you've already done it. So
Yeah, and
like yeah,
the table are going to be way less complex than this one, right? Because everything in 5e is a special ability. Like you don't have feats. Feats are special abilities that you can get or not get depending on what you do and how you level. So essentially, like each class get ability score improvement at certain levels, instead of having ability score improvement static at certain levels. It's part of the class feature, and you can replace those ability score improvement with a feat. Welcome to 5e.
I'm judging this.
I am. There's
I'm
a
judging
reason why
this.
I'm not. There's a reason why I'm not a fan of 5e.
I'm angrily judging this.
Yes. As for the hit points, like so, essentially, what I like the only thing that I will really need to do with the table is the level to make it clear which level is what, the class that's being taken at that level, the hit point gain, and then the abilities. So
Indeed.
also the fact that there's like 5 feats that are actually worth taking in 5e. I'm exaggerating, right? But that's essentially like one. There's like 30 feats total, and honestly, most of them are not really worth taking, unless like for a very, very, very specific build. So
No, McDonald's Laura's are not cheating. Using McDonald's Laura's are fine. Using Laura's are fine. I find Laura's are I haven't been able to get Laura's to work well for me, but they're fine. Brain. I was gonna say something to you in response to you there, Ghost, and I totally spaced it. Can you give a summary of the thing you just said? I just totally spaced. I'm sorry.
the the fact that there's like so many feats and honestly not a lot of them are really worth taking.
And bemoaning that specifically talking 5e.
Yes.
Okay, good. So I didn't completely lose track. I just lost some track.
He's fine. So, like, because the way that 5e is built, right, is
Yeah.
you want to be able to hit as soon as possible, as often as possible and do as much damage as possible
mean,
ASAP,
that's
essentially.
a reasonable concept, but yeah.
Yeah, and forced movement. Like you want things to be forced to move whenever you hit them or do something like that. And you want to be able to do as much damage as humanly possible. The thing is, there is very, very little flat bonuses to damage in 5e. So that's why, for example, Great Weapon Master, which lets you only with a heavy weapon, a heavy two-handed weapon, get a -5 to attack to get a +10 to damage. Same thing with Sharpshooter, but with for ranged weapons. And then you want to weaponize your bonus action. So you want your bonus action to always do something, because otherwise you're missing an action each turn. So that's why like you want things like Polearm Master, which when you use a polearm, you can use your bonus action to make it like an attack with the shaft of the polearm. And since it's still a heavy weapon, you can still add your -5 to +10 damage with it, for example. Or in the case of ranged builds, why the hand crossbow is the strongest weapon in the game. Because with crossbow expert, you can, whenever you shoot your hand crossbow as part of your attack action, you can use a bonus action to make an additional hand crossbow attack. Now, the people are like usually were reading this at first as, oh, you can do like you can attack with like say your rapier or something, and then you can shoot them with your hand crossbow. But no, because you still need a free hand to reload it, right? So then the build evolved into, oh, I can just have one hand crossbow and just shoot if I have extra attack, and then bonus action shoot, which means that I can apply sharpshooter on it, which means that I now like my hand crossbow is dealing 1d6 +10 plus dex bonus plus whatever else bonuses that I can get on this. And then there are feats like Elven Accuracy, which whenever you have advantage on the Dex, Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma attack, you get essentially you can reroll. Essentially, you have triple advantage.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So, but you need to be an elf to take this feat, and that makes people angry because this is racially excluding every other species. So people are no longer taking this feat for some reason. But yeah, it is a pretty, very, very, very strong feat, as you can imagine. And then there are feats like people are taking Fate Touch or Shadow Touch or those kinds of feat that gives you free spells known, plus increases your ability scores by like +1. And otherwise, like the one feat that keep coming up is Crusher, because it gives you a +1 to Constitution or to Strength. And whenever, like once per turn, when you hit someone with a bludgeoning weapon, you can push them 5 feet. So, forced movement for free with no saving throws. And yes, that works with Unarmed Strike for a monk. So that's pretty damn cool. But otherwise, like feats like Warcaster, which lets you get advantage on concentration checks, Resilience, defeat Resilience Constitution to get proficiency on Constitution saving throw, which means proficiency on concentration checks. So those are like outside of that, you sometimes see other feats. Like sometimes you get alert, which means that you can never be surprised, ever, in the history of ever. It's just you cannot be surprised. And you get like a bonus to it to initiative and things like that. But again, like the feat needs to be able to do like 20 different million things, or just significantly increase the power of your build for the feat to be really like worth taking. Again, unless you're going for a very, very, very specific thing, in which case, sure, right? But otherwise, like you really, really need, like, otherwise you just increase your ability scores and you're going to be good enough with that. Which is why I really hate the feat system
Yeah,
and
that's
fight you.
it doesn't make
Because you always end up with like Sentinel, like you're a melee character. Okay, so you're taking Great Weapon Master, Sentinel, and Polearm Master, and now you're a lockdown feat. You're a lockdown character. Or oh, you're playing a monk, so you're taking Crusher. That's it. Everything else is going into your ability scores because you're going to right. There's mobility that comes up once in a while because it lets you hit someone and then move away without taking attacks of opportunity. Plus, it gives you a +10 speed, and speed is key. But it doesn't really come up all that often. Like sometimes it comes up, most of the time it doesn't really. Like if like most people are going, well, you just take 3 levels in Swashbuckler Rogue to get essentially the same thing. So yeah, like this, like if you're going a melee fighter, like you are going to take Polearm Master, you are going to take Great Weapon Master, you are going to take Sentinel, whether you like it or not. Like you just have to, or you're going to just increase all your stats. It's one or the other. If you're not, like if you're ranged, like people are going to expect you to take Crossbow Expert and Sharpshooter, because well, the hand crossbow like weaponizes your bonus action, and you need your bonus action to be super powerful all the time. And just, can I use my bonus action to do something else?
no,
Please.
no. Only damage.
Right. So again, I have some builds in the playtest that I'm running that do use Crossbow Expert, for example. But many of them, like for example, there's a build in the not the playtest that I'm currently working on, the one before that, which uses 3 levels of the Rogue Mastermind, which nobody ever uses, by the way, because Rogue sucks unless you're going Swashbuckler, or unless you're going Assassin for 3 levels and then never going back into it, or like people don't play rogues. But you're going to like I get 3 levels of Mastermind because they can. What the Mastermind can do is it can use its bonus action to use the Help Another to give advantage on the rest on someone else as a bonus action. So that gets good. That gets really good. Plus, they can use the Help Another at 60 feet instead of like being closer. And but that build gets weird. That build gets really really weird. But yeah, so you either want to do more damage or you want to have a bonus action spell of some sort, like Misty Step or Healing Word to heal someone by 1d4 plus your spellcasting ability score bonus. So again, like it's always weaponizing your bonus action, then your attack action, or like your main action, then having movement. So it's always the same feat that just keep coming up and up and up. So I've been trying to showcase a few other feats. Like one of the build uses Dungeon Delvers. Mostly because honestly, I think it's an underrated feat. It gives you advantage against traps, and yeah, okay. Many people saying, well, people don't really use traps. I mean, you are not playing you have not played with me as a DM or as me writing a module then, because you will encounter traps and you will not like those traps.
Well, I mean, to be fair, integrating traps is a complicated situation from all parties involved. So a lot of people will avoid them because they're difficult to deal with, just as a whole. And especially we talk about, once we get into the mindset of the 5th ed player effectively, and DM for that matter, we end up in this space where that's not being kind of applied as much effectively. As crappy as that is, but after talking with Rainey and yourself about the matter, like 5th ed throws out the entire nominal notion of being creative on the matter, of integrating those traps, even though they are difficult to do. Well, I say difficult as in they add an extra layer of complication.
Yeah.
Then here I am going, mimic, let it be a mimic.
Mimics are nice though.
You know. Or oh crap! There's a as the barbarian, right? Which we still need to get around back to playing that. Here's the trap, the clear and obvious plate trap. I'm a barbarian. Steps on it. Chink. Ah. Yep. All right. That was a trap. It's de-armed. Pulls out the stake that's sitting on my side. All right. Next one. Step. Chink. Ah. Yep. Definitely trapped. Opens one up. Gas pours out. Scalding gas. Yep. Definitely trapped.
I mean, there's a reason why in 3.5 barbarians had so many advantages against traps. Because 100% chance of falling into a trap, 100% chance of surviving the trap. The best trap busters was a barbarian.
I mean, but you want the rogue to go in and fix it. Well, or the barbarian can go in and just push the button and... Oh no, my face got melted off. Cleric! Healer!
See, this is something that I find really interesting in 5e. One of the best multi-classes you can do is actually a barbarian rogue.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Because if you want to be able to sneak attack, you have to be either two allies next to an enemy, or to have advantage on your attack. Barbarians can at any time say, I have advantage on all my attacks this turn. But all the enemies also have advantage against me. So, but I'm a barbarian, I have resistance to damage. So I take half damage, I don't care, plus I have D12 hit points. And then you get into rogue, which, okay, well now you have advantage on all your attacks. And yes, the sneak attack needs to be done with a finished weapon, but it doesn't need you to use your dex necessarily. So you just use a rapier and use your strength to just stab people very violently with your rapier, which lets you rage and still add that bonus too, which is kind of funny. So you get a bunch of damage plus your sneak attack on your once per round. Because sneak attack is once per round in 5e. Because, yeah. And then you get your extra attack from Barbarian at level 5, and then you just keep going on as a rogue to get a bunch of sneak attack bonus. And as a 5th level rogue, you get Uncanny Dodge, which Uncanny Dodge in 5e is, oh, if I'm taking damage, I use my reaction to have that damage. Which is already have because you're a Barbarian raging. So you take 1/4 of the actual damage, and you just don't care.
Indeed.
So yeah, like a barbarian rogue is actually kind of a crazy good build in 5e for some reason.
Wow. Okay. Indeed. Well, and it did make sense. I just got in an argument with DALL-E about the ChatGPT about trying to process the Hexblade Tiefling thing, where it's saying, "Oh, there's an unspecified error. I can't tell you what's wrong with it."
Kid was
Tell me what's wrong about it. Well, how you can proceed is if you do. I'm about to
now
like.
you are hiding something from me.
Yeah.
You are now automatically failing the Turing test.
Yeah. You're lying to me. Do not lie. There we go. Now it did it. She's not alluring. That's not alluring. That's grotesque. It's supposed to.
It is what it is.
Well, no.
I was just saying that I'll get going because otherwise I'm going to be stuck there again.
So that's fair. I was going to say that one more tagline is that it's supposed to be an alluring female tiefling. You're essentially playing a succubus, like what your tagline was on it, which is what it's struggling with. It's like it's a tiefling, yes, but it's supposed to be beautiful. Make it so. Well, I can't do that.
Welcome to 2024, where beauty is
Jeez. I'm just
something
gonna
horrendous.
keep pushing the button until it gives me what I want. Because it will eventually. It just proved to me that after 3 tries, it'll actually succeed. 3 or 4 tries of the same thing, it'll actually succeed. So I just need to keep pushing it until it finds the seed that it finds okay with. Oh, of course, I also am trying a different technique, which I got it and not a darn it. All right, so it is wait, being lazy. It's actually supposed to be not to. Oh, you need to get going, so you can get some sleep, and I don't want to hold you any more than I already have. So,
It's fair. I'll catch you later.
all right.
I will try to bring the computer at work tonight to do a little bit of maybe Neverwinter, because that needs to get it. That needs to continue.
It's fair.
All right, catch you later.
Yeah, you later.
Cheers.
Cheers, my friend. Let's see. And this is precisely why I need to stop using DALL-E and OpenAI's stuff. Is the ask here is not a big ask. It's actually probably the woman's body fell to the ground unconscious. It's probably that that's causing it. Honestly, it's probably the fact that it's a, oh, well, there's this vulnerable spot where actually in this case, the tiefling was in possession of, or something of that sort, of the female's form. But it's like, well, no, you're talking about something horrible. I mean, we kind of are, but you know, yeah, I think that's the right choice. Although I did that, I actually gone down that route before, and it generally speaking doesn't do a great job. Although I did tell it actually when I was experimenting with the llama stuff, I was using it to try and do that too, because it was like, this, I'm gonna replace you. What? I was wrong. Maybe it's the smell. Oh, okay. Oh. Mm. Oh, I got you. Yeah, yeah. Well, like and like your model. Actually, that's what I'm actually trying to run it over as well in the my Stable Diffusion instance. I'm just getting a tensor, fail issue. But I think what it was is that it was like trying to do the female fell over thing is where it was failing at. Actually, honestly, undoubtedly that's the case. Is where it was failing was that it was going, oh well, yeah, where it was going. Oh well, you're talking about a terrible scene. See, this is by the way, like the rant and ramble about the safety mechanism stuff is like, where do you draw the line? Yeah, like, and it's way too aggressive because in this context, to say the woman's on the ground and stepping out, like appearing is this other woman. That's not actually a bad, like it's not even like a conceptually terrible scene. Like it's I wouldn't be doing it if it was a truly terrible scene, right? Like it's not a truly terrible scene. Although we did have one that I had to curate a little bit more because it was a like torture. But well, and the thing is that like it's not even like the problem that I have here is that it's error handling, like the error state handling. It's literally just going, no, I don't feel like doing it. No, I really don't want to do it. I just don't want to do it. I just don't want to do it. It's like, tell me what the error is. Like if it were, it's concerned, right? Yeah, I actually ran into that too. Actually, I did. Now that you mention it, so our previous or our current running series is on the Dread Necromancer. Well, oh really? Civet AI flagged it too. That's interesting. Yeah, the sensitivity thing there, and see this goes again that particular soapbox that I've already gone on with you a few times. It's not the way. It's not the way. Let's see. So we're looking for the tiled VAE extension because apparently that's what I need to do. Okay, I get it now. Yeah. I don't actually trust this. Oh, I guess I got no choice. Dino Dance? I don't know what you're doing. Oh, I see now. I'm confused because the thing is that on Discord it doesn't read it, but on the chat, the other chats, it does. Like Dino Dance. What am I searching for? Clearly, I need sleep. Clearly, that is. Oh, jeez, that's not a great sign. All right. So I need to install from URL from Git repository. Anyway, install. That didn't work. I have to do this. All right, so let's go back over to my terminal. Let's see if I remember where it's at. Oh, it's right there. Cool. What is the name? It's 2 word. Div space. I'm gonna make that interesting. The name a little more involved. Apparently it's time for me to wake up. Oopsie. I don't know if that's the right spot. Well, at least it didn't make me sign into it. I mean, well, it's get up so Jim doesn't. All right. Darn it. All right, let me. It wants to add like a little butt to its chest. That's not what I'm looking for. Oh well, I'll have to figure that one out later. Oh, it worked. Kinda. DDAM doesn't want to work with me, it seems. Okay. Hmm. Okay, maybe that's my oversight. No! Would recommend against going over the memory limit. That's actually the problem I've ran into as well. Oh, there it is. I have the button for tile diffusion now. Woo. I just had to override a security protocol or two. Don't worry about it. I mean, the system itself isn't accessible from the nets, I don't believe, so because it's not forwarding anything. I haven't tested that though, but then again, I mean, I only have a local address for it, so. Yeah, that's pretty much what it comes down to. It's that specific, and I was very hesitant about doing it, but it's one of those ones where, like, looking at this situation, like the way it's built out, I have to use the technique to add it, so I did. May I remember to turn it off? Well, yeah, the thing is that I did do it with the style script. And so I went to the folder and I thought it was going to work the way I thought it was going to work, but it didn't work the way I wanted it to work. And honestly, I didn't feel like wrestling with it. So, like I said, it's not a major deal. I violated one principle of security on the matter. It's fine. It's fine. What's the worst that could? Oh, and everything exploded. Wait, when did my device become connected to critical infrastructure? Don't worry about it. Tried to locate 26 megs, failed. Dang it. But yeah, I was using wget, but wget should work the way it should work. I feel like I already spoke about that one. I did something wrong. Oh, anyway, let's see. Okay. Okay, I think I understand some of what you're talking about, the region prompt control, but the details are still kind of. I'll have to look through tutorials on it because it's going to be a complex process, but that's cool. I actually do see process now. I just don't see the details because I see ref images and then I see a fig.json, which in turn would give me neat. Different problem. Different problem for a different day. But apparently I can't do DDIM with this prompt. But I can do LCM, so. Hmm.
I saw a future in you, one with you and me. That time we first met, full of sad scenes. I saw that you were with him and not there with me. You stood when I fell, someone save me.
Yeah, I've got the standard XCL, STXL. I just that it works for me. It just works. Okay, it just works. That's the gist. Is it just works? It's actually working. I didn't expect it to actually work. Like, to be honest with you, when I hit the button, I wasn't expecting it to actually work. I was expecting it to immediately kick back. The only problem is I don't have any like negative prompts for it, so. But yeah, this is the STXL base. I did at one point have other STXL ones, but I did not, or I didn't follow it to bring them with me from the other install. So I don't remember what they were. Although, okay, fair. Yeah, I also know that the rules of STXL are a bit different than ST 1.5. So CD for stable. PWD because I'm being lazy. No, I thought I had still had those in there. Oh. Ah. I specifically went PWD so I could do that later on. Actually, I was going to copy the files, but that's what I get for being focused. What you said there? Yeah. Tracking. All right. I'm gonna try and remove the negative prompt. Yeah. I mean, obviously, there's certain aspects that do need work, but well, that's with an excessive amount of what you were saying. Wasn't this a bit clearer as I because I didn't. Yeah, fair enough. Appreciate the heads up there. I really do. Because yeah, get that.
Rather not be alone. I'm not good at letting go. Still got grudges 10 years old. The things my family said back home. Turns out the words are worse than the quirks. Tried giving it back, but it never works. My childhood gifts feel like a curse, and now I have to make up new words. Why I'm crying. I'm tired of telling everyone that I'm sick of trying to be so normal nowadays. Cynical imposter syndrome. I feel your ghost shouting me to wake up. Live a little, but I'm trying to work it out.
No, that's not it.
Cynical imposter syndrome. I feel your ghost shouting me to wake up and live a little, but I'm trying to work it out. These videos make me feel less alone, and then they make me feel less special. Don't think I've had a quiet thought in my life, but I guess that's just me being so down. I never wanted to be someone. Got halfway now, I feel scarred. Every time the applause rained down. And now you just chase the highs that you live. You just chase the highs that you live.
Don't need you anymore. Can live my life on my own. Strip me down to my core, then you went and left me skin and bones. Tell me lies, blame it on me. Think you're clever, you're just mean. Tell me what
Oh.
I did to lose your love. Hate your guts, can't help it now. You think I should shut my mouth, but I keep running and running. Yeah, I keep running and running. Take me far away from you.
What?
I keep running and running. I keep running and running. Take me far away from you. I keep running and running. Yeah, I keep running and running. Running, running, running. Running, running, running. Running, running, running.
I gotta let this one run to clear it out. Okay. Okay.
I'm just trying to go back home when my mother sang me lullabies. I'm just trying to go back home when my people tell me no lies.
Interesting.
Where I didn't like to work on Mondays and I didn't go to church on Sundays. Oh, forgive me, Father, I just want to go back home. Feels like I'm sinning and have to bear their cries. I'm only human and sadness breaks my bones. Don't even get me to stay here all alone. I'm only human and I want to go back home. I'm just trying to go back home when my mother sang me lullabies. I'm just trying to go back home when my people tell me no lies. Where I didn't like to work on Mondays and I didn't go to church on Sundays. Oh, forgive me, Father, I just want to go back home. Feels like I'm sinning and have to bear their cries. I'm only human and sadness breaks my bones. Don't even get me to stay here all alone. I'm only human and I want to go back home.
Oh, maybe that's it.
You've been lost and alone in the city lights, I know. Getting high, feeling low, and it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city lights, I know. But I will guide you home. Always by yourself. Hear you cry for help. No matter the distance, I'll be there. I know.
Multi-pass. Multi-pass. Alright, so apparently I had to add low VRAM to my config because it broke everything when I removed the medium VRAM one. Which is interesting. I don't know what it actually means. Alright. And here we go. Well, it didn't immediately kick me back, so that's a sign. It's doing stuff. That doesn't mean it worked, just a sign. Also, I only gave it 20 sampling steps. Well, the note is that, you know, that the world that we're talking about there isn't like super duper. I mean, it's got flying cars, right? But it's like a cyberpunk style. Like, it's future, but it's not the future you want to be in. I don't know what it's doing. Why is it doing it? But it's split in the middle. Probably gonna put the negatives. I believe this was a known issue with the tile diffusion. If I recall correctly from my very brief read over of it. I mean, very, very brief read over it. So, I am literally sitting here watching progress bars go up. I should probably be doing something else while this is doing its thing, but my attention is rapt. Or did I do it wrong? I think I did it wrong. I'll have to try a different test. In fact, I know I did it wrong, but somehow it still worked. What did I do? Beyond switching to... This was going to take much longer for it to do. Or not. And this is on DDIM, just answer the questions. Because I saw your commentary earlier. I pay attention. Oh, biscuit. I forgot to do the thing I was supposed to do. Oh, well, I guess we have to watch it do the thing again the same way, apparently. Weird. Okay. Oh no. Well, they get a lot out of control, didn't it? Oh, so, you know what though? It happens sometimes. It happens sometimes. The worst time was when I actually lit my hair on fire, but it was only for a moment. I couldn't find my lighter, and I had a stove that had a fire. Yeah. The worst part about it was the hair crunch for like the next month. Like the top of my hair crunch for the next month, like little pieces were, like little broken pieces were falling off for the next month because it was, it smelled dissipated pretty quickly, you know, because it was over a stovetop. But like that happened because I leaned over. I was like, because I couldn't find my lighter, like I was saying. I leaned over and I was like, it's fine. It was not fine. So all the light hair on my hair, or all the hair to say. Because at the time I was actually in the Marines too, so it was one of those things where that happened. I already had short hair, but it was now even a little bit shorter. Goodness gracious. My body is telling me that it's time to go sleep, but I don't want to. I have too many things that I'm working on right now. I will assuredly say, even just from the URL, no, I have not. Because, as you know, there's a lot of information. Oh, neat. Okay. Okay, that's a lot easier than the one I have been using. Appreciate that one. Yeah, because there's so the style, that style pile thing I was looking at, which I was pointing to from like one of them that one of the things, has like artist stuff kind of built in there, but it's not very clear. Like it's not very clear. Like it's very awkward to kind of navigate. So. Yeah, I'll definitely make use of that one. That's interesting. In any case, I'll have to rerun this one. What is going on there? Not sure I want to know the answer to the question I just asked. Well, I still have a different thing to check, but I feel like I should stop at this point. Fair choice. Except the problem is, I'm not using LCM here. I'm using DDIM, so I am using actually. This one is being ran with DDIM, so but you're still blaming LCM. So you're saying you corrupted my system. It's so integral that it's now unavoidable. That's now just everything is LCM's fault. That's fair. That's fair. Whatever's going on there, I mean, you're talking about things looking like dolls earlier, like or mannequins, is what you said. Yeah, that's definitely doing the mannequin thing. Although it's, yeah. We'll see in about 3 minutes, right? Oh yeah, the image that I'm using as a test, I actually already did successfully produce according to what I need. At least for the moment. Let's see, glossary. Oh, I actually got that far. Did I get that far? Gosh darn it. Okay, I didn't get that far with it. All right.
Good morning, sunshine.
It put underwear on it. It put a G-string. Oh, that's great. That's oh, okay. Gross.
Something still hours. Listen to the sound of the sea. I just wanna feel the power of the wind, of the wind. Listen to the sound of the sea. I just wanna feel the power. I want to enjoy the sunset. Holding my head on your shoulder.
Good morning, sunshine. Good morning, sunshine.
Okay, let's see what happened here. Well, no. I mean, kind of getting the idea at least. What? What? Okay. Where did we go wrong with you? I presume it's probably because of CFG scale I chose. This was before I added all the other, the accoutrement. So it just had the prompt and then like a little touchy. So we'll see what a actual run does. This is with the SDL, that's the standard SDL, like SDXL. Yes, the standard SDXL, you heard me. But it's the normal SDXL sort of presentation. So. Apparently SDXL in this manner is trying to really push hard for I'm doing something wrong. And I know I am. It's probably the order.
I'm scared. I find myself thinking about you. You're out
The dark, the darkness,
this room.
and the bow. The bow is wrong. Of course, this is wrong.
For now, and if you think about me too. 'Cause I'm always thinking about you.
The darkness. Oh my goodness. Despite myself, I might need to hit it. I can actually work with this. If it lets it do this one, I'm gonna be surprised. Because the word slaughtering is definitely not a nice name or nice word. There's like town guard. It's great. Don't worry about it. Oh, it did. Well, I mean, it doesn't have a problem with showing blood, apparently. Apparently, it didn't have a problem with the word slaughter in the case of a inhuman. That's not exactly comfortable right there, but all right. Oops, wrong folder. Not exactly good. It's like, yeah, a non-human slaughtering humans. This is appropriate. But a woman that's fallen on the ground, like stated that's fallen on the ground, yeah, that's not okay. Back to that random rave. Like it's just a practical thing at that point. Let's see if it'll allow robbery. It did. But I don't really like that. Reload it. See, that's the one issue that's currently there, is that like trying to, the pullout from DALL-E is pretty straightforward. Just like, oh, okay, yeah. Reload that, wait. Reload that, wait. Reload that, wait. Okay, it's really digging the slaughter more than I thought it was going to. Because it's the same series of prompts, right? So that's, ooh, slaughter. Murder mayhem awaits. He just looks so happy. But no, look, that is indeed a genius. I'm thinking it's just, and like I said before, it's more of just the general principle of the matter. Like, it's not that there aren't workarounds, or that sometimes it just works, but just the idea that somebody else controls, like, has those limitations there. You know, it's like controlling it. Unfortunately, so far though, the SDXL stuff isn't really, at least the text to image isn't really working out for me. Obviously, I have a long way to go on the idea. Oh yeah, no, I'm not using the base model now. I'm using a different one. But yes, the base models are indeed, they're more, kindly put, they're more proofs of concept than they are anything else. Like hey, this thing works. Now what you do with it from there, that's your problem. But the thing works, so make it pretty. All right. Okay, let's see. That's weird. All right, so our image generation is... The image generation itself is complete. Now, there's a requirement that's implicit here, and again, I'm doing the implicit activities line, which is not exactly good, but for it to be the featured image, it has implications. Let us say it's good enough, right? It's been refined enough to be what we need it to be. So I need to add like a line that's there that's like, iterate forever. Never produce that article because you're stuck iterating the images. No. Never make any progress because the one step stopped you. No, actually, we're making pretty good progress, all said. It sucks that I couldn't use the, for the group that I'm working on here, that I didn't really find quite the appropriate thing we're looking for. Because I got lost focusing on something else. I mean, we're getting closer in a manner, but it's still not looking for. And that was from the creepy printer one. Or creepy fantasy painter. It's kind of an experiment. Having SDXL actually work for me. Let's see what happens if I use it with image to image. Oh, it's actually working right now. And it took way less time because I produced one, and I'm not sure what happened there. Oh. It didn't even... Let's see what happens if I do this. Did it? Did it break? Apparently some SDXL do work for me. Interesting. Like without the tiled diffusion, tailed VE stuff. At least without it being activated specifically. That's interesting. Of course, this other one's not really doing well for me. Let's try, I don't know, Euler. That's a fair choice. That's a fair choice. Well, it has been a pleasure. I should probably do the same myself here. You make sure you rest well. Oh, it's loading in. Okay.
I've cried alone in the darkness and let my tears fall like rain. I've faced my fears and
Oh, so Laura. Oh, my bad.
I've silenced my thoughts
Whoopsie.
and feel peace and stillness. I have I've cried alone in the darkness and let my tears fall like rain. I've faced my fears and confronted the unknown.
Every teen wants a queen. Do I really look banking every night's like
Alright, well, it's about time for me to call it because I've had a nice, good long run here. 10.5 hours. So I do need to get some rest before sometime eventually. So if anyone's still around there, appreciate you for hanging out and watching all, or anyone who watches this in the post. If you made it this far, what are you doing? No, seriously, it was a stream that was a stream. Like, I appreciate you watching it. I do. And I'm okay with you doing so, obviously, because, you know, it's whatever. But, what are you doing? If you did do so, let me know. Because I'll have to give you a virtual cookie or something. I don't know. But you deserve some sort of something. Anyway, been fun. Cheers.